Year 2 of Konoha, Taki no Kuni. Between the misty mountains, countless huge waterfalls flow down from the towering cliffs, washing the rocks at the bottom of the cliffs, rumbling. Under the cover of the largest waterfall, there is a quiet village hidden, Takigakure village. The natural barrier formed by the waterfall has become the best line of defense for the village. This allowed the village to avoid the baptism of war during the most chaotic warring states period, like a paradise, quietly developing in the depths of the mountains. In the ancestral hall in the center of the village leaders are holding an important meeting. The village leader has not arrived yet, and the elite ninjas below are whispering. Hey, I heard that the Hokage of Konoha village, Hashirama Senju, is preparing to hold a meeting of the 5 Kage to discuss the division of the tailed beasts. I wonder if this meeting is because of this? What? You mean the god of ninja, Hashirama Senju? Yes, he is really amazing. He captured 7-tailed beasts by himself. 7-tailed beasts. You know, 1/3 of our village's elite jonin died in order to capture a 7-tailed beast. How'd he do it? That's right. Then he can crush our entire village by himself? Who says it's not? The current situation in the ninja world is still due to his leading the establishment of Konoha village. Otherwise, I don't know how chaotic the ninja world is now. At this moment, the leader came late, and the whispers on the field stopped abruptly. The leader sat cross-legged on the first seat. His eyes swept across the village elders and elite ninjas below the field, cleared his throat, and began to get into the main topic of the meeting. Well, I believe everyone has heard the reason for this gathering. The one from the Land of Fire is about to convene the 5 Kage talks and distribute the tailed beasts to the other 4 major nations. By then, the advantage we have gained by capturing the 7 tails with great difficulty will be gone. Even the tailed beasts we captured will be divided up. I want to hear your opinions on this gathering. The elder sitting next to him interrupted at the right time. Our land of Taki is the strongest country among the 5 major nations. We were not invited to participate in this meeting. He, Hashirama Senju, doesn't take us seriously at all. Some time ago, Hashirama Senju broke up with Uchiha Madara. The two fought a great battle. Uchiha Madara died in the battle. I believe Hashirama Senju is already at the end of his strength. I propose that the village send out assassin ninjas to assassinate Hashirama Senju and prevent the 5 Kage talks from taking place. The leader turned his head to look at the elders, his eyes full of approval. Kakuzu, who was sitting at the last seat, glanced at them and sneered in his heart. These 2 old guys had obviously discussed it long ago. My name is Kakuzu, an elite jonin of the assassination team of Takigakure village. I have a secret hidden in my heart. 2.5 months ago, I participated in the capture mission of the tailed beast, 7-tailed Shigeki, together with all the elites of the village. The tailed beast is really a powerful and charming creature. In that battle, our leader hid in the back timidly and commanded us to die. I watched several friends who grew up together die in front of me. I tried my best, but it was still difficult to match that powerful creature. I deeply love this village that raised me, and I didn't hesitate to use the village's secret treasure, Hero's Water. Hero's Water, the village's sacred tree, condenses once every 100 years at the cost of consuming vitality, increasing the amount of chakra tenfold. Finally, at the last moment when my vitality was exhausted, the tailed beast was successfully sealed by us. The moment I fell into an illusion, and a noisy voice sounded in my mind. Haha, I traveled through time to the world of Naruto. I am indeed the son of destiny, and I will dominate the entire ninja world. I thought I was in an illusion, and I struggled with that consciousness while my consciousness was blurred. I didn't expect that consciousness was so fragile. It was shattered by me in just a moment, and turned into fragments and merged with my consciousness. I saw a utopian world without war. Everyone lived and worked in peace, iron boxes running on the ground, iron birds flying in the sky. Through that consciousness, I also saw all of the ninja world. The Otsutsuki clan, the Sacred Tree, the 6-Path Sage, the Akatsuki organization, the First Ninja World War, and the Fourth Ninja War. I saw that I failed to accept the commission to assassinate the first generation of Hokage and was imprisoned by the village. In a rage, I escaped from prison and stole the secret technique of the Earth's resentment and took away the hearts of all the high-level people in the village. I also saw my own death, which was killed by several juniors in Konoha village. I became the one who knew everything. I should have died of exhaustion, but I took away the opportunity of the time traveler and came back to life. The temporary effect of Hero's water was solidified, and I permanently gained 10 times the amount of chakra. After waking up, I still couldn't believe it was real, and I regarded it as an illusion and buried the secret in my heart. Until today, the village held a meeting to discuss the assassination of the first Hokage, and the memory overlapped with the illusion, and my heart began to waver. After listening to the elders' proposal, the village elites who participated in the meeting began a heated discussion. Why should we distribute our tailed beasts to other villages? This is unfair. That's right. I agree with the elders' proposal to send elite troops to kill Hashirama Senju and stop the five Kage talks. How can we compare with the big villages with our strength? Isn't this a suicide mission? Peace talks. I suggest to solve the problem through negotiation. We were not invited to the five Kage talks. What are we talking about? Hashirama Senju is powerful, and our Takigakure village is not easy to mess with. We must let them know how powerful we are. Looking at the village leaders arguing with each other, the leader's face became more and more ugly. He slapped the table hard and said, "Well, since everyone can argue to a conclusion, let's vote by raising hands. Raise your hands if you agree to assassinate Hashirama Senju." In unison, more than half of the leaders raised their hands. The corners who knew everything were dumbfounded. Aren't you so brave? In that case, then select the elite of the village to assassinate Hashirama Senju and stop them from dividing our tailed beasts. Not surprisingly, the plot is still going on in the original way. Kakuzu, who was sitting in the corner, stood up. According to the scene in his memory, Hashirama Senju is enough to flatten the entire ninja world. Kakuzu immediately stopped their reckless behavior. For the development of Takigakure village, we should choose the safest way, assassins, dogs or not. Just then, a voice sounded in Kakuzu's mind. Beep, S-level task detected. Assassinate the first-generation Hokage Hashirama Senju. Loading the system for the host. The task bounty system has been loaded successfully. Please complete the task as soon as possible to get the reward. The first stage of the current task. Please fight Hashirama Senju hidden before the five Kage talks. And retreat unscathed. Reward, Takigakure's secret technique, Earth Grudge. The remaining time of the task is 3 days. Current mission bounty 0, mission bounty functions, including but not limited to upgrading existing ninjutsu, purchasing system mall items. Mission failure penalty, hostility from the top of the ninja village. Does the host accept this mission? Fuck the assassin. Chapter 2, Secret Technique. Earth Grievance You. The phrase secret technique. Earth Grievance You echoed in Kakuzu's mind like a mechanical electronic voice, leaving him momentarily stunned. The words he intended to utter caught in his throat. During the mission to capture the Seven Tails, Kakuzu had absorbed and digested all the memories of the traveler. He should have stolen this secret technique from the village after the failure of his assassination mission against the Hokage. Yet, having grown up in the village, he had never heard of its existence. After the operation to capture the tailed beast concluded, Kakuzu secretly searched the village for 2 months without discovering any trace of this technique. From the traveler's memories, he learned about the concepts of parallel universes and systems. Perhaps the world he inhabited was merely a semblance of the Hokage world known to the traveler. The secret technique, Earth Grievance You, allowed one to plunder the hearts of others, storing them within oneself to acquire the chakra nature of enemies, thus granting one an eternal lifespan. To become a being that exists alongside the heavens. Now, from the so-called system mission, he had obtained a lead on Earth Grievance You. This technique was imperative for him to acquire. He aimed to establish a utopian world as envisioned in the traveler's memories. Achieving this goal might require a considerable amount of time. He cherished this village, yet those who had sullied it and betrayed him deserved death. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he gazed at the leader. The elders and elite of the village were taken aback by Kakuzu's sudden rise. The leader observed the handsome young man with long black hair, his expression darkening. As an elite ninja of the younger generation, Kakuzu seemed poised to eclipse the leader's authority. He might very well surpass him in the next leadership election. During the mission to capture the Seven Tails, Kakuzu had allowed the tailed beast to kill numerous elite members of the village, all while orchestrating events that forced him to use the highly detrimental hero's water. To everyone's astonishment, despite the immense toll on his vitality, Kakuzu had survived. Thus, the leader, in collusion with the elders who supported him, devised a plan to have Kakuzu assassinate the first Hokage, intending to eliminate Kakuzu through the hands of Shinja Hashirama. What does the system mean by task bounty? Why is it 0? Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Kakuzu posed his query to the system. Current task, the issuer has not provided a bounty. Hence it is 0. Please, host, strive to secure the task bounty. The system shop is only accessible with task bounties and includes items such as bloodline limits and other hidden treasures of the ninja world. Upon hearing the system's response, a faint smile crept across Kakuzu's lips as he cleared his throat, preparing for his performance. I am an assassin. For the future of Takigakure, we cannot allow outsiders to look down upon us. A weak village has no diplomacy. The more we endure, the more audacious our enemies become. We must strike with thunderous might against our most formidable foes, instilling fear in them through our strength. Let our momentum be known. Let the entire ninja world recognize that Takigakure harbors no cowards. Everyone stared at Kakuzu, their blood boiling with fervor at his words. The leader of Takigakure looked at Kakuzu with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. At last, I was pondering how to persuade you to accept the mission, and you have taken the initiative. Very well, let us appoint Kakuzu as the leader and demonstrate our prowess to Konoha. The elders of Takigakure stroked their beards, expressing their approval. Indeed, the youth of Takigakure are formidable. We have promising successors. Several elite Jonin from the pro-war faction rose with excitement, positioning themselves behind Kakuzu. Even the members of the peace faction were stirred, raising their hands in fervent cheers. The leader of Takigakure placed a hand on Kakuzu's shoulder, his gaze laden with significance. Kakuzu, this mission is entrusted to you. Suddenly, Kakuzu shook his head and raised a hand, saying, Hold on. The leader's expression turned cold, fearing Kakuzu might reconsider. His demeanor darkening. What, are you afraid? Kakuzu met the leader's gaze. The leader misinterpreted this, as he was the head of the Senju clan, the first Hokage of Konoha. The possessor of wood-release techniques, the god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju. I require additional funding. The leader's expression softened. Indeed, for such a challenging task, it would not be unreasonable to allocate some resources for the mission. He merely needed to send a trusted aide along with Kakuzu, regardless of the outcome. The funds could still be retrieved. How much do you need? Kakuzu extended one finger. The starting reward for an S-rank mission is 1 million, which should not be excessive. 10 million? The leader inquired hesitantly. Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback and instinctively shook his head. Noting Kakuzu's reaction, the leader pressed further. 100 million? After a brief hesitation, the leader readily agreed. Very well, no problem. Assassinating the god of ninjas warrants this price. As long as Kakuzu is successful, the funds will surely be reclaimed. Though a small nation, the land of waterfalls possesses significant assets, and disbursing 100 million is not a trivial matter. Kakuzu could not help but lament, thinking, what a blundering fool. This old man is a nouveau riche. In his memories of a future where Konoha's daimyo protected the 12 guardian ninjas, the bounty in the black market could reach 20 million. Now, in this nascent ninja world, resources were limited. Kakuzu never anticipated that the leader of Takigakure would exhibit such determination. The leader promptly allocated 50 million to Kakuzu, with the remaining 50 million to be provided upon successful completion of the task. Thus, with their ulterior motives, the two men solidified their agreement for the mission. Before departing, the leader summoned 2 of his trusted aides. Your task is to ensure Kakuzu successfully carries out the assassination of Hashirama Senju. If the assassination fails, you must bring both Kakuzu and the bounty back. From the bounty, you shall receive 20 million to share between you. Subsequently, I will arrange for both of you to undertake a commercial mission in the land of hot water. Upon hearing the leader's arrangements, the 2 elite Jonin wore expressions of sycophancy. Rest assured, leader, our combined strength will easily subdue Kakuzu. We guarantee the mission's success. After merging the memories of the Traverser, he readily accepted the existence of the system. The system's tasks were triggered by the current challenges he faced. The varying degrees of difficulty and tasks consequently dictate the magnitude of rewards bestowed by the system. The bounty for each task is something one can strive to attain, thus providing ample room for personal agency. Having delved into the myriad secrets of the ninja world, one must strategically plan to establish a utopian realm within their memory, with the enhancement of personal strength as the paramount objective. The system serves as the most effective means to this end. By amassing sufficient wealth, one can infinitely augment their prowess. Traditionally, ninjas have been regarded merely as instruments of warfare. In the recollections of the time traveler, Having betrayed their village and become disillusioned with humanity, they transformed into a bounty ninja, a path that offers the swiftest financial reward. The functionalities of the system can only be unlocked upon the completion of the current tasks. They yearn to ascertain the extent of the disparity between their present self and the revered god of ninjas. After assembling the members of the assassination team, Kakuzu embarked on the journey toward the hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 3: Encounter with the Leaf Ninjas. The land of Waterfall lies adjacent to the land of Fire. A clandestine assassination team led by Kakuzu swiftly traversed the border, entering the territory of the Fire Nation. Not far from the demarcation line, they passed through a dilapidated village, marred by the scars of war. Yet, the surrounding farmland was meticulously tended. The rice paddies were devoid of weeds, and the crops were nearing harvest. A family of 5 was engaged in repairing their crumbling abode. The young man, gaunt and emaciated, bore the marks of hunger, while the children were plump and well-fed. Their patched burlap garments, worn for an indeterminate time, were washed clean. Despite their meager existence, the family's faces were adorned with smiles of contentment. Kakuzu, observing this scene, felt a stirring within his heart. Takigakure, owing to its natural geographical advantages, lay sheltered beneath a hidden waterfall, relatively unscathed by the ravages of war. The village appeared tranquil on the surface, yet its meager resources and the treachery among its leaders had plunged it into despondency. Kakuzu cherished the village, yet the prevailing atmosphere was suffocating. In the eyes of the commoners of the Fire Nation, he perceived a glimmer of hope for life. Let us proceed. Our time is limited. We must reach Kanahagakure before sunset tomorrow, he urged. For reasons unknown, a feeling of unease welled within him upon witnessing the village's plight. He longed to depart swiftly. According to intelligence, the first 5 Kage summit was to commence in 3 days, and they needed to hasten to the Leaf Village to gather information and devise their strategy. The 2 trusted aides of the Takigakure leader exchanged glances, their expressions darkening upon hearing Kakuzu's words. What? This fool Kakuzu. Does he even comprehend the distance to Konoha? Even I, renowned for my speed within the village, would find such a journey arduous. Is he so eager to court death? One of the aides thought, his task being to monitor Kakuzu's actions without succumbing to such folly. With a feigned amiable expression, he addressed Kakuzu. Why not rest here in the village for a while, before making our way to Konoha? It would not be too late. Suddenly, Kakuzu turned, casting a cold gaze upon him. For reasons inexplicable, this elite shinobi felt a chill run down his spine under Kakuzu's penetrating stare, as though a venomous serpent were poised to strike. He swallowed nervously. Indeed, Lord Kakuzu, perhaps we should take a brief respite. The brothers are weary from our journey, chimed in another ninja, sympathetic to Kakuzu's party, who too felt the strain of their relentless pace. Kakuzu's demeanor softened slightly at this suggestion, and he let out a quiet sigh. Enhanced by the tenfold chakra boost from the hero's water, he remained tireless. Just as he hesitated, a voice called out from nearby. You young travelers must be weary. Come, rest and drink some water at our home. The voice belonged to an elder from the family of 5. Though referred to as an elder, he was merely in his 40s. Long-term malnutrition, coupled with the harsh elements, has etched deep lines upon his visage, rendering him to appear as if he were in his 60s or 70s. With the amalgamation of memories from the Traverser, he has recently sensed a shift in his temperament. By some strange twist of fate, he found himself acquiescing to an unexpected request. The group led by Kakuzu was ushered into the humble abode of a family. Despite its dilapidated state, the yard and the interior were meticulously tidy, exuding a warmth that was inviting. The elderly man beckoned his young grandson to fetch water for Kakuzu and his companions, his face adorned with a broad smile. The skin on his face resembled a withered chrysanthemum, layered and creased. Ah, esteemed ninjas, you hail from the hidden Leaf Village, do you not? You Leaf folk are all good-hearted, especially Lord Hashirama Senju. Please, have some water and take a moment to rest. Observing the robust physiques and vitality of Kakuzu's group, he noted they were unlike the weary farmers, nor did they don extravagant garments typical of the affluent. They bore no resemblance to the rogue ninjas who had previously terrorized them, pillaging their resources. Instead, they reminded him of the Leaf ninjas who frequently assisted local farmers, for which he held deep gratitude. Boldly, the elderly man speculated about Kakuzu's identity and invited them into his home. Kakuzu and his companions, noting the old man's misconception of their origins, chose not to correct him. Rather, as the elder perceived their reserved demeanor, he amiably excused himself, stating he would check on the fields. After assessing their chakra signatures, it was evident that these individuals were mere civilians, devoid of any chakra fluctuations, posing no threat. However, a group of individuals approached from a distance, their chakra levels modest, the strongest among them akin to a standard nin. A perceptive Jinjutsu-type ninja whispered to Kakuzu, "Wait." There's another group following behind, 3 Genin and 1 Nin. "Boss, should we go investigate?" Kakuzu raised a hand, signaling for silence among his comrades. One of the ninjas, belonging to the leading faction, scoffed dismissively. "It's just 1 Nin and a few worthless ninjas. We can dispatch them with ease." As he spoke, he guzzled water and munched on the meager rations offered by the elder. "Ugh, what is this dog food? It's so dry it could choke a dog." Ignoring the foolish remarks of his teammate, Kakuzu heard the clamor outside grow increasingly ominous. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, followed by the wails of women and children. Kakuzu dashed out of the house, only to be met with the harrowing sight of the elderly man sprawled in a pool of blood. A chubby child was shaking the old man's arm, crying out in despair, "Grandpa, Grandpa, please wake up." Nearby, a tattooed ninja, exuding a menacing aura, brandished a bloodied kunai. "Damn old fool. Daring to obstruct my path." He sought his own demise. Not far behind, a group of 4 ninjas, comprising 1 Nin and 3 young genin, were appalled by the gruesome scene. Among them, one courageous child, appearing around 7 or 8 years old, boldly shouted, eager to charge into the fray. "You wretched beings, monkeys. Mirrors, let us eliminate them." The leading jonin of Konoha extended his hand to restrain the agitated Danzo. He was a jonin from the Sarutobi clan, gazing at Kakuzu as if confronting a terrifying behemoth, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Kakuzu, upon observing the lifeless body of the elder, was consumed with rage. He swiftly and decisively dispatched the few rogue ninjas, each pierced through the chest with bare hands, utterly lifeless. Kakuzu and his companions had arrived a tad late, managing to rescue only a child and his mother. The plump child clutched the severed head of his father, a grim trophy from the rogue ninja, weeping to the point of near unconsciousness. The young woman, cradling her child, wept bitterly, frantically imploring Kakuzu and his companions to leave, cursing them as the architects of her family's demise, exclaiming that all ninjas ought to perish. Indeed, as long as ninjas exist in this world, strife will persist, and war and death shall never cease. Kakuzu observed the young woman, scarcely 20, her fists clenched in silent anguish. Chapter 4, What Action Plan? Act directly. Kakuzu. Eliminate them all. They must not leave alive. Our plan to assassinate the first Hokage will be exposed. The ninjas of the leader's faction, wielding their kunai, approached the woman, but were immediately halted by Kakuzu's icy glare. Kakuzu was at a loss for words. How had this foolish teammate survived until now, so carelessly revealing our objective? Taki, cast a Jinjutsu on these 2 civilians, making them forget everything that transpired today. The sensing ninja nodded gently, feeling a pang of sympathy for the tragic scene before him, even though they hailed from different lands. Nearby, a Konoha jonin was astonished by the conversation among Kakuzu and his companions, witnessing Kakuzu's ruthless slaughter of the ninjas. The jonin from the Sarutobi clan realized he was no match for them. "Hinata, Danzo, Q, I will hold them off. You 3 hurry back to the village." They aim to assassinate Lord Hokage. Relay the message. Danzo, glancing at Kakuzu's hands still stained with the innards of the village's ninjas, was already gripped by fear. He nervously tugged at his comrade, Sarutobi Hinata. "We must go. Delivering this intelligence is paramount." "No, I will stay and block them with my uncle." "Danzo, you and Q should take the information back." As they hesitated, Kakuzu executed the body flicker technique, charging towards them with lightning speed. The Konoha jonin reacted swiftly. Fire style, ash pile burning. A thick plume of smoke engulfed Kakuzu, swiftly transforming into a violent explosion. The continuous blast temporarily separated the Taki ninjas from the Konoha ninjas. "Excellent. One has been dealt with. Hinata, you 3 flee." The Sarutobi jonin, witnessing the successful attack, urged his nephew to escape. They were the future of the village and could not die here. Earth style, earth spear. Wrapped entirely in darkness, Kakuzu utilized the defensive and offensive earth spear, withstanding the explosion and breaking through Sarutobi's assault. Before Sarutobi could react, Kakuzu had seized him by the throat. The grip of that pitch-black hand was alarmingly strong, akin to an iron vice, rendering him helpless despite his struggles. The smoke from ash pile burning quickly dissipated, seeing the other enemies rush toward the village's juniors. Saratobi was left no choice but to throw a smoke bomb, momentarily obscuring their line of sight. Hinata, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. With a forceful grip, Kakuzu rendered Saratobi unconscious. As the only jonin in the team fell, the spirit to fight evaporated from the Konoha youngsters. Saratobi Hinata wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, grasping his two friends, Danzo and Q, preparing to retreat. Let us go. However, the tides of battle shifted instantaneously. This delay allowed the Taki ninjas to encircle them. Shoiken, shadow clone technique. A shuriken flew towards the Taki ninjas. 1 became 3. 3 became 10. 10 became 1,000, and a multitude of shuriken rained down upon them. Caught off guard, the Taki ninjas sustained varying degrees of superficial injuries. On the other side, after Kakuzu had dealt with the jonin Saratobi, he turned his attention towards the 3 young leaf ninjas. At the tender age of 6 or 7, these newly minted genin were no match for Kakuzu, who swiftly felled them with ease. Observing the trio, Kakuzu was struck by a realization. He recognized them as the future pillars of Konoha, one of whom would eventually become the 3rd Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen. It was not the time for their demise, as they would play a crucial role in the unfolding events of the ninja world. The 2 trusted subordinates of the Takigakure leader, unexpectedly bested by mere leaf genin, brandished their kunai and lunged at Saratobi Hiruzen. However, Kakuzu effortlessly seized the weapon midair with his hardened palm, applying just enough pressure to snap it in half. The subordinate glared at Kakuzu in fury, demanding to know his interference. In the next instant, Kakuzu's dark fist sent him crashing to the ground. Humph. I am the captain of this operation. Who gave you the right to act without my consent? The subordinate, feeling the chilling intent emanating from Kakuzu's icy gaze, struggled to rise, clutching his chest, where Kakuzu's blow had broken 2 of his ribs. Once the mission concluded, he vowed to eliminate this insufferable foe. Yet, faced with Kakuzu, he could only suppress his anger. I apologize. It was my mistake. Kakuzu, glancing at the fallen young ninjas, felt a headache coming on. He had not anticipated encountering them here. Taki, can you use Jinjutsu to make them sleep for 3 days? Is that possible? Having witnessed Kakuzu's prowess, the others dared not contradict him. A few genin should not pose a problem, even if it meant expending some chakra. What about the jonin from Konoha? Just break his limbs and leave him here. After addressing the immediate matters, Kakuzu left a sum of money for the orphaned mother and child. He sighed inwardly, not out of compassion, but rather disappointment upon realizing the future that awaited him. Betrayed by the very village he once cherished after a mission failure, imprisoned for his loyalty. Given a choice, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against the village's higher-ups. Yet, in the end, he had become a lost bounty hunter, ultimately perishing at the hands of Konoha's shinobi. In the vast ninja world, how many could truly begin and end well? He was but a pitiable figure stripped of everything. Now, however, having seized the opportunity from the time traveler, he had the chance to forge a new path. He desired to witness the future for himself, to see the legendary ninja Senju Hashirama, who would alter the very fabric of the ninja world before making his decision. Without delay, Kakuzu and his team swiftly advanced toward Konoha. Shortly after their departure, Uchiha Kagami slowly opened his eyes, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, endowed with a natural resistance to ordinary Jinjutsu, he surveyed the fallen leader and his 2 companions. At present, he lacked the ability to break the Jinjutsu afflicting them, so he opted to temporarily shelter them in this small village. He must hasten back to the village without delay, bearing the crucial news of the enemy's assassination of the 1st Hokage. With his own stamina, it would take at least a day and a half, while the enemy would likely require 2 days to gather intel and act. He should be able to make it in time. With the swift pace of 5 elite jonin, exerting themselves to the fullest, they traversed the arduous journey and finally beheld the iconic Hokage rock of Konohagakure at noon on the following day. Unlike the other 4, who appeared breathless and disheveled, Kakuzu, empowered by tenfold chakra, showed no signs of fatigue. Under the midday sun, the statue of the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, glimmered brilliantly. Kakuzu felt a surge of impatience to meet this legendary ninja. Lord Kakuzu, what shall we do now? What is our course of action? He heard from the trusted ninja sent by the leader of Takigakure to keep an eye on him, eliciting a smirk within. All along the way, these 2 fools believed they were concealing their presence well. With his heightened sensing abilities bolstered by immense chakra, he could perceive their subtle surveillance with utmost clarity. What shall we do? What course of action? The answer was simple. First, rest. Tomorrow morning, They would block his doorstep and strike decisively. Chapter 5. At the gates of Konoha. At the entrance of Konoha, Kakuzu surveyed the system panel. Current task: engage in a direct confrontation with Senju Hashirama before the 5 Kage summit commences and ensure your safe retreat. Reward: hidden technique of Takigakure, Earthgrudge Fear. Time remaining, 1 day. Status bar: Hero's Body. Permanent buff: your physical form has been enhanced by the legendary Hero's Water, granting you a 10-fold, currently 5-fold, increase in chakra capacity. Should the memories of the traveler prove reliable, my current strength pales in comparison to that of Senju Hashirama. Assassination would likely provoke an overreaction, complicating my escape. Thus, it would be wiser to challenge him openly, for even in defeat, my chances of survival would be marginally greater. Feeling the immense chakra boosted by the Hero's Body within me, I found a newfound sense of confidence. I silently touched the storage pouch at my waist, inside which lay another vial of Hero's Water. Hero's Water grants a 10-fold increase in chakra at the cost of burning life force. Kakuzu took a deep breath and strode boldly towards the gates of Konoha. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, his comrades from Takigakure felt a wave of distress. What folly was this fool Kakuzu committing? How could an assassin so brazenly storm into the stronghold of their enemies? If he wished for death, he should not drag us down with him. Our lives are far from over. What shall we do? If our whereabouts are revealed, we shall face the wrath of all the ninjas in Konoha. Let us wait and prepare for a swift retreat. It was early afternoon, and the Konoha guard team, slightly drowsy after lunch, engaged in casual conversation to pass the time. Upon turning, they noticed a tall and handsome young man standing at the village gates, motionless. Currently on duty were a member of the Uchiha clan and a ninja from the Senju clan. Since the establishment of the ninja village, the prominent clans of the Land of Fire had united, rendering Konoha extraordinarily powerful. No one dared to cause trouble openly. Anyone who did would surely be deemed insane. The Senju guard, perceiving him merely as a traveler or merchant seeking refuge, approached him with a registration book. Where do you hail from? What brings you to Konoha? I seek someone. Who do you seek? Senju Hashirama. Oh, you are looking for the Hokage? Please wait. Who do you wish to see? Senju Hashirama. What business do you have with the Hokage? I wish to challenge him. Very well, you may proceed. But not just yet. What are you doing? Kakuzu frowned at the oblivious Konoha ninja before him. Was my intent not clear enough? Suddenly, the guard reached for his ninja tool pouch. Kakuzu instinctively assumed a combat stance. To his surprise, the guard withdrew a numbered tag and handed it to Kakuzu. Please take a number. The Hokage is currently unavailable. You will be able to challenge him after the conclusion of the 5 Kage summit based on your number. Kakuzu stared at the tag in his hand, marked with the number 9, lost in contemplation. Must we wait until that time? The 5 Kage summit does not commence until the day after tomorrow. By then, the opportunity will have long passed. Humph, do not be so ungrateful. With the imminent gathering of the 5 Kage, the village of Konoha is swarming with formidable warriors from various nations, all eager to challenge the esteemed Hokage. There is scarcely any time to attend to your whims. The Hokage accepts only 1 challenge per day. Have you not noticed how the inns at the village's edge are brimming with guests? Kakuzu suppressed his impulse to teach this ninja a lesson, avoiding direct conflict with the shinobi of Konoha. He glanced toward the inn, just as a group of ninja adorned with the headbands of various villages approached. Heh, today it's my turn to challenge Senju Hashirama. To spar with the god of shinobi would grant me bragging rights for half a year upon returning to my village. Humph, with your meager skills. Lasting even 3 seconds would be a remarkable feat indeed. That master from the land of lightning yesterday, with his tough skin and resilient physique, could barely withstand 2 rounds. 3 seconds would be generous for you. Kakuzu observed the gathering of ninja, a smile creeping across his lips. He turned to the Konoha guard ninja and inquired, if the challengers ahead were to withdraw, could I then be considered as today's challenger? The Senju clan ninja was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Kakuzu's implication. By the time he comprehended, Kakuzu had already made his way toward the assembly of ninja. 10 minutes later, Kakuzu approached the guard ninja, brandishing a number tag inscribed with the numeral 1. The challengers from various villages lay scattered around, lamenting their defeats. The Uchiha clan's guard ninja, witnessing the jubilant aftermath of the battle, erupted in hearty laughter. Possessing a talent for sensory perception, upon seeing Kakuzu, he sensed the immense chakra emanating from him. Activating his Sharingan, he was utterly astounded. The chakra volume was nearly 7 or 8 times that of an ordinary elite J-nin. After comparison, He concluded that none among the group of challengers could likely rival Kakuzu's prowess. Thus, he engaged in a wager with the Senju clan's ninja. Accepting a hefty stack of cash handed to him by the Senju, his mirth only intensified. Although the Uchiha clan had integrated into the village, since their leader, Uchiha Madara, departed, the clan's standing had plummeted. The underlying tensions had not escalated to the surface, yet the clan members often felt targeted, leaving a bitter taste in their mouths. Winning a substantial sum from their former rival, the Senju, provided him with a sense of satisfaction. His demeanor toward Kakuzu softened considerably. However, after losing a significant amount of money, the Senju guard ninja found himself repulsed by the glee on the face of the Uchiha clan member, directing his disdain toward Kakuzu. "Am I now permitted to challenge Senju Hashirama?" Kakuzu inquired, raising his number 1 tag. At that moment, the Senju ninja perceived Kakuzu's demeanor as a blatant provocation. "Humph. Your actions do not adhere to the regulations. Only after the 5 Kage summit will the Hokage be able to accept your challenge." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu furrowed his brow. Was this individual deliberately trying to hinder him? Observing the dwindling time left for his task, Kakuzu sighed. Thus, the blame would not rest upon him. Initiating the Earth-style, Earth Spear technique, Kakuzu's hands became enveloped in a layer of black. In the Hokage office of Konoha, amidst a mountain of paperwork, Senju Hashirama was engaged in a heated discussion with his younger brother. "Brother, you are far too indecisive. Why should Takigakure possess the 7 tails? We should seize it directly. If they dare to resist, we shall annihilate them." Hashirama looked at his brother with exasperation. "Tobarama, you must not be so extreme. Currently, Takigakure poses no threat to us. There is no need for us to take action against them. We can simply distribute the 9 tails, thereby balancing the power among the 5 great nations. The village has my leadership, so there is no cause for concern." Tobarama gazed at his brother with piercing eyes. "Humph, if we continue down this path, trouble is inevitable. You have even agreed to those ridiculous challenges from the ninja. I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. Moreover, your health has deteriorated following your battle with Madara. That malevolent Uchiha clan deserves nothing less than annihilation." Hashirama shook his head in resignation. "It is of no concern, Tobarama. My body can endure for at least another decade. The village has you to rely upon." Just then, the time for accepting challenges was upon them. At that moment, a voice resonated within their minds. "Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobarama, it is dire news. Someone from Takigakure has arrived outside the village, defeating all challengers and injuring our guard ninja." The speaker was an elite ninja from the Yamanaka clan, employing the secret technique of mind transmission to convey information. With a silver mane, Senju Tobarama slammed his hand on the table, his gaze fierce. "I knew it. They dare to stir up trouble at our doorstep. I am eager to see who possesses such audacity." Chapter 6. Provocation of Kakuzu outside the Hidden Leaf Village. The ground was strewn with the moaning bodies of a dozen ninjas. Among them were challengers and allies from various villages, including a member of the Senju clan, who served as a guard for the village. A guard from the Uchiha clan observed Kakuzu's assault on the village's defenses and, in a moment of desperation, activated his Sharingan to cast an illusion upon him. He felt a brief moment of control over Kakuzu, but it was swiftly broken. The adversary was likely a master of Jinjutsu, a foe he could not contend with. Cautiously, he retreated, triggering the village's defensive barrier and alerting the Yamanaka clan to report the situation to the village's higher-ups. Kakuzu, witnessing the unfolding events, recognized that he had achieved his objective and ceased his actions. After consuming a few soldier pills to regain his strength, he stood still, patiently awaiting the arrival of the main target. The illusion attack that had invaded his mind was quickly shattered by his formidable mental fortitude, a benefit gained from absorbing the memories of a traveler. His spiritual power was nearly double that of his previous self, coupled with the enhancement from the hero's body buff. His abilities had undergone a comprehensive elevation. "I recognize this fellow. He is Kakuzu from the Hidden Waterfall Village. I have encountered him on the battlefield before." Kakuzu turned to address the ninja on the ground, who was from the Rock Village, a mere defeated opponent, not worthy of further attention. How dare a ninja from the insignificant Waterfall Village strike at those from the 5 great nations? They are truly oblivious to their own mortality. Upon my return, I shall inform the higher-ups of our village, and during the 5 Kage summit, they shall be expelled from consideration. Unbeknownst to him, the seemingly weak ninja from the small Waterfall Village possessed astounding prowess. What was the secret behind his seemingly endless chakra? Ah, I see now. It is rumored that the waterfall village possesses a secret treasure that temporarily boosts chakra at the cost of one's life. So, he is not long for this world? This insight made sense. No matter how strong he was it truly worth sacrificing one's life? Such a pitiable little village. Kakuzu, upon hearing this, glanced once more at the gaggle of fallen ninjas. The fact that someone knew of the existence of the hero's water was surprising. Yet his own state was permanent and devoid of side effects. The incessant chatter of the group was bothersome. They needed to be silenced. Shall I wait for my demise to silence you? Or are you not afraid that I might end your lives right now? At Kakuzu's words, the crowd fell silent. Recalling his exaggerated display of power and feeling the pain from their injuries, anxiety creeping in. He could easily take their lives. This is not a personal affront. I merely state that all of you lying there are worthless. The fallen ninjas were left flushed with embarrassment, unable to retort. Kakuzu observed their reactions with satisfaction. Meanwhile, hidden in the underbrush, the ninjas of the waterfall village felt a shiver of awe at Kakuzu's strength. Was this truly the Kakuzu they knew? In retrospect, only the hero's water could account for such abilities. Kakuzu was indeed willing to risk his life for the sake of his mission. At the very least, in this regard, the four from the waterfall village held Kakuzu in high esteem. The adept practitioner of perception ninjutsu, Takigakure, sensed several ninja squads surrounding the entrance. He could not help but voice his concern. The Konoha Guard is approaching in considerable numbers. Should we not assist Kakuzu? A member of the faction led by the chief retorted, there is no need. Kakuzu has already resorted to the hero's water. He is as good as dead. We should observe the situation and retreat if it becomes unfavorable, then seek another opportunity to complete our mission. Another member chimed in. Indeed, let us wait and see. In truth, even the current Kakuzu would not stand a chance against Senju Hashirama. Our involvement would be futile. However, a surge of immense chakra approached. Likely that of Senju Hashirama, Takigakure warned. At the gates of Konoha, an unexpected figure appeared, a silver-haired ninja clad in armor, arms crossed, gazing intently at Kakuzu in the distance. It was none other than Senju Tobarama, who had arrived first using the Flying Thunder God technique. Is it you who injured the Konoha Guard? Tobarama's icy gaze fixed upon Kakuzu. A nearby Uchiha guard stepped forward to inform Tobarama of Kakuzu's identity. Upon hearing the explanation, Tobarama unleashed his chakra, forcing the guard back. What are you doing? He has already breached our doorstep. Why do you not act against him? The Uchiha clan is nothing but useless. The unsuspecting ninja staggered and fell to the ground, disheartened by Tobarama's harsh demeanor. Tobarama contemplated Kakuzu, realizing that his elder brother was indecisive regarding the matter of the Seven Tails and Takigakure. This presented an opportune moment to put pressure on Takigakure. Ideally, they would willingly surrender the beast. Such matters required a firmer hand than his brother possessed. Tailed beasts in the hands of small nations are akin to ticking time bombs. One must take matters into their own hands. Takigakure's allies, the Land of Water and the Land of Fire, have always maintained a non-aggression pact. Why would they resort to violence against Konoha's ninjas? They have even harmed friends from other hidden villages. I demand an explanation. Tobarama questioned Kakuzu with a stern countenance. Kakuzu regarded the future second Hokage without a trace of trepidation. Tobarama's approach was indeed more resolute than that of his predecessor. Yet, in terms of strength, Kakuzu was confident that he could not be easily subdued. Upon hearing that Konoha intends to convene the Five Kage Summit, you repeatedly professed the goodwill between our nations. Why was Takigakure not invited? Where is Lord Hashirama? I expect an explanation from him as well, and I seek to witness the prowess of Konoha's legendary ninjas. Tobarama was taken aback by Kakuzu's assertive stance. Such matters do not require my brother's intervention. You may converse with me directly. However, prior to our discussion, you must pay the price for your actions. Determined, Senju Tobarama resolved to assert his dominance over Kakuzu. Chakra surged forth, his silver hair billowing as he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The master of water ninjutsu from Konoha gathered chakra in his mouth and unleashed it, conjuring a fearsome water dragon that surged towards Kakuzu. The water country ninjas lying on the ground were utterly astonished. In an environment devoid of water, to wield such an expansive water release technique is a feat few from the Mist Village, renowned for their mastery of water techniques, could accomplish. The strength of Senju Tobarama is truly formidable. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, observing Tobarama's sudden offensive, felt the oppressive presence of the massive water dragon soaring toward him. and a disdainful smirk crept across his lips. Water techniques are also a specialty of my Takigakure. Water release, water dragon bullet. A water dragon, equal in might to Tobarama's, erupted from Kakuzu's mouth, its ferocity equally intimidating. The two water dragons clashed violently in midair, momentarily locked in a fierce stalemate. As Kakuzu sensed a significant depletion of his chakra, he finally managed to nullify Tobarama's water dragon, dispersing it into mist. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The title of Sea Release Ninja is indeed well-deserved. Kakuzu swiftly consumed a soldier's pill, rapidly restoring his stamina and converting it into chakra to replenish his reserves. Tobarama, witnessing that his adversary had withstood an attack at 80% strength, was taken aback. This opponent possesses considerable strength. The group of ninjas lying nearby couldn't help but swallow hard. Such overwhelming power was awe-inspiring. Had they truly just engaged in battle with someone of this caliber? It seemed losing wouldn't be a disgrace. Not having gained an advantage from his initial assault, Tobarama prepared to launch another offensive, forming hand seals once more. Suddenly, from the ground, tree trunks erupted, coalescing into a humanoid figure. It was the tardy would-release ninja, Senja Hashirama. Hashirama effortlessly halted his brother's hand seals. Tobarama, I have told you not to be so impulsive. Chapter 7, Battle Against the God of Ninjas. At the entrance of Konoha, a group of fallen ninjas from various villages felt a surge of excitement. They never expected to witness the prowess of Konoha's two greatest warriors in a single day, making their journey worthwhile. Each was invigorated. Even the pain from their recent defeats seemed to diminish. The Senju clan's guard ninja, who had been previously knocked down, sprang to his feet upon seeing the two pillars of his clan arrive, feeling a renewed sense of vigor. He approached Hashirama Senju and embellished the earlier events, even going so far as to disparage Konoha and the Hokage. The others from different villages, while disdainful of his exaggerated claims, chose to remain silent, harboring resentment towards Kakuzu for their earlier defeats. The Uchiha clan's guards observed quietly, although Kakuzu had initiated the conflict. The injuries sustained were superficial and certainly not as severe as claimed. Just as one of them intended to speak, they were silenced by a fierce glare from the silver-haired Tobarama, reflecting on the grievances endured in their village. He pondered whether the decision not to join Lord Madara Uchiha in his departure was misguided. Yet what could they say? Defeated, they could only blame their lack of skill. It was time to return and recuperate. Hashirama understood the situation and halted his clan member's tirade, aware that such conduct in front of numerous outsiders was unbecoming. Still, he felt a twinge of displeasure. Despite his sacrifices for the ninja world and his village, even to the extent of slaying his closest friend, Madara, conflicts persisted throughout the land. Brother, this cannot simply be overlooked. In front of so many allies from other villages, where shall we place Konoha's honor? If you are unwilling to intervene, allow me to teach this boy a lesson. Tobarama's temper flared at his brother's reprimand towards their clan member. Hashirama gestured for his brother to remain silent and stepped forward, addressing Kakuzu with courtesy. Friend from Takigakure, I perceive your intentions. The matter concerning the seven tails is not as convoluted as it seems, as long as we safeguard the tailed beast and pose no threat to other villages. It rightfully belongs to Takigakure. Regarding your desire for a spar, it is not a trivial affair. There is no need for such grand gestures. Once the 5 Kage summit concludes, I would be more than willing to engage in a proper bout. However, if you cannot wait, we may exchange blows now. Upon finishing his words, Hashirama emanated an astonishing aura. Kakuzu sensed a palpable killing intent enveloping him. The god of ninjas spoke with a disarming tone. Yet the underlying menace indicated that he had indeed been provoked by that earlier encounter. Very well, Hashirama. I accept your challenge today, to resolve the turmoil within my heart. With that, Kakuzu gathered chakra beneath his feet and swiftly advanced towards Hashirama, invoking the Earth Release, Earth Spear, his hands enveloped in a dark hue, significantly enhancing both power and defense. As Hashirama swiftly advanced, he collided with Kakuzu, the two of them parting almost instantaneously. Feeling the formidable power behind Kakuzu's fists, Hashirama could not help but admire. Such strength and martial prowess were indeed exceptional within the ninja world. Kakuzu, astonished, reflected on the fact that despite his 5-fold chakra enhancement and the support of his earth spear, he had been met with such ease. Truly, Hashirama was deserving of the title, the God of Ninjas. One could only imagine the fate of the previous group of ninjas had they been struck by such a blow. They would likely have lost half their lives. Turning swiftly, they engaged in a rapid exchange of combat. After several rounds, Hashirama, feeling his hands tremble slightly, drew his ninja blade and confronted Kakuzu. Kakuzu, reinforced by the hardness of the earth spear, launched his attacks vigorously, his entire form shrouded in darkness, dismissing the slashes of Hashirama's blade with ease. After dozens of exchanges, the two once again separated. Kakuzu, slightly out of breath, regarded Hashirama, who appeared unfazed, his breathing calm and steady. Kakuzu began to grasp the disparity between them. His defenses, bolstered by fivefold chakra, were still yielding pain from Hashirama's strikes, an experience he had never encountered before. Observing his dulled blade, Hashirama chuckled softly to himself. This skirmish reminded him of his old friend, Uchiha Madara. Indeed, it had been a long time since he encountered such a worthy opponent in the realm of taijutsu. He was thoroughly enjoying the bout. My esteemed opponent, should you withstand my next strike, we shall consider this matter settled. Hashirama felt the old wounds from his last encounter with Madara begin to throb slightly. In the interest of preserving his life for the stability of Konohagakure, he resolved to conclude this battle swiftly. Would release, would golem technique. With a clap of his hands, he summoned forth a majestic wooden figure. The assembled ninjas looked up in awe as the towering golem eclipsed the sunlight above, casting a shadow that enveloped their vision. The high walls of the hidden leaf village appeared diminutive in comparison to the colossal wooden figure. If such a hand were to strike down, would any remain unscathed? With a commanding gesture, Hashirama directed the wooden giant to strike at Kakuzu. Kakuzu, retreating, realized he was still within the range of the golem's impending assault. Channeling all his chakra, he summoned forth a torrent. Water release, water shockwave. A massive curtain of water surged forth from his mouth, rising to intercept the golem's attack. The thick wall of water, over a meter in depth, stood resolute. Yet, under the impact of the golem's hand, it shattered like glass. As Kakuzu retracted his water technique, he braced himself, crossing his arms in front of him and channeling his earth techniques to fortify his entire being. The dark-clad Kakuzu met the golem's palm in a thunderous collision. The sound of the impact echoed, resonating throughout the village, causing the residents to feel the tremors. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Villagers rushed outside, gazing towards the village gates. The golem's strike created a massive crater in the earth, sending dust soaring and obscuring the view. Those who had lined up to challenge Hashirama were now quaking in fear, some so frightened they lost control of their bladders. If this were to happen to oneself, one would be reduced to mere fragments of bone, wouldn't one? Is this truly the might of the god of ninjas? The tremendous force reverberated, toppling the surrounding trees. The four hidden figures from Takigakure were instantly revealed. The perceptive ninja, Takumi, had always maintained a cordial relationship with Kakuzu. Within his awareness, the area was entirely enveloped by the chakra of the wooden giant, rendering Kakuzu's presence undetectable. Ignoring the exposure of their concealed forms, he rushed forward to ascertain Kakuzu's condition. Lord Kakuzu. The ninja from the Takigakure faction felt a slight tremor in his throat, inwardly lamenting, "It's over. We have been completely exposed. That rascal Kakuzu has led us to our doom." After the initial strike, standing atop the wooden giant, Hashirama suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness. After laboring for the village's affairs for an extended period, coupled with the resurgence of old injuries, he found himself somewhat weakened. Seizing this opportunity, the Takigakure ninja drew a kunai and hurled it towards Hashirama. "Splendid. I have managed to catch such a chance. Slaying the god of ninjas will surely earn me renown throughout the ninja world." The fervor for fame and fortune overshadowed his initial trepidation, and he launched what he deemed a fatal strike during Hashirama's brief disorientation. Meanwhile, Tobarama, who had been observing the battle from a distance, furrowed his brow upon witnessing the condition of his brother and the Takigakure ninja. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, he, using his sword to deflect the kunai. Brother. Tobarama supported his elder sibling, who quickly regained his senses and shook his head to indicate he was unharmed. The colossal wooden figure gradually transformed into tree branches, slowly merging with Hashirama's body. Tobarama's gaze hardened as he regarded the concealed ninjas from Takigakure. Flying Thunder God slash. A silver figure materialized before the four from Takigakure, and the ninja blade was swiftly thrust forward. With no time to react, the leader of the faction grabbed the perceptive ninja, Takumi, and shielded him. As the blade aimed for Takumi's neck, Kakuzu sprang forth from the side, his dark hand seizing the ninja blade. Lord Hashirama's strength is formidable. I implore you to spare my friend. Tobirama, return. Tobirama let out a cold snort and returned to his brother's side. At this moment, Hashirama had fully regained his original form, his aura showing no signs of weakness. His remarkable resilience was evident. Indeed, even in dire circumstances, you still think of your comrades. That shows commendable loyalty. Let this matter rest for today. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of engaging in direct combat with Hashirama Senju and earning his recognition. Acquired the secret technique, Earthly Malediction. Kakuzu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling a sense of relief. He had expended all his chakra, barely managing to withstand a mere basic attack from the wooden giant. Suddenly, a small, slender figure appeared not far away. Kakuzu inwardly cursed, "This is bad." It's Uchiha Kagami. Chapter 8. Betrayal by a teammate. At the entrance of Konoha, a multitude of trees lay toppled, a consequence of the formidable technique employed by Senju Hashirama. The members of Takigakure, having heard Hashirama announce his cessation of hostilities, were enveloped by an exhilarating sense of survival, their bodies feeling somewhat weakened. Yet, the sudden appearance of Uchiha Kagami caused their nerves to tighten once more. Damn it, how did this brat end up here? He should be ensnared in Takigakure's genjutsu. Still unconscious. The recollection of the leaf ninja they had previously incapacitated, alongside the revelation of their true intent to assassinate the Hokage, sent cold sweat streaming down their backs. Lord Hashirama, we shall take our leave now without further disturbance. After exchanging farewells, Kakuzu led his teammates in haste, departing in the opposite direction of Uchiha Kagami. Not daring to look back, with a single glance, Kagami recognized the individuals who had threatened the life of the Hokage. They cannot be allowed to escape. Uchiha Kagami bellowed with all his might, but as a mere genin, he was utterly spent from his journey back to the village. His vision blurred. The world spun around him, and he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, helplessly watching as the figures vanished from sight. Suddenly, a solid arm wrapped around him, and upon recognizing it was Lord Tobirama, he finally succumbed to his fatigue and fainted. When Uchiha Kagami regained consciousness, his two dear friends, Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo, came into view. Relieved to see them unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Ah, what of our teacher? How is he? Have the killers from Takigakure been apprehended? Kagami gripped Hizashi's shoulder tightly, shaking him fervently for answers. Wincing in pain, Hizashi quickly reassured Kagami. Calm down, Kagami. You've been unconscious for half a day. You must rest. Our teacher is safe, though what? Kagami pressed urgently. Though he has sustained severe injuries, both arms and legs severed, he may no longer serve as a ninja. We encountered the delegation from Awagakure attending the 5 Kage Summit and were escorted back to Konoha. Lord Hashirama has personally led a special operations team to pursue the assailants. Not long after Kagami had lost consciousness, the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, and his entourage arrived at Konoha. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hizashi, having returned with the group, promptly reported the encounter with Kakuzu and his accomplices to Tobirama. Upon witnessing the injured Sarutobi Jainin, Tobirama was filled with righteous fury. When he learned of their true intent to assassinate his elder brother, he could no longer contain himself. He immediately ordered to personally lead a chase, commanding all members of the Special Operations Team to pursue Kakuzu and his companions. The Konoha Special Operations Team, which is the precursor to the Konoha Assassination Tactics Special Unit, is commonly referred to as the Umbu. The ninjas belonging to this unit are the elite among the elite of the village. Senju Hashirama, with a heavy heart, sought to calm his younger brother, fully aware of the strong bond between him and the injured Sarutobi ninja. However, this was a time of great urgency. Tobirama, do not act recklessly. The 5 Kage Summit is to be convened tomorrow. We cannot afford to dispatch all our elites at this moment. Senju Tobirama was genuinely enraged. The village and his brother were his forbidden zones. Touch them and face certain death. Humph, brother, this matter cannot be simply brushed aside. They have injured Sarutobi and even attempted to assassinate you. Such transgressions are unforgivable. They must be dealt with decisively. Hashirama shook his head in resignation. He too was infuriated. Yet he understood the importance of the greater good. Very well, let us postpone the 5 Kage Summit by 2 days. I shall utilize my wood-release shadow clones to lead half of the Umbu in pursuit of them. We shall give them 2 days. Should they manage to escape beyond the borders, we will halt the chase. Immediately send a message to the higher-ups of Takigakure, demanding an explanation. So be it. I still have to meet with the leaders of the various ninja villages, as most of them have already arrived. Listening to his brother's arrangements, Tobirama temporarily calmed down and immersed himself in village affairs. Rumors circulated that the Uchiha clan was once again stirring unrest, with external threats and internal strife. It was truly a headache. Meanwhile, after escaping the surveillance range of Konohagakure, Kakazu and his companions paused to catch their breath. The power displayed by Senju Hashirama was utterly terrifying. Such might was beyond the capability of ordinary shinobi to rival. Even now, recollecting those moments, they felt a tremor of fear within. The sensing ninja, Taki, clutched his neck, clearly in a dire state. Although Senju Tobirama's flying thunder god slash had been intercepted by Kakazu, it still managed to inflict a wound upon Taki's neck. Fortunately, his carotid artery had not been completely severed. Otherwise, Taki would certainly not have lasted until now. Kakuzu-sama, I have sensed it. For the moment, there are no Konoha shinobi pursuing us. What shall we do now? At that moment, Kakuzu's own breath had weakened significantly. Observing Taki's injuries, he slowly helped him up and raised his arm, dark tendrils of chakra emerging from his skin, writhing in the air. This was the newly acquired secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear. Earth Grudge Fear, Ninja Technique Characteristics 1, Tentacle Manipulation. The user's entire chakra network transforms into black tendrils, allowing for manipulation of shape and length at will. Ninja Technique Characteristics 2, Heart Extraction, using the tendrils to extract living hearts, siphoning the target's vitality and chakra properties. Current heart storage limit, 1-1. To unlock the second heart costs 200,000 Rio. The third heart, 400,000 Rio. The fourth heart, 800,000 Rio. The fifth heart, 600,000 Rio. Kakazu controlled the chakra threads to stitch up Taki's carotid injury, preventing him from succumbing to excessive blood loss. Nearby, the leader dispatched two ninja who exchanged glances, observing the weakened Kakuzu and his remarkable new abilities. They were acutely aware that if Kakuzu regained his strength, they would be no match for him. Should Kakuzu resist, they would be unable to accomplish the tasks assigned by their leader. At this moment of vulnerability, with Kakuzu still carrying the immense sum of 50 million Rio entrusted by their leader, it was the perfect opportunity for them to strike. If they could eliminate him, the two brothers could abscond with the fortune, escaping the village without a care. It would be enough to allow them to live comfortably for half a lifetime. With malice brewing in their hearts, both stealthily reached for the short blades at their waists. Unbeknownst to him, a dagger pierced Tak's back, emerging from his chest, crimson liquid flooding into his lungs. Another ninja was ambushed from behind, silenced with a hand over his mouth, his throat swiftly slashed. Tak and the assailant exchanged incredulous glances at the two figures of their leader. Blood trickled into his trachea, producing a rasping sound in his throat, and he soon succumbed to his inability to resist. Having succeeded in the ambush, the two gazed at Kakuzu, whose confidence swelled with each passing moment. Ha ha ha, Kakuzu. Did you ever imagine this day would come for you? You have relied on the hero's water too many times. Your lifespan is dwindling. At this rate, you likely cannot even gather chakra. Hand over the 50 million the leader promised, and if I am in a generous mood, I might leave you with intact corpses. Kakazu, unable to suppress his rage at the duo's revealing demeanor, felt fury ignite within him. Tak, dragging his wounds, had reached this point. After this blow, his survival seemed bleak. Enough with the chatter, just kill him. The money is ours. Determined to betray their village and flee with the riches, the two hesitated no longer. Brandishing their daggers towards Kakazu, they struck him, witnessing his inability to defend himself with the earth spear technique. The two could no longer contain their triumphant laughter. Yet, as they struck, Kakuzu transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. Their laughter abruptly ceased. Cursed be it, how could he be merely a shadow clone? This is impossible. Their eyes met, faces paling. This revelation indicated that Kakuzu's true form retained at least half of its power. They were in grave danger. Flee. Chapter 9. He flees, he pursues, he is unable to soar. In the depths of the forest, two ninjas from Takigakure paid no heed to the life or death of their fallen comrade. They swiftly turned towards their village, employing the body flicker technique to escape. As long as they could return to Takigakure, safety awaited them. Their leader would surely protect his own. Kakuzu emerged from the dense thicket, his expression chillingly cold as he watched the two retreating figures. After his battle with Hashirama Senju, He had concentrated a significant portion of his chakra to create a shadow clone, its immense chakra undetected even by the perceptive ninjas of Takigakure. Having finally caught up with the fleeing group, he was too late to prevent the two treacherous individuals from striking. Kakuzu dashed towards the fallen Takigakure ninja to assess his condition. One teammate still clung to life, while the other lay in unconsciousness. "Takigakure," he urged, trying to rouse him. With great difficulty, Takigakure opened his eyes, relief flooding him at the sight of Kakuzu's unscathed form. The urgency in Kakuzu's demeanor brought tears to Takigakure's eyes. "Kakuzu, am I never to return home?" Kakuzu was rendered speechless, his fists clenched tightly. Given Takigakure's current state, it was evident he would not survive the journey back to the village. "Kakuzu, avenge me," Takigakure implored, and Kakuzu nodded resolutely. With trembling hands, Takigakure produced a wad of bloodstained bills from his pocket and pressed them into Kakuzu's hand. "This is my savings over the years. I had intended to return and marry. Now, I have no chance. I entrust this to you. Live well for me." Ding. A new mission has been detected. A ninja from Sunagakure has ambushed Takigakure. Pursue and eliminate the assailants. Current mission bounty, 824, 200 Rio. Would the host like to accept the mission? Kakuzu held the barely breathing Takigakure in his arms, filled with regret for his belated arrival. Listening to Takigakure's last words and feeling his grip weakening, he felt a wave of despair. Unlocking heart storage limit. Ding. Second heart unlocked. Third heart unlocked. Sixth heart unlocked. Ding. The host has consumed 6,200,000 Rio and has now unlocked 6 hearts, reaching the current storage limit. Please enhance physical strength to unlock more hearts. Kakuzu let out a fierce roar, resolutely using his tendrils to extract Takigakure's still beating heart. "Do not worry, Takigakure. I will live well, and I will take you home." As Kakuzu felt Takigakure's heart pulsating within him, he absorbed its wind element chakra. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it Takigakure's sensory talents into Kakuzu's own being. The areas caressed by the wind etched themselves into his mind, forming a unique map. Was this the world as seen through Takigakure's eyes? Current heart possesses special abilities detected. Would you like to incorporate this ability into your skill repository? Skill repository. Upon heart damage, abilities can be inherited by hearts of the same attribute. Storing skill consumes 3,000,000 Rio. Inheriting skill incurs no cost. Store. This is the ability of Kakuzu. He intends to show the future of the ninja world alongside Takig. The sensing capability of the Wind Affinity Heart is activated, swiftly pinpointing the locations of 2 traitors. He also absorbs the heart of another teammate. Kakuzu gently closes their eyes. "Rest assured, I will take you home." Utilizing the body flicker technique, he pursues the traitors. After fleeing several kilometers, the 2 traitors take refuge in the shadows of the trees to rest. "Surely, he cannot track us here." Indeed, along the way we use the shadow clone technique to create numerous false trails, without Takig's sensing ability. Kakuzu should be unable to locate us. Humph, no matter how formidable he is, what can he do to us? Right. Let us return to the village and place all the blame on Kakuzu. He will be the sole sinner. As the two converse, several sharp stone spears erupt from the ground, targeting their concealed position. Earth release. The ground spike. The ninja skilled in lightning release reacts swiftly, evading the onslaught of the stone spears. However, the other fire release ninja is wounded in the leg by this sudden attack. This is bad. Kakuzu has caught up. How is that possible? The lightning release ninja, taking advantage of his speed, leaps to a higher branch, scanning for Kakuzu's presence. Kakuzu does not hide. He strides out from the woods, stepping on the injured leg of the fire release ninja. Hearing his teammates' anguished scream, the lightning release ninja is filled with dread. The thought of resistance dissipates. Once more, Kakuzu stomps down on the fire release ninja's other leg, mercilessly shattering his ankle. The sound of bones fracturing reaches the ears of the lightning release ninja, who now only wishes to escape. Kakuzu applies more pressure with his foot, his gaze cold as he observes the indifferent lightning release ninja. What? Are you not going to assist your good partner? You both have betrayed your comrade from the same village. As he waits in vain for his companion's aid, the ninja, unable to endure the excruciating pain of his shattered ankle, quickly forms hand signs and launches a counterattack at close range against Kakuzu. Fire. Release. Scorching heat. The searing flames surge forth, prompting Kakuzu to retreat, reinforcing his hands with earth spears and dispersing the fire with his dark fists. The lightning-released ninja feels a surge of hope. The opportunity has arrived. He throws a kunai bound with an explosive tag, severing a massive tree to obstruct visibility. He splits into 2 shadow clones and escapes in 3 directions. Let us see where you choose to pursue. As the smoke clears, the fire-released ninja, with broken legs and burnt flesh, struggles to crawl forward using his hands, leaving a long trail of blood. The agony in his legs and the searing pain throughout his body fuel his instinct to survive, driving him to drag himself forward. However, the scythe of death, which Kakuzu had unknowingly lowered, becomes his greatest despair. Kakuzu watches the fire-released ninja crawling on the ground like an ant, devoid of any compassion. When they struck against their fellow villagers, they never considered the meaning of mercy. Black tendrils pierce through the ninja's limbs, and his agonized wails startle the birds in the forest, sending them scattering in flight. The lightning-style ninja, having changed directions multiple times, felt a slight alleviation of the pressure as the distance between him and his pursuer grew. At last, he had managed to escape that individual. Suddenly, a compressed column of wind surged towards him from behind. Reacting swiftly, he evaded, yet still found himself struck in the shoulder. The flesh there became a blur of crimson. Before him approached a creature adorned with an odd mask, its form composed entirely of black tendrils. What on earth is this? Clutching his shoulder, he turned to find Kakuzu dragging his teammate along. Beside Kakuzu was another creature formed of black tendrils, the very same ninja who had perished alongside Taki. Witnessing the grim fate of his comrade filled him with dread. Chakra imbued with lightning surged within him, electrifying his ninja blade with a crackling energy. With a desperate resolve, he struck out towards Kakuzu with the speed of lightning. However, Kakuzu effortlessly captured the blade with a single hand, enhanced by the power of Earth-style, Earth Spear, completely nullifying his attack. As he watched his weapon snap like a twig, he collapsed backward onto the ground. Why? Why is this happening? How did you track my whereabouts? Kakuzu turned his gaze towards the monster clone formed from the heart of Wind Chakra. The monstrous doppelganger unleashed black tendrils, ensnaring the lightning-style ninja. It was because the spirit of Taki is guiding me. The 2 rogue ninjas found themselves firmly restrained by the creature, drawn into Kakuzu's presence. Speak your final words in hell. Remember to repent to Taki on the road to the underworld. The clone's numerous black tendrils pierced forth, extracting their hearts and drawing them into its own form. The 2 watched in horror as their vibrant, beating hearts left their chests, their eyes gradually losing their luster. This could be considered Taki's revenge, delivered by their own hands. May their souls find peace in the afterlife. Kakuzu turned to survey the scene behind him. 1,000 meters away stood over 20 pursuers. The leader, with a vitality so rich, it must be Hashirama Senju. The Leaf Village's pursuers have arrived. Congratulations on completing the mission. Successfully avenged your teammates, earning a bounty of 824,200 Ryo. Ding, SS level mission. Assassinate the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Progress updated. Current task, survive the pursuit of Leaf Ninjas and defeat Hashiramas with Style Clone. Reward, with Style Chakra Nature Heart. Chapter 10. The vengeful spirit of the earth takes form. Between the borders of the land of waterfalls and the hidden Leaf Village, dense woodlands stretched nearly halfway. Kakuzu sensed the approaching pursuers from Konoha. He utilized earth release techniques to bury the bodies of 2 ninjas from the Takigakure faction, concealing a multitude of explosive tags within. Black tendrils erupted from his body, tearing through his attire. His back revealed 4 distinct masks, coupled with his innate earth chakra nature. He had amassed the 5 elemental chakra transformations. 2 of the masks, propelled by the writhing black tendrils, emerged along with 2 hearts, enveloping the bodies of the fallen Takigakure ninja and forming a grotesque black creature, its body thrumming with twisting black appendages. Sensing the shifting winds and realizing the Konoha pursuers were closing in, Kakuzu fled towards the land of waterfalls with 2 masked monstrosities in tow. Soon, a thunderous explosion echoed behind him, indicating that someone had triggered the traps he had set. In his perception, the footsteps of the pursuers slowed momentarily. Kakuzu seized the opportunity to check his system panel. Detected that the host has completed the first phase of the mission. Overall task completion progress, 20. 20 of the total bounty is now available for allocation in the system shop. Current disposable bounty total, 11,624,200. Kakuzu swiftly browsed the system shop, examining the capabilities of the Earth Vengeful Spirit in search of the options most advantageous to him. Earth Vengeful Spirit Ability Binding Card, 2 million each. After binding a unique ability, it significantly enhances ninjutsu effectiveness. He quickly purchased 2 cards, applying them to his main heart and the wind attribute heart. Main heart, earth attribute, binding ninjutsu. Earth release, earth spear, exclusive effect, increases the physical strength and defense of the earth spear by 100. The earth release, earth spear is a versatile ninjutsu that combines offense and defense, making it perpetually practical for enhancing his survival capability. With the secret techniques of the earth vengeful spirit, his lifespan would be virtually infinite. As long as he persisted, he would have the opportunity to grow stronger endlessly. From the memories of a great individual he encountered during his travels, he learned a profound truth. The body is the foundation of revolution. Wind attribute heart, 100 wind attribute. Binding perception ninjutsu, wind's breath, exclusive effect, increases perception range by 100, possesses the ability to detect chakra attributes, and can partially nullify the tracking of perceptive ninjas. To escape the relentless pursuit of numerous elite ninjas from Konoha, the perception ninjutsu was indispensable. The adversary surely included perceptive ninjas as well. Enhanced perception abilities would increase his chances of evasion. In the words of the traveler, this was akin to radar suppression. Furthermore, he aimed to create an opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation with Senju Hashirama, according to the system's task prompts. It was likely that this was merely a would-release clone of Hashirama. The dense forest served as the perfect environment for concealment, and he needed to shed all pursuers except for Hashirama before leaving this woodland. With the secret techniques of the earth vengeful spirit and through meticulous planning, the advantage lay in his hands. He had underestimated the illusionary prowess of that Konoha brat. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a precarious position. The Uchiha clan's talent for genjutsu was indeed formidable. Soon, within his perception, the Konoha ninjas began to pursue him anew. Having already changed positions, they were still locked onto, indicating that the opposing team indeed possessed perceptive ninjas of considerable skill. Ding. The host has exchanged for a paralytic potion, ignores any antidotes in medical ninjutsu. Paralyzing the enemy for 6 hours, effective through contact and scent, costing 5 million Ryo. Remaining disposable funds. 124, 200 Ryo. Meanwhile, a Konoha ninja inadvertently triggered a trap set by Kakuzu. Lord Hashirama, we have 2 ninjas severely injured, while the others have only minor wounds, which do not impede our mission. Humph. This fiend employs cruel tactics, resorting to the slaughter of 2 teammates as bait. Fear not, Lord Hashirama, our injuries are manageable. We shall persevere. Hashirama shook his head, ordering one person to remain behind to care for the injured and instructing the others to continue the pursuit. In the mountains, Hyuga. Have you pinpointed the enemy's location? An elite member of the Hyuga clan maintained vigilance with his Byakugan to track Kakuzu's movements. Reporting to Lord Hashirama, the enemy has altered their direction multiple times and is nearing the limits of my tracking range. I recommend an immediate pursuit. However, the chakra flow from the enemy is quite peculiar. It may be a ruse, so please exercise caution. A ninja from the Yamenka clan scoffed at this. Humph. Your Byakugan is not as impressive as you claim. The enemy has remained within my watchful gaze and has not escaped. I am certain that ahead lies our quarry. Upon hearing this, Hashirama no longer hesitated and commanded the pursuit to continue. Half an hour later, behind a rock formation, dozens of black, grotesque tendrils suddenly emerged, ensnaring the limbs of several Konoha ninjas. Electricity coursed along the tendrils, briefly incapacitating the bound ninjas. A quick-thinking member of the Shimura clan unleashed a water release technique against the rock. Water release, water wave cutter. The rock was severed by the high-pressure water flow, revealing a masked, twisted beast behind it. The black creature, with its contorted tendrils, appeared exceedingly bizarre. Yet, its warped form exhibited remarkable agility as it swiftly fled in a direction divergent from the pursuit. Shimura, take a 5-member team to pursue, but do not venture too deep. The Shimura ninja nodded and led his team in pursuit. Hyuga, Yamenka. What transpired? Both the Hyuga and Yamenka perceptive ninjas wore grim expressions. Just now, there was no detection of any chakra fluctuations in that area. Lord Hashirama, in our perception, the enemy's position has remained unchanged, merely a kilometer ahead. Lord Hashirama, that monster's tendrils are laced with toxins. Those afflicted have temporarily lost their mobility. Listening to his subordinates' reports, Hashirama's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that these Takigakure ninjas would cause such complications. Suddenly, He grew concerned for the team, led by Shimura pursuing the monster. You all remain here and refrain from taking action. I shall investigate. With that, Hashirama surged toward the direction where Shimura had led the pursuit. Moments later, he indeed witnessed three similar monstrosities engaging in battle with Shigemura, who was left to endure the struggle alone. Would dragon technique? A colossal wooden dragon emerged from Hashirama's body, weaving effortlessly through the trees like a fish gliding through water, swiftly attacking one of the creatures. In no time, the heart of the beast, a clone of Kakuzu, was ensnared by the wooden dragon, which crushed its heart. Subsequently, the mask shattered, and the black creature expired, collapsing into a heap of threads upon the ground. The other two monsters seized the opportunity to vanish into the forest, leaving no trace behind. Lord Hashirama, the enemy's tendrils are coated with toxins. We have inadvertently fallen victim to them, Shigemura said, his expression grim as he accompanied Hashirama and their injured comrades back to their previous location. Just as they were nearing their destination, a violent wave of explosive force surged towards them. Hashirama's heart sank. They had walked into the enemy's trap. Upon arriving, he was met with the sight of fallen Konoha ninjas scattered across the ground. Not far off, a pitch-black creature lay lifeless. Kakuzu's form lurked behind a tree 400 meters away, observing the scene unfold. The effects of the one-time paralysis potion, acquired from the system shop for 5 million, proved to be effective, though the sting of the expenditure lingered in his mind. This time, Hashirama had decisively eliminated a lightning attribute heart. The fire attribute heart detonated, dispersing the paralysis potion over a wide area, incapacitating most of the Konoha ninjas. This toxin, being colorless and odorless, was insidious, taking effect through mere inhalation or physical contact. Unfortunately, it lacked lethality, only incapacitating enemies for several hours. Moreover, the explosion had consumed the potion entirely, yet its efficacy was commendable. Observing his affected subordinates, Hashirama took a deep breath. At this rate, while he remained unscathed, his fellow ninjas would be exhausted by the enemy. With a lack of intelligence on their foes, their sensory ninjas were rendered ineffective. He deduced that the enemy's true body could not be too far from this location. Thus, he resolved to unleash something substantial. Hashirama clapped his hands together and shouted, "Would release! Birth of the trees!" From his position, countless massive tree trunks surged from the earth, sprawling outward and uprooting the once dense forest. In an instant, the forest within a kilometer radius was flattened, revealing a vast expanse akin to a grand hall adorned with solid wooden flooring. Kakuzu leapt from the crushed branches several hundred meters away, merging the last two heart clones back into his main body. At last, Kakuzu once again faced Hashirama in a one-on-one confrontation. Chapter 11. The second battle against Senju Hashirama. At this moment, the distance from Konoha village had already reached half a day's journey. Senju Hashirama summoned the wood release technique, flattening the forest within a kilometer radius around him, creating a wooden plaza. Kakuzu stood several hundred meters away, gazing at the first Hokage from afar, calculating the current situation through the system panel. Current task: survive the pursuit of Konoha's ninjas and defeat Senju Hashirama's wood clone. Reward: would release chakra nature heart. The elite ninja forces of Konoha had temporarily ceased to be a threat to him. Now it was a one-on-one duel against Hashirama's clone. He had 3 hearts remaining, including his own, yet his chakra was diminished to half. In this situation, the detection ability of the wind attribute heart was no longer of any assistance. However, the fire attribute heart might serve a purpose in this forested environment. The earth attribute heart of his main body had been significantly enhanced after binding with the earth spear technique. Nonetheless, having witnessed the might of Hashirama's wood release techniques multiple times, he feared that even with reinforced defenses, he would struggle to withstand several encounters. The odds were still against him. Kakuzu fumbled at his waist pouch, retrieving the last remaining half-bottle of Hero S water and consumed it entirely. Faced with an opponent like Senju Hashirama, even if it was merely a wood clone, he had to give it his all. Ding. Host has consumed Hero S water. Detected that the host has attained the heroic body state. Current chakra increased by 5 times. Total chakra amplification now 25 times. Duration: 5 minutes. Warning: host has entered life force burning state. Duration: 5 minutes. A surge of formidable chakra erupted from Kakuzu, enveloping him in a crimson aura. Senju Hashirama, sensing the sudden burst of red chakra from Kakuzu, felt the pressure intensify several-fold. Hashirama frowned. This state bore a striking resemblance to the 8 gates technique developed by Tobirama. Was it also a sacrifice of life force? He understood that Kakuzu's mission was to assassinate him, yet was it truly worth sacrificing one's life for a task? His initial aim in establishing Konoha was to foster peace within the ninja world, a goal he had tirelessly pursued. Observing Kakuzu, he shook his head with a sigh, unwilling to witness such a relentless confrontation. However, he held the utmost respect for a ninja willing to sacrifice their life for a mission. The elite ninjas of Konoha behind Hashirama also regarded Kakuzu with a newfound respect. At the very least, he was a competent ninja. Throughout this pursuit, their side had suffered greatly due to a lack of intelligence, falling victim to Kakuzu's cunning. How infuriating. If only they had sufficient information, their trio would have been more than capable of handling him. As elite ninjas of Konoha, they retained a measure of confidence. No, perhaps even two could manage it. But gathering intelligence was, after all, a testament to a ninja's strength, was it not? The composed ninjas expressed their acknowledgement of Kakuzu. Alas, it is indeed a disgrace that the esteemed Hokage must personally intervene to confront the enemy. To dare to challenge Lord Hashirama directly, merely enduring for a minute would be a remarkable feat. In the hearts of the Konoha ninja, there exists an almost unshakable trust in the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. However, the sudden surge of life force emanating from Kakuzu startled them all. Reflecting on Kakuzu's earlier defiance against Hashirama's formidable wood release technique, they quickly reconsidered. Perhaps he could withstand for 3 minutes, after all. As for believing that Senju Hashirama might fail, absurd. That is simply inconceivable. Kakuzu, gazing at the 5-minute timer displayed by the system, scarcely had time to revel in the unprecedented surge of power he now possessed. Presently, he had unlocked only D-rank ninjutsu pertaining to the fire and wind elements, and was thoroughly familiar with their applications. The mask on Kakuzu's back, writhing with black tendrils, shifted to his shoulder, resembling a 3-headed being from a distance. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, gale palm. The two most fundamental D-rank techniques were unleashed, as wind and fire surged from the mouth of the mask upon his shoulder. After infusing a substantial amount of chakra, and with the wind bolstering the flames, a colossal firestorm surged forth. The inferno crackled as it consumed the wooden constructs formed by the wood release technique, quickly advancing towards Senju Hashirama. Hashirama beheld the overwhelming might of this combined ninjutsu and dared not underestimate it, mindful of the Konoha shinobi rallying behind him. He bit his finger and pressed it to the ground, summoning the double summoning technique. 2 immense gates, each adorned with demonic carvings, erupted from the earth to shield against the fiery tempest. The first gate was swiftly incinerated, but the flames were finally staved off by the second gate. Feeling the oppressive heat wash over them, the shinobi behind Hashirama could not help but swallow hard. Is this truly the power of D-rank ninjutsu? As the flames momentarily subsided, Hashirama stepped over the summoning gates, landing on the charred earth. No sooner had he touched down than Kakuzu, bearing 2 monstrous masks upon his shoulders, charged forward. Black tendrils erupted from Kakuzu's arms, twisting and reaching for Hashirama. Observing this enigmatic assault, Senju Hashirama responded with caution, deftly evading the grasping tendrils. The masked creatures on Kakuzu's shoulders intermittently unleashed low-level wind and fire techniques to obstruct Hashirama's movements. Fireballs and gusts, infused with abundant chakra, struck the ground, creating deep craters. In response, Hashirama activated the wood dragon technique, stepping upon the dragon's back as he pressed forward against Kakuzu's onslaught. The ninjutsu crashed into the wood dragon, creating numerous indentations, with wooden debris scattering into the air. Yet, under Hashirama's chakra infusion, the gashes on the wood dragon rapidly began to mend. As the distance between the wood dragon and himself diminished, Kakuzu could not afford to underestimate the situation. Should the wood dragon ensnare him, he would surely lose at least 1 heart. With the perception granted by his wind attribute heart, he understood that Hashirama's chakra was steadily depleting. Originally, he merely needed to stall for time to exhaust this clone, but regrettably, his own time was also limited. Although the wood dragon was colossal, its movements were remarkably swift, and his attacks repeatedly fell short. Earth release, multiple earth wall technique. As J-Means initiated the heart-based ninjutsu, a myriad of earthen walls ensnared the wooden dragon, momentarily curtailing its offensive capabilities. Seizing the opportunity, he pivoted and charged towards the defenseless Leaf Village ninjas. Upon witnessing his advance, Their hearts leapt into their throats. Lord Hashirama was preoccupied, unable to assist them. Disaster loomed. Hashirama discerned J-Nin's intention. He sought to compel him to unleash a grand ninjutsu, depleting his chakra reserves. What a cunning adversary. Drawing upon some transient natural energy, Hashirama entered sage mode. Senjutsu would release true thousand hands. A concentrated statue of a Buddha manifested, forcefully displacing the surrounding earthen barriers. The statue extended a multitude of colossal hands toward J-Nin, descending with great force. Shadows enveloped J-Nin as he retracted the wind and fire heart into his being, channeling all his strength into Earth Release. Earth Spear to fortify himself. The Earth Release. Earthen wall rose once more before him. The myriad hands of the Buddha statue struck down with rapid ferocity. The earthen wall was obliterated in an instant, crashing down upon J-Nin's obsidian figure. After a brief moment, Hashirama, having exhausted his chakra, dispelled the technique, gasping for breath as he gazed at the immense crater left in the wake of the assault. As the smoke cleared, J-Nin's silhouette gradually emerged from the depths of the pit. The state of chakra combustion had ceased, and the vitality consumed was counteracted by the fire attribute heart, causing the mask signifying the fire element on J-Nin to shatter. Suddenly, Hashirama's would release clone slipped, ensnared tightly by a creature formed from the wind attribute heart that had erupted from the ground. The assembled Leaf Village ninjas, witnessing this calamity, turned ashen. They had inadvertently endangered their Hokage. Chapter 12. The 10-year pact in the heart of this dense forest. When viewed from above, one could discern a circular expanse, 1 kilometer in diameter, abruptly emerging amidst the greenery. Within this space, a small section remained lush and verdant, while the majority lay scorched and blackened. A group of elite ninjas from the Special Operations Team of the Leaf Village rested in the flourishing area, their faces ashen and lifeless. Conversely, Kakuzu and Hashirama Senju engaged in jovial conversation upon the charred earth. Kakuzu, devoid of decorum, reclined on the ground, blackened by his own jutsu, while Hashirama's would release clone sat beside him, erupting in laughter. He hesitated to perform the summoning technique until he comprehended Kakuzu's intent, ultimately relaxing his hands and relinquishing the summon of the Toad Sage. Had Kakuzu opted for complete annihilation, Hashirama would have unleashed his remaining chakra to summon the Toad Sage and consume the equally exhausted Kakuzu. From the moment he met Kaku, Hashirama had recognized that Kakuzu had never harmed an innocent soul. He understood that beneath his hardened exterior, Kakuzu was not devoid of compassion. In this merciless world of ninjas, Hashirama had witnessed the tragic demise of his own brother before his eyes, yet he chose to extend a hand of reconciliation to his archrival's clan, the Uchiha. Deep down, he was a lover of peace, preferring to quell the turbulence of the ninja world through peaceful means, despite his position atop its hierarchy. He sensed that Kakuzu, at his core, was not a bloodthirsty individual. At this juncture, Hashirama felt ready to open his heart to Kakuzu, especially after Madara's death. He found it challenging to connect with anyone, even his own brother Tobarama. Burdened by his own illustrious reputation, the villagers idolized him, and he was perpetually mired in an avalanche of responsibilities. It had been so long since he had engaged in such exhilarating combat. Kakuzu, should you dare to harm my villagers, I will not hesitate to eliminate you, he declared, offering Kakuzu a disarmingly benign smile. Kakuzu felt a chill run down his spine. I truly appreciate your sentiments, brother. You hold me in high regard. I scarcely dare to move, Kakuzu replied. After battling Hashirama, Kakuzu felt as though the struggles of his earlier life had been but a sweet dream. How could such a terrifying individual exist, making one feel perpetually on the brink of death? It was akin to walking on thin ice. For the entirety of the ninja world, having absorbed the memories of a traveler, Kakuzu had his aspirations. Overall, Hashirama had performed commendably, yet the ninja world needed to establish its own distinctive principles. Were it not for the desire to earn system rewards and enhance his abilities to realize his envisioned world, he would have preferred to avoid conflict with Hashirama. Both had taken a gamble. Kakuzu wagered that Hashirama would not kill him, while Hashirama bet on Kakuzu's mercy. However, the ninja world remained infested with too many parasites that required gradual cleansing and improvement. Since Hashirama had acknowledged him, the possibility of realization had emerged. Consequently, Kakuzu began to share his thoughts on peace within the ninja world with Hashirama's clone. Two individuals reclined on the ground, laughing and conversing merrily throughout the afternoon. In the distance, the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf stood in utter bewilderment. Once, they hailed from rival clans, adversaries who had met on the battlefield with blades drawn. However, everything changed with the establishment of the Hidden Leaf village by the esteemed Hashirama Senju. They united in an attempt to coexist peacefully, and the long-lost warmth and tranquility inspired them to dedicate everything for the sake of their village. They believed wholeheartedly that Hashirama's decisions were infallible, that he was invincible, while all enemies outside the village harbored malicious intent. Yet today, they encountered another man. They could not fathom why Kakuzu was willing to sacrifice his life to challenge the formidable Hashirama, who stood atop the ninja world. Countless opportunities had arisen for Kakuzu to strike them down, yet here they lay, still alive. Perhaps those beyond the village were not all wicked after all. How wonderful it would be if the world remained forever at peace. A nameless ninja from an obscure clan spoke earnestly. "Humph, do not entertain such foolish thoughts. They will lead to your demise," exclaimed Danzo Shimura, an elite of the Shimura clan. The death of his comrades had extinguished any trust he had in others. Until the emergence of the genius, Danzo, he had lost hope for his clan's future. Danzo was the child of his elder sister, a fact unknown even to his elder brother, who had fallen in battle long ago. As an uncle, he took on the responsibilities of a father. At last, his own child began to shine, and he aspired to cultivate Danzo into the next successor of the Leaf Village. However, he never anticipated that young Danzo would nearly lose his life during a routine mission, with Kakuzu as the looming threat. Thus, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Kakuzu. He volunteered to join the task force assigned to eliminate him, only to be ridiculed, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. He vowed to eradicate all threats for his son Danzo and for the village. Meanwhile, as Hashirama listened intently to Kakuzu recount tales of a utopian world where people thrived in peace, Danzo managed to approach, only to be sent flying by a wind-based creature that Kakuzu had summoned for vigilance. "What is that?" Hashirama inquired, sensing a waning of his chakra. Kakuzu, unfazed, explained to Hashirama, "It's merely an insect." "Very well." Hashirama lay upon the ground, reluctant to rise, reminiscing about his youth spent skipping stones with his dear friend, Madara Uchiha. They had lounged by the riverside just as they were now, devoid of bloodshed or conflict. How splendid it would be if time could remain as it once was. With this thought, Hashirama closed his eyes, a solitary tear tracing down his cheek. Sadly, for the ideal world he envisioned, he had been forced to take the life of his closest friend. Suddenly, Hashirama sat upright. "Kakuzu, you must have some hidden card up your sleeve." Kakuzu remained silent, inwardly cursing his fate. "I shall keep my trump card hidden. I am utterly exhausted." "You are proving to be an infuriating adversary." Senju Hashirama sensed Kakuzu's silence, mistakenly believing it to be acquiescence. He chuckled heartily, stroking his head. "Thank you, Kakuzu. It has been a long time since I felt such joy. Now, it is time to conclude this matter. There are still numerous tasks awaiting me in the village hidden in the leaves. I implore you, grant me some leniency in front of the Leaf Ninjas. Do not allow my defeat to be too humiliating." Kakuzu sighed softly, inwardly grumbling, "You old ghost, I have burned through my life force to combat you, and at last, I have managed to eliminate but a mere clone of yours. You expect me to show you leniency? Furthermore, I have sent a message to your leader in the village hidden in the waterfall, inquiring about accountability. There should be no issues, correct?" Kakuzu rose, gazing at Senju Hashirama. "There are some pests within the village. I shall handle them myself. I will undertake certain actions that may reach Konoha. Do not be alarmed." Dark, chakra-infused tendrils erupted from his body, twisting and dancing ominously in the air. "Let us battle again in a year. By then, I shall assuredly defeat your true form," Kakuzu proclaimed to Senju Hashirama. Unable to contain himself, Hashirama burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, defeat me? You might as well wait a decade. Let us contest once more in 10 years. Kakuzu nodded slightly, thrusting a black tendril towards Hashirama's would-release clone, while he himself slowly collapsed, feigning mutual destruction. "Very well. A decade hence, we shall clash again." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, surviving the pursuit of Konoha ninjas and defeating Senju Hashirama's would-release clone. Reward: would-release chakra-infused heart. Ding! Task progress has been updated. Current task: defeat the legendary ninja Senju Hashirama's true form. Reward: Sage Art, Wet Bone Forest Slug. Task deadline: 10 years. Chapter 13. Return to Takigakure. The Judgment? Kakuzu left behind a monstrous heart forged from the flames of his own vitality. Heading toward the land of waterfalls, Shortly after the demise of the black tentacled creature, it would completely lose its vitality and wither away, leaving no trace behind. Its presence was merely to preserve face for Hashirama. Throughout the journey, Kakuzu felt a faint sensation of being watched, but he chose not to delve into it. The feeling vanished as he exited the land of fire and entered the territory of the land of waterfalls. Casting a distant glance back toward Konoha, Kakuzu then made his way back to Takigakure. Meanwhile, in a conference room within Konoha, Hashirama Senju was sharing tea and conversation with the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa. Upon sensing the dissolution of two would clone jutsu, Hashirama could not help but burst into laughter, leaving Ishikawa utterly bewildered. "Lord Hokage, what is it?" Ishikawa inquired. Hashirama regained his composure, looking slightly embarrassed as he responded, "Ah, Ishikawa-senpai, it's nothing at all. I simply recalled something amusing." Hashirama rose to bid farewell to Ishikawa and summoned his brother Tobarama to announce several matters. The first decree was that the Seven Tails, Mei, would remain the property of Takigakure. The second decree absolved Takigakure's ninjas of any prior transgressions and continued the establishment of peaceful diplomatic relations with them. In the face of Tobarama's skepticism, Hashirama firmly rejected his brother's objections for the first time. In Takigakure, the village's high-ranking elders convened in a meeting room. The leader slammed the previous letter of condemnation from Konoha onto the table, glaring at Kakuzu, who was encircled by the elders, and vociferously denounced him. Kakuzu, look at what you've done. You were tasked with assassinating the first Hokage, and you confronted him at his doorstep? Not only did you challenge him, but you also suffered a humiliating defeat in front of so many ninja villages, utterly tarnishing Takigakure's reputation. Moreover, several of your comrades perished during the mission. Why is it only you who survived? I have reason to suspect your betrayal of the village. The other elders echoed their support for these accusations. Kakuzu sat cross-legged on the ground, indifferent to the elders' tirades. He surveyed the assembly, mentally noting all those who condemned him. After properly burying the remains of his two fallen comrades, he was summoned by the leader for a public condemnation meeting. The vitriol continued, while Kakuzu attentively examined his system interface. Current mission: defeat the legendary ninja Hashirama Senju. Reward: Sage Art of the Wet Bone Forest. Mission deadline: 10 years. The protagonist has completed half of this series of missions. Total bounty: 100 million Ryo. Available bounty: 50 million Ryo. Current available balance: 31,624, 200 Ryo. Secret technique: Earth Grudge Fear. Can plunder hearts to gain endless lifespan and acquire the chakra attributes of the hearts. Current storage limit: 3.5. The hearts stored within Earth Grudge Fear manifested in the form of a skill tree. Earth Attribute Heart Level 5. Entity bound with exclusive ninjutsu. Earth Release. Earth Spear Exclusive effect. Enhances the strengthening effect of Earth Spear by 100. Unlocked ninjutsu. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth Release. Hardening Technique. Earth Release. Mountain Earth Technique. Passive effect. Enhances the effectiveness of Earth Release ninjutsu by 50. Wind Attribute Heart Level 1. Bound with exclusive ninjutsu. Breath of Wind. Perception Type Ninjutsu. Allows for extensive perception of objects influenced by the wind, forming a mental topographic map. It can sense the opponent's chakra volume and type while masking the perception of those whose strength does not exceed its own. Unlocked Ninjutsu. D-Rank Basic Wind Release Ninjutsu. Passive effect. Enhances the effectiveness of Wind Release Ninjutsu by 10. Would Attribute Heart Level 1. Not bound with exclusive ninjutsu. Unlocked Ninjutsu. Would Release. 4 Pillars Family Technique. Would Release. Wooden Barrier. Passive effect. Enhances the effectiveness of Would Release Ninjutsu by 10. The items in the system shop are varied and numerous. 1 unit of chakra, approximately equivalent to 1 Kakashi's chakra volume, hereafter referred to as 1 Kakashi, priced at 5 million Ryo. Body Enhancement Pill, each equivalent to 1/10 of the physical strength of a normal state, Might Guy, priced at 5 million Ryo. Earth Grudge Fear Heart Upgrade Voucher, each priced at 5 million Ryo. Ninjutsu Enhancement Voucher, each priced at 1 million Ryo. Tailed Beast Cub, not unlocked. Forbidden Technique, Impure World Reincarnation, not unlocked. There are even random blind boxes. Kisame glanced at the over 30 million Ryo in his possession, realizing it was hardly sufficient for his needs. Upgrading Wind Attribute Heart Level 1 to Level 2 requires merely 1 upgrade voucher, costing 5 million Ryo. However, Upgrading would attribute heart level 1 to level 2 necessitates 10 upgrade vouchers, totaling a staggering 50 million Rio. After the upgrade, the wind attribute heart is likely to unlock some C-rank wind release ninjutsu, making an upgrade unnecessary for the time being. In the marketplace, he observed an item that piqued his interest. Heart Clone, Black Tentacle Creature, Transformation Voucher, allows the Heart Clone to transform into the original's likeness, perfectly mimicking the other's aura. Priced at 10 million Rio. Upon seeing such an item, Kisame cast a sidelong glance at his incessantly scolding leader, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. An elder with a grizzled beard glared at Kisame's indifferent demeanor, growing increasingly irate. Humph, the village invested so much, allowing Kisame to lead 4 elites. And yet the mission ended in failure. I propose we throw him into the dungeon. Indeed, let them all be treated as traitors to the village. Kisame sighed silently, realizing that the plot was indeed unfolding as he had remembered. Upon hearing the elder's proposal, the leader perked up, suggesting that his 2 subordinates be posthumously honored as martyrs of the village. After all, they were part of his faction, and he could not afford to dishearten those who followed him. Conversely, Taki, who was friendly with Kisame, along with another ninja, faced the same fate as Kisame, being regarded as traitors to the village. Even their corpses were cast outside the village, unworthy of burial within its grounds. Hearing this, a surge of indignation ignited within Kisame. You may dispose of me as you wish. I am indifferent. It is truly disheartening to witness such treatment of a hero who sacrificed his life for the village's mission. He promised Takigakure that he would return home and be laid to rest in the village. Are you truly going to cast his remains beyond the village's borders? Kakuzu abruptly rose, startling the village elders. The chief, with a grim expression, commanded his subordinates to draw their weapons in readiness. Kakuzu, what do you intend to do? Do you seek to rebel? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a knock resounded from outside. Report, Chief. A letter from Kanahagakure. The taut ambience momentarily eased. The chief seized the confidential correspondence from Kanahagakure, and as he read, his countenance transformed with growing delight. Haha. Kanahagakure has acknowledged our village's claim to the 7 tails. They will not pursue the matter of our assassination of the Hokage and wish to continue fostering peaceful diplomatic relations with us. The village's higher-ups erupted with excitement. This is all thanks to the chief's astute decision-making. Surely, Kanahagakure has recognized the formidable strength and resolve of Takigakure, prompting their concession. Indeed, the chief is brilliant. Kakuzu, upon hearing this news, was momentarily taken aback. How far was Hashirama willing to go? Yet, how should Kakuzu respond? An elder nearby voiced his concern. Those with discernment should have realized by this point that it was indeed Kakuzu and their cohort's merit. However, seeing the opportunity to eliminate Kakuzu as a rival, the chief was unwilling to relinquish it. Humph. This is all the village's achievement. It has nothing to do with Kakuzu. Were it not for Kakuzu's incompetence, the village would not have faced condemnation from Kanahagakure. Imprison Kakuzu, and we shall hold a trial for him tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the chief's subordinates brandished their weapons, advancing menacingly towards Kakuzu. Others, witnessing the scene, dared not utter a word and retreated, making way to avoid the impending chaos. Yet, Kakuzu surprisingly complied, though none noticed the shadow of a sinister smile upon his lips as he departed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully purchasing the Heart Cloning Transformation Voucher. Available balance, minus 20 million. This night is destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 14, Carnage. Reckoning with the village elite. Within the confines of Takigakure's dungeons, the village, nestled amidst cascading waterfalls, exuded an atmosphere of damp chill. To thwart any escape attempts by Kakuzu, the leader had deployed an elite cadre of ninjas to guard him. The vigilant sentinels, taut with anxiety, were well aware of Kakuzu's formidable exploits in Konoha. Yet, as the night deepened, he remained motionless, and the persistent tension began to wear on the guards. One of them, stifling a yawn, glanced at Kakuzu, sitting quietly in his cell before approaching a fellow guard. Hey, it seems our friend Kakuzu is feeling quite penitent. Not a peep out of him all night. Keep an eye on him. I'm off to relieve myself. With that, he turned to leave, and the remaining guards visibly relaxed, convinced that the night would pass without incident. Kakuzu, seated in the center of his cell, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed that the chakra he had previously expended had fully replenished. It was time to commence his reckoning. Dark tendrils erupted from his arm, probing the keyhole of his shackles. With a barely audible click, the shackles fell away. Outside the dungeon, a guard, blissfully whistling as he relieved himself amidst the shrubbery, was interrupted as several dark tentacles lunged from the shadows before him. They ensnared his neck and limbs with an iron grip. Realizing the peril, he attempted to scream, but the constriction around his throat rendered him breathless. His gaze met the monstrous figure emerging from the shadows, and dread enveloped him. Tentacles from the creature plunged into his chest, and he watched in horror as his heart was extracted, still pulsating with life. The excruciating agony and overwhelming fear seized his mind. His cries, stifled by the grip around his throat, morphed into desperate gasps. In that moment of despair, he succumbed to death, absorbing the heart of the fallen ninja. The creature transformed, adopting his likeness and essence seamlessly. The guards within the prison, unaware of the switch, greeted the returning figure without suspicion. Observing his sluggish colleague, one reprimanded him. "What took you so long? Keep watch here. I need to step away too. Damn it. I can't even catch a good night's sleep watching over this worthless Kakuzu." Yet, in the next instant, the words died on his lips. Dark tendrils coiled around his and another guard's neck, sealing their fates forever. Kakuzu, alongside his shadow clone, swiftly subdued the 4 guards simultaneously. He extracted several hearts, replenishing his clones with their vitality. With the remnants of his earnings, he opened another heart storage compartment, gathering hearts imbued with the 5 elemental natures: earth, fire, water, lightning, and wind. Alongside a heart of wood release, he now possessed 6 hearts, signifying 6 lives. Harnessing the fire heart, he ignited a blaze that engulfed the prison in flames. The moment of slaughter commenced for Kakuzu. In the leader's chamber, he was atop a young female ninja, fully engaged in his illicit activities. Today, he finally aimed to eliminate Kakuzu, his formidable rival for the position of leader. Eager to relieve his pent-up frustrations, he had sought out a youthful and beautiful ninja from the village. Just as he reached a critical juncture, a rapid series of knocks interrupted him. Witnessing his own waning vigor, the leader was engulfed in fury. He donned his outer garment and stormed toward the door, eager to confront the insolent fool who dared to disturb his pleasures. To his astonishment, it was none other than his subordinate, who should have been guarding Kakuzu's cell. "What the hell are you doing here? Get out." The ninja cast a furtive glance at the scene within, anxiety etched on his face. "Leader, it's bad. Kakuzu has escaped." The cell was set ablaze. The leader, taken aback, wasted no time chastising his underling and hurried towards the prison. However, just a few steps out, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Glancing down, he saw 3 dark tendrils protruding from his torso. Before he could utter a sound, his throat was constricted tightly. The black tendrils lifted him before Kakuzu, who reverted to his true form. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Kakuzu, desperately attempting to convey something through his expression. Kakuzu understood his intent, but continued to tighten his grip around the leader's neck, denying him the chance to speak. "What? Do you wish for me to spare you? How much are you willing to pay for your wretched life?" The leader struggled to extend a single finger. Kakuzu inquired. 100 million? That scarcely suffices. Is the life of the leader of Takigakure worth so little? You must offer more. The leader's face flushed crimson as he neared suffocation. Trembling fingers raised once more. Kakuzu shook his head, a hint of disdain curling his lips. "You pitiful fool. Only your life can buy your life." Despair washed over the leader as he fought desperately against the inescapable black tendrils. You foolish wretch, your village will inevitably perish under your reign. Do you still wish to cast Takigakure's corpse beyond its borders? Save your confessions for the depths of hell." The dark tendrils plunged deeper into the leader's body, subjecting him to excruciating torment before death claimed him. After a considerable time, the female ninja, growing increasingly impatient, prepared to rise and investigate the commotion when the leader re-entered the chamber. Stripped of his previous lascivious demeanor, he now exuded an air of chilling detachment, which only served to heighten the ninja's intrigue. She grasped his arm, intent on resuming their earlier dalliance. Suddenly, the leader forcefully cast her aside, his voice icy as he commanded her to leave. Confused, the ninja dared not express her ire towards him, hastily donning her garments and departing with a sway. Kakuzu watched her retreat, a wave of revulsion swelling within him as he recalled the events that had transpired in the room, truly loathsome. At the same time, in various corners of the village, multiple clones of Kakuzu were undertaking separate missions. Those who had previously voiced the loudest opposition and insulted Takumi among the elders were brutally slain by Kakuzu's clones, their hearts extracted and preserved, while he chose to retain only the strongest among them. After plundering several secret documents of the village and depleting the reserves of the hero's water, Kakuzu departed, leaving behind a disguised clone to control the village, which was sufficient for his purposes. With the power of Earth Grudge Fear, he could endlessly acquire hearts, rendering the detrimental effects of heroic technique, which consumed one's vitality, utterly inconsequential to him. Unfortunately, such resources were exceedingly rare, requiring a century to condense anew, and the village's stock was scant. Kakuzu regarded this as a potent trump card, safeguarding it diligently. He also absconded with 50 million ryo. Knowing that the mission was now set, 10 years hence, after the confrontation with Hashirama, it might prove useful. A great fire erupted in the village's prison, causing an upheaval that reverberated throughout. The inferno raged through the night, reducing the entire facility to ashes. The following day, the leader convened a meeting. The elders in attendance noticed the absence of several familiar faces. As the leader announced various pieces of news, unease rippled through the assembly. Last night, Kakuzu had slain the guards and escaped from prison. Several elders had met a cruel demise at his hands, and the clan's hidden treasures had been thoroughly ravaged. I hereby declare Kakuzu an S-rank rogue ninja. The 4 ninjas who perished during the last mission shall be posthumously honored as martyrs and laid to rest within the village. The lockdown policy of the village will be lifted, and cooperation with Konohagakure will be intensified. Upon hearing this news, the assembly was struck with astonishment. Some who had maintained a friendly rapport with Kakuzu, yet refrained from speaking out due to pressure, silently felt a sense of relief for him. Those elders who were generally neutral remained composed, as they had little desire to engage in such sordid affairs, though they regretted the loss of the village's hidden treasures. Initially, they had intended to plead for Kakuzu today, for an elite ninja like him represented a significant loss to the village. As for the slain elders, most felt a sense of joy. Their outdated practices had largely hindered the village's development, and their presence restricted the rise of the younger generation. Regarding the leader's policy of openness, many in the assembly felt more apprehensive, recognizing that the village's geographical advantages had shielded it from conflict. However, the young and ambitious saw boundless opportunities ahead. While the meeting was convened in Takumi village, Kakuzu's true self had already departed. To realize his ambitions, he had many endeavors ahead. His next step was to establish an organization, preparing to undertake missions to earn bounties and enhance his strength. Chapter 15. The tumultuous Five Shadows Conference. After departing from the hidden waterfall village, Kakuzu discovered a concealed underground exchange. On the surface, it appeared to be a modest inn, but behind a hidden door lay the clandestine exchange. This underground establishment served as an assassination intermediary, where employers posted bounties for kills and bounty hunters accepted missions, providing the corpses of their targets as proof to claim their rewards. Undoubtedly, this was the most convenient avenue for Kakuzu to amass wealth and enhance his abilities through the system's marketplace. As he perused the bounty list in hand, a frown gradually creased his brow. Ding! A bounty task detected. Assassinate an elite ninja from the land of Earth. Reward, 100,000. Do you accept the task? Ding! A bounty task detected. Assassinate a wealthy merchant from the land of Soup. Reward, 200,000. Do you accept the task? The dilemma Kakuzu faced was that the highest bounty listed did not exceed 1 million ryo. At the current bounty levels, even if he were to eradicate the entire ninja world, he would still lack the means to contend with the impending threat of the Otsutsuki clan. Noting Kakuzu's expression, the manager of the underground exchange began to elucidate the situation. With the 5 great nations engaged in a Five Shadows conference, recent bounty tasks had dwindled. The future landscape of the ninja world might become increasingly stable, leading to a further reduction in bounties. Young man, it's fortunate to have any bounty to fill your stomach. Do not be so picky. Kakuzu was well aware of these circumstances. During the Five Shadows conference, Konoha had sold-tailed beasts to the other great nations, balancing their military might. Recalling the memories of numerous ninja world wars from the future, he understood that the current peace was alarmingly fragile. He must rely on accumulating bounties to bolster his strength. Only with formidable power would he have a voice in the future. He trusted his own fists over the integrity of ninjas. Problems that could be solved with strength should not be debated. Perhaps this was the fundamental difference between him and Hashirama Senju. Glancing at the vengeful transformation abilities within the system, a faint smile graced Kakuzu's lips. This would serve as the optimal means to infiltrate various ninja villages. Whether the ninja world descended into chaos or not, Kakuzu would hold the reins. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office of Konoha, Hashirama Senju, having just concluded the Five Shadows Conference, furrowed his brow as he examined a report concerning the hidden waterfall village. He turned his gaze toward the land of waterfall, lost in contemplation. What exactly was Kakuzu plotting? Although he had received a forewarning after their previous encounter, he never anticipated that Kakuzu would assassinate high-ranking village officials and defect from the village. He had believed Kakuzu would take over the village and become its new leader, continuing its development. Based on his understanding of Kakuzu, he trusted that he would not engage in actions detrimental to the ninja world. Kakuzu's current behavior left him utterly perplexed. However, he still cherished the decade-long promise with Kakuzu, eagerly anticipating their battle 10 years hence. Between the two, a chasm of understanding lingered. Hashirama chose to trust in humanity, while Kakuzu placed his faith in the might of his fists. The creaking of the door roused Hashirama from his contemplation. "Brother, the venue is prepared. It is time for the Five Kage Summit." With a radiant smile, Hashirama donned his Kage hat, brimming with ambition. "Let us proceed." In a concealed conference room, the Five Kage took their seats, the table before them adorned with the Kage hats symbolizing the zenith of power from their respective villages, forming a pentagonal alignment. Behind them stood their esteemed guards, renowned ninjas of later generations. As the initiator of the meeting, Hashirama placed his hands on the table, his expression tinged with excitement. To witness the founders of the five great nations convening for the Five Kage Summit, I truly behold the peace I have long yearned for, Hashirama thought, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. In that moment, he bowed his head onto the table, offering a profound gesture of gratitude to the other Kage. Observing his brother's disregard for the dignity of the village leader, his younger brother Tobarama felt a twinge of embarrassment and softly cautioned, "Elder brother, as the Hokage representing the land of fire and the Hidden Leaf Village, how can you so easily bow before the other Kage?" Hashirama looked up, tears streaming down his face, devoid of any semblance of the stoic god of ninjas. "But I am simply too overjoyed." The other four Kage exchanged knowing glances, filled with an inexplicable sentiment. None of those present had ever directly engaged in battle with this Hokage, thus their belief in the tales of his prowess remained skeptical. It was only upon witnessing his clash with Kakuzu, and the aftermath left at the gates of Konoha, that they began to acknowledge the true strength of this god of ninjas. Yet, considering the purpose of this summit, all present were distinguished figures, none were to be underestimated. They were resolute in their quest to secure the utmost advantages for their respective villages. Observing Hashirama's amiable demeanor, they collectively exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. The other Kage scrutinized each other's reactions, noting the silence that enveloped the room. It was not until Hashirama announced the possibility of gifting the collected tailed beasts to the other villages that Tobarama immediately voiced his vehement disapproval. "Impossible. The tailed beasts must be purchased by the other villages. There is no room for negotiation." Having gained a more tangible understanding of Hashirama's strength, the other Kage surprisingly refrained from contradicting Tobarama's stance, expressing their agreement. "The tailed beasts were collected by Konoha. It is only fitting that we bear the cost of purchasing them." The first Kazekage, Reto, took a deep breath and aptly articulated his demands. "Our Sunagakure already possesses one tailed beast. We do not require more. Our land, abundant with sands and scarce in resources, leads me to propose that we exchange the tailed beast quota for something else. We desire the bountiful land of the Land of Fire, along with 30% of the funds from the purchase of tailed beasts by other villages. This shall serve as our condition for signing the peace treaty." Upon hearing the Wind Shadow's declaration, the leaders of the various ninja villages erupted in fury. The first Water Shadow, by Lien, with his grizzled hair and menacing sharp teeth, wore a long scar across his face that rendered him particularly fearsome. "Impossible. If this is how you wish to converse, then there is nothing left to discuss. Let us declare war upon the Land of Wind." The other shadows cast dark glances at the Wind Shadow. They feared Senja Hashirama, yet held no regard for the mere Land of Wind. "Indeed, let us wage war. We shall first annihilate the Land of Wind. Let us fight. Who fears whom?" Senju Hashirama surveyed the tense atmosphere, realizing that the situation had reached an impasse. Reluctantly, he prepared to bow once more, pleading for peaceful negotiations. Concealed in the shadows, Kakuzu's clone had been utilizing his wind-based heart to mask his presence, observing the five Kage's discussions. As Hashirama lowered himself in such a humble manner, Kakuzu could no longer contain himself. Just as Hashirama was about to bow again, Kakuzu transformed into an ordinary passerby and suddenly stood at the center of the conference table. This unexpected turn of events startled the five Kage. They rose, retreating and taking shelter behind their respective guards. Lord Hokage, what is the meaning of this? Water Shadow by Lien questioned sharply, directing his icy gaze at Senju Hashirama. Prior to Kakuzu's appearance, none had perceived the presence of another in the shadows. As the meeting was convened in Konoha, they naturally assumed this was a contingency prepared by Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, bewildered, had no idea where this individual had come from, yet felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Please, do not be alarmed. I am from the Akatsuki organization. Those whom you can kill, we of the Akatsuki can eliminate. Those you cannot kill, we can also dispose of. As long as the payment is sufficient, there is nothing the Akatsuki cannot accomplish. Observing the four other Kage, who were on the verge of anger, Kakuzu's clone tossed out 4 scrolls. Should you require assistance, feel free to contact us. With that, Kakuzu's clone detonated before their eyes. The 4 Kage cautiously opened the scrolls to examine their contents, and their expressions turned inscrutable after reading. Once they finished perusing, the scrolls spontaneously ignited, turning to ash and scattering into the air. Chapter 16. The Mysterious Organization of the Owls. Within the venue of the Five Shadows Conference, the atmosphere abruptly plummeted to a chilling silence. As the smoke within the chamber began to dissipate, the individual who had claimed to be from the Owl organization vanished without a trace. Senju Tobarama's expression turned frigid. The enemy had infiltrated their village and disrupted the Five Shadows Conference. This was a severe affront to Konoha, compelling him to summon his subordinates to conduct a thorough investigation of the village. In the new conference room, the Five Shadows Conference continued. Senju Hashirama, displaying a visage of anxiety, offered his apologies to the 4 other Kage. This was the inaugural gathering of the Five Shadows, a moment when peace in the ninja world seemed within reach. Yet, such an unforeseen occurrence had interrupted the proceedings. I sincerely apologize, everyone. The emergence of such an incident in Konoha is entirely my responsibility. As he spoke, Hashirama prepared to bow once more to the assembly. The first Wind Shadow, Reto, swiftly intervened. Lord Hokage, there is no need for such humility. In the Land of Wind, we merely require a 20% contribution from each ninja village towards the acquisition of tailed beasts. Konoha may forego its share of land, if this condition can be met. We in Sunagakure shall gladly sign the peace treaty. Hearing the Wind Shadow's concession, the other villages were also inclined to compromise. Should the 3 major villages each procure 2 tailed beasts, the 20% would amount to slightly more than the cost of a single beast. However, the Land of Wind would retain only 1 tailed beast, leaving the other 3 major nations with a distinct advantage. Indeed, Lord Hashirama, our Land of Earth is prepared to sign the peace treaty. Yes, we too are willing to affix our signatures to the peace agreement. Observing their cooperative demeanor, Hashirama was momentarily taken aback. Under Hashirama's leadership, the 5 great ninja villages ultimately signed the treaty for peace in the ninja world. He remained unaware of the contents within that scroll, but he was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. Konoha retained the strongest tailed beast, the 9 tails, while Sunagakure preserved its original 1 tail and acquired the 20% contributions from the other villages. The remaining 3 major ninja villages each committed to purchasing 2 tailed beasts. Thus, the entire ninja world welcomed an unprecedented era of peace. After the conclusion of the conference, the leaders of the 4 nations departed Konoha, each returning to their respective villages with differing sentiments. Enclosed within that confidential scroll were revelations that shocked them regarding the secrets of the ninja world. Despite harboring doubts, the astonishing content compelled them to take it seriously. This also coerced them into signing the peace treaty without reservation. The enigmatic owl organization had thus become a source of lingering concern for them. In a small woodland area of Takigakure, a wooden house stood. This was the temporary abode constructed by Kakuzu using the wood release for pillars technique. Mastering wood release was exceedingly difficult. Yet this ninjutsu proved to be quite practical, especially in the great outdoors. Kakuzu could only offer himself such consolation. After the doppelganger that had infiltrated the Five Shadows Conference was destroyed, Kakuzu felt a sharp pain in his head. The augmented mental strength gained from absorbing the memories of the traveler was beginning to wane. He barely managed to sustain the mental stability of both the doppelganger and his true self in Takigakure. Summoning another doppelganger would require his utmost effort. He had to temporarily sever his connection with the clone of the leader of Takigakure. Regardless, the information about the Hawk organization had already disseminated. The outcome of the 5 Kage summit unfolded as anticipated from his memories. He distributed scrolls containing different information tailored to each ninja village, based on their respective circumstances. He believed that this information would sufficiently capture the attention of the major villages. Deidara examined the skill tree of the Earth Grudge Fear within the system panel. Several abilities on the branches of the skill tree piqued his interest. The first ability, Heart Clone Transfer Space-Time Ninjutsu, LV1, consumes a small amount of chakra to exchange the positions of the user and the heart clone, disregarding distance, requiring a preparation time of 5 seconds. Unlock condition, spend 10 million Ryo. The second ability, Chakra Attribute Bestowal LV1, at the cost of consuming a heart, bestows the chakra attribute and accompanying ninjutsu of the heart to a designated target. Unlock condition, spend 10 million Ryo. The third ability, Heart Clone Fusion LV1, consumes 2 hearts to merge into a new heart. Merging 2 hearts of the same attribute yields a reinforced heart of that attribute, inheriting the original abilities of both hearts, with enhanced attribute amplification. Merging 2 hearts of different attributes has a very low chance of resulting in a heart with a bloodline limit, but a high probability of causing heart decay and death. Choose the fusion method carefully. Unlock condition, spend 10 million Ryo. The existence of these 3 abilities ignited a glimmer of hope for establishing the Hawk organization. By earning sufficient mission rewards, he could cultivate a formidable organization to serve him. Heart Clone Transfer would allow him to execute tasks more efficiently. Heart Clone Fusion could nurture even stronger clones, potentially merging bloodline limits. With skill upgrades, it might even allow for the fusion of bloodline eliminations. Chakra Attribute Bestowal would enable him to select and cultivate sufficiently powerful and loyal subordinates. After all, his heart clones were limited. Each heart beyond the original required significant financial investment. Unlocking the first heart cost 1 million Ryo, the second heart 2 million Ryo, and the third heart 4 million Ryo. To unlock the 10th additional heart would require an astonishing 512 million Ryo. Clearly, relying solely on heart clones to establish a vast organization was impossible. He had to cultivate his subordinates. With these abilities, he could earn bounties to strengthen the organization, which in turn would provide convenience for him. Ultimately, a virtuous cycle would form, provided he maintained control over the underground currency exchange. Relying on this exchange, his power would swiftly escalate. Upon acquiring the system, Deidara realized that even with his exceptional talent, mastering any ninjutsu through personal training proved challenging. At critical moments of training, an elusive barrier always obstructed him. Thus, the system became his sole means of advancement. This may not be entirely unfavorable. In the parlance of traversers, one might say, with a system in place, who still engages in cultivation. How base. Although the bounty tasks at the underground exchange are rather meager at present, the disparity in rewards for Kakuzu's tasks is significant. Numerous skills remain to be unlocked and upgraded. Consequently, he is compelled to selectively undertake certain bounty missions from the underground exchange. Thus, Kakuzu embarked on the path of bounty hunting, traversing the ninja world. With each completed task, Kakuzu would leave behind the name of the Hawk organization at the exchange. The ninja world remains steadfastly the ninja world. The realm of ninjas will always be rife with conflict and bloodshed. As long as ninjas exist, they shall provide fertile ground for the exchange and the flourishing of the Hawk organization. In this manner, the Hawk organization took root and thrived with wild abandon. A year later, the reputation of the Hawk organization had grown increasingly prominent. The first Kazekage, Reto, finally sought out Kakuzu through the underground exchange. Chapter 17. The first 5-year plan of Sandy Hidden Village at the border between the land of wind and the land of rivers lies a coastal village. In stark contrast to the relentless sandstorms and barren, rocky terrain that characterize both nations, this village radiates vitality. The wooden houses are neatly arranged in rows, creating a harmonious atmosphere. This locale serves as a stronghold for the organization established by Kaku, known as the Owl. Upon receiving a communication from the Wind Shadow, Reto, a subtle smile crept upon Kakuzu's lips. He had anticipated that Reto would be the first of the 5 shadows to seek him out. To his surprise, Reto displayed remarkable patience, waiting an entire year before initiating contact. The secret scroll Kakuzu provided contained primarily a desert reclamation plan, accompanied by several trusted subordinates. Reto followed the map provided by the Owl organization and arrived at the coastal village. Among them was the future second Wind Shadow, Shaman. Shaman, A stern-looking bald man with sun-kissed skin bore a dragon tattoo that sprawled across his head and face, presenting an image both capable and intimidating. He harbored little hope for the so-called desert reclamation. He doubted that an organization thriving on assassination could achieve such a feat. Is it truly worth our long journey to visit this so-called organization, Lord Windshadow? Shaman questioned as they neared the location marked on the map. Still surrounded by endless yellow sand, indistinguishable from the village's environment. Observing the desolate landscape, Rado too felt uncertain. Shaman, we have no choice. A substantial portion of the enormous funds obtained from the Five Shadows Conference has already been depleted, although conditions in the village and the nation have improved somewhat. Our fundamental issues remain unresolved. Once the funds are exhausted, we will still face the grim reality of hunger. However, as they traversed a mirage, Rado was astonished by the scene before him. Lush greenery sprouted at the edge of the sandy expanse, forming a vibrant oasis. Undeterred by the encroaching sandstorms, the vegetation thrived. Behind a protective barrier of sea buckthorn and poplar trees, vast orchards laden with fruit flourished. Unable to resist, Shaman plucked a fruit, neglecting to wipe it clean before popping it into his mouth. The fruit was slightly tart, yet the moment he bit into it, a rush of juice filled his mouth, evoking a profound sense of satisfaction. Lord Rado, it's fruit. Fruit trees have sprouted in the desert. It's truly incredible. How was this achieved? This area near the sea is nothing but saline alkaline land. Our land of wind is hope. The harsh natural environment of the land of wind severely constrained the nation's economic development. Under the relentless sun and windswept sands, ordinary crops struggled to survive, leaving most citizens barely able to satisfy their hunger. When Rado first reviewed the desert reclamation plan, he felt a deep sense of excitement. This could resolve the most pressing issues facing Sandy Hidden Village. Yet, out of caution, he hesitated to gamble the future of the nation and the village on an organization of uncertain origins. After the conclusion of the Five Shadows Conference, the ambitious are sought various means to address pressing issues, ultimately culminating in a year of endeavors that met with failure. With the Hawk organization gaining increasing prominence, R, harboring a sense of cautious optimism, reached out to them. Presently, the scene before him solidified R's resolve, as he eagerly anticipated a meeting with the leader of the Hawk organization. At that moment, the shadow clone of was tending to rows of delicate seedlings in a field. This clone, endowed with a wood attribute heart, contrasted with the wind attribute heart once possessed by wood attribute heart level 2, bound to exclusive ninjutsu, would release, wood dragon technique. Exclusive ability 1. The clone can transform into a colossal wood release dragon, enhancing vitality by 200, chakra condensation speed by 200, and chakra capacity by 200. Exclusive ability 2. Seed division. The wood dragon can produce highly adaptable seeds. Each seed planted replenishes a certain amount of chakra to the wood release clone based on its growth. Unlocked ninjutsu. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Wood release. House binding technique. Wood release. Wood block wall. Wood release. Cutting technique. Passive effect. Enhances the effectiveness of wood release ninjutsu by 20. Wind attribute heart level 3. Bound to exclusive ninjutsu. Breath of wind. Perception type ninjutsu. Exclusive ability 1. Broadly perceive objects disturbed by the wind, forming a mental topographical map. Capable of sensing the quantity and type of chakra of opponents. Exclusive ability 2. Can obscure the perception of individuals whose strength does not surpass his own. Exclusive ability 3. Within the area of perception, establish an illusionary barrier, capable of sensing anyone who touches the barrier. Unlock ninjutsu. Conventional wind release techniques of grade B and below. Passive effect. Enhances the effectiveness of wind release ninjutsu by 30. As R and his companions approached the illusionary barrier, they were already detected by the clone of. The group from Sunagakure traversed through a lush forest, marveling at the diverse trees that surrounded them. Upon exiting the forest, a neatly arranged village came into view. This village was established by the wood release clone using the wood release house binding technique, which, in a certain sense, proved to be remarkably effective. Upon entering the village, R laid eyes on the individual he was most eager to meet. A young man with a mane of green hair was tending to various green plants. The youth possessed an otherworldly aura, seemingly merging with nature itself, devoid of any discernible chakra fluctuations. Yet, there was a striking resemblance between this young man and the Hokage of Konoha. Approaching him, R set aside his scattered thoughts and initiated a greeting. I am R from Sunagakure. May I inquire how you are addressed? The clone rose, brushed off the dirt from his legs, and replied, "I am from the Hawk Organization, Qinglong." In the heart of the village, within an imposing wooden hall, R and his companions sat at a table sipping tea, their eyes wandering over the ornate decorations within the room. The wooden edifice, both externally and internally adorned with exquisite reliefs, is entirely constructed of timber, devoid of any nails, showcasing craftsmanship that can only be described as artistry. What astonished Laitu the most was the tea in his hand. This mysterious brew invigorated his chakra flow, rendering him both physically and mentally elated. Noticing the look of bewilderment on Lieto's face, Qilong provided clarification. "Rest assured, this is a special tea cultivated in Qinglong village. Free of toxins, it merely enhances the metabolic rate of those who consume it." Although Laitu did not fully comprehend the concept of metabolism, he found himself regarding this organization, the Shao, with newfound respect. This tea alone could undoubtedly become a coveted luxury within the shinobi world. Setting down his teacup, Laitu promptly addressed the matter at hand. "Lord Qinglong, you are undoubtedly aware of our purpose in visiting. I wish to inquire about your strategies for managing the sands of the Land of Wind." Qinglong chuckled softly, appreciating the straightforward nature of the Wind Shadow, who was refreshingly direct. He tossed a stack of documents onto the table before Laitu, titled The First 5-Year Plan of Sunagakure. The inaugural Wind Shadow, Laitu, meticulously perused the so-called 5-year plan. As he delved deeper, his hands began to tremble slightly. Within 5 years, they aimed to construct an oasis city capable of accommodating 10,000 inhabitants. It is worth noting that the entire population of Sunagakure barely numbered in the tens of thousands, making such an ambitious timeline truly astonishing. They had struggled for so long, unable to sustain even basic greenery. Yet, in comparison to the vast population of the Land of Wind, it still seemed like a mere drop in the ocean. Is there a more viable plan? After all, the Land of Wind, Laitu began, but Qinglong interrupted, tossing another booklet onto the table and pressing a hand upon it. The title read The First 10-Year Plan of the Land of Wind, and Qinglong gazed intently at Laitu. "Indeed, there is. However, it will require additional funding." Laitu could no longer contain his excitement as he regarded the booklet before him. Chapter 18, Hawk, Organization's Tenet. Bullying the weak is punishable by death. In the Land of Wind, in a low-lying sandy valley situated 10 kilometers from Sunagakure, after reviewing the plan presented by Kakuzu's clone, Reto promptly entered into a 5-year contract at the price of 100 million ryo per year. He also enlisted the guidance of the Azure Dragon to oversee the first batch of workers tasked with desert reclamation. This location was merely a pilot site selected by Sunagakure. Observing the area, Azure Dragon noted its proximity to Sunagakure, along with the surrounding mountains and rocks providing shelter from the wind and sand, making it an excellent choice. To ensure the success of this endeavor and to bestow a commendable reputation upon the Hawk Organization, Kakuzu repeatedly utilized his heart clone transfer ability to summon a water-based clone to assist with the work of the wood-style clone. Water release, rainfall technique. A widespread downpour enveloped the sandy valley. The ninjas and civilians from Sunagakure, chosen to collaborate with Azure Dragon, reveled in the long-awaited rainfall. A miracle, truly a miracle. How wonderful it's rain. I haven't seen rain in years. To witness such a grand display of water ninjutsu in the harsh, arid environment of the Land of Wind truly showcased the formidable prowess of this ninja. Indeed, even in the Land of Water, such skilled individuals are a rarity. The ninjas of Sunagakure gazed in awe at the figure upon the rocks not far away, marveling at the origins of such a master brought forth by their leader. Of course, Reto dared not disclose the true lineage of Kakuzu's clone. After all, the Hawk Organization was renowned for its assassination prowess, and revealing their collaboration to the other 4 great nations would undoubtedly incite vehement backlash. The ordinary villagers of Sunagakure were only aware that their leader had summoned an expert at great expense. As for the nature of this expert, they were somewhat oblivious. Yet it certainly sounded impressive. Among the crowd, a disheveled boy watched his sister dance joyfully in the rain, a wave of warmth swelling within him. He had grown up in Sunagakure, orphaned by the war that claimed his parents, left only with his sister, who lacked any ninja aptitude. The two of them, isolated and destitute, often went hungry, on the brink of starvation. When news reached him that the Kazekage was hiring individuals to construct an oasis, he eagerly registered himself and his sister as the first applicants. The benevolent Kazekage had granted him this opportunity. He gazed at the towering azure-haired youth, who brought forth the life-giving rain, filled with gratitude. Lord Azure Dragon and Lord Kazekage are our benefactors. He silently vowed to work diligently to repay their kindness. As the Azure Dragon clone observed the cascading rainwater, it slowly evaporated under the oppressive heat and fierce winds. Fortunately, the rain summoned by his water-based clone possessed a unique effect, allowing the soil to retain moisture for a longer duration. The environment of the Land of Wind remained exceedingly harsh. The Azure Dragon clone retrieved well-cultivated saplings from his spatial storage. These plants, a hybrid of sea buckthorn and drought-resistant poplar, were better suited to survive in a desert environment. A few saplings of fruit trees remained, and although they possessed a certain degree of drought resistance, their survival still proved to be rather challenging. As the ninjas from Sunagakure queued alongside the villagers to receive the seedlings, one particular diminutive boy caught the attention of a passing observer. Despite his frail, bony frame, his grip on his sister's hand was remarkably firm, and his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. In contrast, the ninjas, who enjoyed better living conditions, displayed a somewhat haughty demeanor. This sight evoked memories of a family he had encountered briefly in Konohagakure. He wondered how that mother and son were faring now. Once everyone in Sunagakure had collected their seedlings, the clone of the Azure Dragon began to patiently explain the methods and key points of planting. The small boy listened intently, diligently relaying the information to his bewildered sister. Meanwhile, some of the ninjas, absorbing the clone's teachings, began to exhibit a range of differing sentiments. Whispers arose within the crowd, questioning the efficacy of the simple planting methods compared to their previous attempts. What difference does this make? One murmured. Our village has tried countless methods. Can this truly be effective? Another echoed, expressing doubts about whether the Kazekage had been misled. The Azure Dragon clone remained unfazed by their murmurs, focusing instead on guiding them through the practical steps, digging holes with shovels, planting seedlings, and watering them. The boy and his sister diligently followed suit, with the brother digging and planting while the sister watered. Thirsty and parched, the sister gazed at the water soaking into the sandy ground, her cracked lips pursed in disappointment. Observing her, the boy tenderly ruffled her disheveled hair, reassuring her, "It's all right. Once the trees bear fruit, we'll savor the fruits of our labor together." Yet, witnessing his sister's plight tugged at his heartstrings. Ensuring that no one was watching, he discreetly scooped up a bit of water and offered it to her. The sister, momentarily taken aback, cautiously took a sip. The slightly murky water lingered on her tongue, and she hesitated to swallow it immediately. "Brother, it's sweet," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy, prompting a warm smile from the boy. Despite his own parched throat, he refrained from drinking, instead encouraging his sister to continue their work. He placed all his hopes on the seedlings they had nurtured with their own hands. The Azure Dragon clone observed the scene before him, noting the boy's petite stature, so akin to the fragile seedlings. He believed that one day, both the boy and the saplings would grow into towering trees. As time gradually passed, the sea buckthorn and poplar trees flourished, while the more delicate fruit tree saplings largely succumbed. Only the few saplings tended to by the boy and his sister thrived, growing robustly. They meticulously adhered to every instruction given by the Azure Dragon clone. Even at night, the boy diligently monitored the seedlings' growth, marveling at the tender buds transforming into verdant fruits. The sister joyfully leaped into her brother's arms, celebrating their shared success. Brother, we have grown fruit." Tears welled in the boy's eyes as he joyfully embraced his frail sister. "Indeed, how wonderful it is. You shall soon savor the sweetness of the fruit." The sister gazed at the boy, her eyes brimming with hope. Throughout her life, she had yet to experience the taste of fruit. The laughter shared between the boy and his sister attracted several ninjas from the hidden sand village. As they approached and beheld the unripe fruit hanging from the tree, a wave of displeasure surged within them. Why was it that their own fruit trees had withered, while these two filthy little brats could cultivate such produce? One ninja plucked a tender fruit and bit into it, only to spit it out onto the ground. "Ugh, how sour it is." The boy watched in despair as his painstakingly nurtured fruit was destroyed before it even matured. Anger surged within him, and he stepped forward to confront the towering ninja. The sand ninja wrinkled his nose at the boy's foul odor. "Disgusting. Get away from me." With a swift punch, the ninja sent the boy crashing to the ground. The frail boy coughed up blood, his spittle mingling with a few lost teeth on the ground. The sister, witnessing her brother's defeat, cried out and rushed to bite the ninja's leg. In pain, the ninja violently shoved the little girl to the ground, her head striking a hard stone. The boy, seeing his sister's plight, dashed to her side, desperately attempting to staunch the wound on the back of her head. Yet, he could not halt the flow of blood. In utter despair, the boy cried out to the heavens. In the distance, a pair of older teenage ninja siblings heard the commotion and rushed over. Upon witnessing the horrific scene, they shouted at the adult ninja, "What are you doing? I will report this to Lord Kazekage. Aizu, come with me to find Lord Kazekage. How can you bully them like this?" Aizu, his face ashen, glared at the ninja before following his sister Chiyo back to the village to seek the village leader. The nearby ninja, now flustered, hurried to chase after the siblings. The tardy Azure Dragon clone, observing the boy clutching his sister, swiftly approached to assess the situation. A surge of pure life energy flowed into the girl, yet there was no sign of improvement. Have I arrived too late? The Azure Dragon clone gazed mournfully at the siblings. Turning his head, he locked eyes with the boy, whose eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his dirty little face. The Azure Dragon clone felt a choke in his heart and spoke softly, "I am sorry. I cannot save her. Is there anything I can do for you?" The boy looked up at the Azure Dragon, unable to contain his inner torment any longer. He screamed, "I want him dead. I want him to pay for my sister's life." Ding, mission detected. Eliminate the Sand Village ninja who mistakenly killed a civilian. Current mission reward, 0. Does the host accept the mission? The Azure Dragon clone gently patted the boy's head. "Let me assist you. It comes at a cost." "Do you have any money?" The boy produced a crumpled tin-tail note from his pocket. "This is all I have." The Azure Dragon smiled as he took the note. Rising, his gaze turned icy. "That is sufficient. I accept your request." Ding. The host has accepted the task, triggering a hidden reward. Upon completion, the host shall receive Medical Ninjutsu, Self-Resurrection. Current task remuneration, 10 taels. You are unable to govern your own people. Allow me to take charge. The murderous intent awakens. He remains indifferent to others' opinions of the Hawk organization. To bully the weak is a grave sin. Chapter 19. Punishment of the Abuser in the Land of Wind, at the site of the new Oasis project in Sunagakure. A ninja who had inadvertently killed someone felt a surge of panic as he saw two young villagers preparing to report him. Stumbling slightly, he ascended the sand dune. Desperately searching for the children, the swirling sands obscured his vision. After a laborious effort, he finally caught sight of their trail and sprang into pursuit. However, after just 2 steps, he sensed an unusual sensation beneath his feet. How peculiar, the sand felt so solid. Looking down, he discovered a robust vine emerging from the ground, ensnaring him firmly. Cursed be this wretched thing. As he watched the figures he sought fade into the dust, anxiety gripped his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned sharp blades of wind, employing his signature jutsu, a technique he had once used on the battlefield to pierce through an enemy's chest. He swung his hand in a swift motion towards the vine coiling around him. 1 strike, 2 strikes. The heavy gusts slashed at the vine, barely severing it halfway. Before he could process the shock, a strong hand clasped his shoulder, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Chiyo and her younger brother, Ice, were a pair of prodigious ninjas from Sunagakure. Chiyo had exhibited remarkable talent in ninjutsu from a young age, even creating several commendable medical techniques. Ice, on the other hand, possessed extraordinary intellect, offering unique insights into the dynamics of the ninja world. Upon hearing that the oasis had sprouted saplings, they eagerly ventured to see it for themselves. However, upon arrival, they witnessed a ninja assaulting an innocent villager. With youthful hearts still untainted, the duo immediately decided to confront the village elder about the incident. Yet, the fierce winds obstructed their path, making visibility near impossible. With scarves wrapped around their faces, Eyes led the way, only to suddenly stumble backward. Chiyo was unable to evade him in time and fell to the ground alongside her brother. She touched her backside, relieved that the fall was onto soft sand, causing little pain. Eyes, what happened? She inquired. Eyes, rubbing his head, looked up innocently. I think I bumped into something. Just then, 2 strong hands hoisted them from the ground, and they finally discerned the identity of their rescuer. Ah, Lord Kazekage, what brings you here? Chiyo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise amidst the swirling sands. I came to check on the progress of the oasis construction. But you too. Why are you wandering about in such a storm? Rado, the Kazekage, formed hand seals and utilized a simple jutsu to dispel the winds around them. Only then did Chiyo and Eyes remember their purpose. Eyes spoke clearly, recounting the events that had transpired at the oasis in detail. Rado furrowed his brow upon hearing their tale. He was acutely aware of the village's scarcity of resources, and how both ninjas and civilians had endured much hardship. The mood among many ninjas was grim. However, that was no justification for ninjas to oppress the common folk. They were meant to safeguard the safety of the civilians. The parents of those two children had perished from starvation, sacrificing themselves so their children could eat. Guilt gnawed at Rato's heart. This matter must be resolved with utmost care to prevent a backlash from the civilians. Come, let us go and take a look. The fierce battle led Chio and Eyes towards the oasis. The Azure Dragon's manifestation restrained the sand-hidden ninja, hurling him backward. Vines enveloped him like a zongzi, sending him tumbling down the nearly 100-meter-high sand dune. The ninja's face was painfully ground by the sand, and after spitting out a mouthful of it, he looked up to meet a pair of furious, crimson eyes. The boy, cradling his sister in a pool of blood, glared fiercely at the ninja at his feet, seizing a handful of sand and hurling it at the ninja's face. You took my sister's life. You murderer. A fleeting moment of guilt crossed the ninja's face, quickly replaced by a surge of shame that reddened his cheeks. You worthless peasant. What does it matter if I kill your sister? You common folk contribute nothing. Merely pests to the village. Your death is of no consequence. The boy watched as his sister's breath grew shallower in his arms, tears cascading down his face to mix with the sand on her cheeks, leaving a muddy streak. He gently wiped her face clean. His sister had always cherished her beauty. Why, when their parents starved before their eyes, did he feel such despair? His sister had become the sole hope that sustained him. They survived in the village by scavenging leftover food. Though the Lord of the Wind Shadow took special care of them, in his absence, they were treated like vermin, driven away from place to place. Ever understanding, the boy observed the Lord's tireless efforts for the village and did not wish to burden him. Knowing the village was to establish an oasis, he approached the Lord for the first time, asking to participate. He wished to contribute to the village and ensure a better life for his sister. Thus, he labored with earnestness unmatched by anyone else. His small hands were already calloused from toil. Together, they planted the first seedling, watching it take root and grow, and the first fruit tree sprout. Hope seemed within reach. Yet his sister lay dying before him. His heart was filled with rage. He loathed this wretched world. He despised his own inability to protect his sister. The Azure Dragon approached the boy, lowering itself. The murderer stands before you. You may choose how to punish him. Before the boy could respond, villagers from the Sand-Hidden, gathered for the oasis development, were already seething with resentment. An eye for an eye. Kill him, kill him. How dare he bully us so? Can a ninja take lives so casually? Many who sympathized with the siblings now had red-rimmed eyes, while others fanned the flames of unrest. The companions of the murderous ninja could no longer remain passive. Even if he erred, it is for the Sand-Hidden village to decide his fate, not for an outsider like you to interfere. Indeed, what business is it of yours to stir trouble, a bunch of worthless wretches? 3 or 5 Sand-Hidden ninjas drew their weapons, encircling the Azure Dragon's manifestation, casting hostile glances his way. The nearby civilians instinctively took a few steps back. How noisy! Several vines emerged from the sandy ground, swiftly subduing the ninjas. Xinglong seized one of the ninjas and cast a glance at the young boy. He was reluctant to further torment the fragile heart of the child. Raising his hand, he prepared to end the ninja's life. Meanwhile, on the sand dune, Rato arrived with Chio and her brother. He was astounded by the progress of the oasis. Outside, the winds howled fiercely. The windbreak, composed of sea buckthorn and poplar trees, effectively thwarted the onslaught of sandstorms. Within the sandy valley, an unusual calm prevailed. As he traversed the dune, he encountered a tense standoff. Xinglong, halt! Rato swiftly reached the bottom of the valley, calling out to impede Xinglong, who was holding his comrade. Xinglong cast a disdainful glance at Rato. Now you wish for me to stop? Where were you when those children were being bullied? Ignoring Rato's plea, Xinglong's fingers curled into claws, targeting the ninja's chest. Witnessing Xinglong's decisive action, Rato's expression grew exceedingly complex. Xinglong, a life once lost cannot be regained. What purpose does this serve? The errant ninja shall be dealt with by us. Your actions leave me unable to justify to the village. Xinglong regarded Rato with contempt. During his travels through the ninja world, he had witnessed far too many such occurrences. Even when a ninja erred, they remained invaluable compared to the common folk. The village's judgment merely imposed a light punishment, hardly impactful. This very leniency fostered the ninja's reckless behavior. Ding! The host has completed the task and received a hidden reward. Medical ninjutsu, self-resurrection. Task reward, 10 Ryo. What if a life could be restored? He pondered. I shall return to you a ninja who loves the village even more and possesses greater strength. Rado listened to Qinglong's words, bewildered. Wait, what do you mean? Chapter 20. The Gift of the Azure Dragon within the Oasis Sand Valley. A throng of sand-hidden ninjas and civilians stood in stunned silence. How could he dare to slay a sand-hidden ninja before the village chief and the Wind Shadow? A new heart pulsated within him, and the Azure Dragon felt a twinge of disdain. It was time for you to atone for your actions. Gazing at the wretched children, the Azure Dragon bent down to caress the boy's head. Do not fear, your sister still has hope. The boy looked up, bewildered, at the warm visage of the Azure Dragon, struggling to comprehend his words. What? My sister still has hope? Trembling, the boy instinctively reached out to grasp the Azure Dragon's hand, questioning whether he was being deceived. His remaining rationality suppressed his impulse, and he clenched his clothing tightly, anxiously fidgeting. Please, save my sister. I would do anything for you. When his parents perished before him, he did not weep. He had a sister to care for, and he must remain strong. Yet, as his sister lay in his arms, her body growing colder, the immense pressure overwhelmed his frail frame, and tears cascaded from his eyes like raindrops. If his sister were to die, he would lose all hope. Now, learning that she could be saved, the tears he had shed upon the sand had long since evaporated. The grievances within him transformed into boundless hope, and his reddened eyes fixated intently on the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon turned his gaze towards R, his eyes sharp as blades. R, filled with shame, averted his gaze. The words of accountability lodged in his throat, rendered voiceless. He bore an undeniable responsibility for the current predicament. He waved away the struggling subordinates who sought to confront the Azure Dragon, wishing to discern the meaning behind the Azure Dragon's prior words. The Azure Dragon placed his hand upon the frail chest of the young girl. Her heart had long ceased to beat. The art of rebirth. He sensed a vast surge of vitality ebbing from his being. Life force, mingled with chakra, flowed from the Azure Dragon's palm into the girl. Slowly, a faint heartbeat began to emerge. The heart of the sand-hidden ninja within the Azure Dragon slowed in its rhythm. As that heart ceased to beat, the girl's heartbeat grew stronger. Inhalation, a gasp of air filled her lungs, causing her chest to rise and fall dramatically. The boy, witnessing his sister's revival, enveloped her tightly in his embrace, unwilling to let go, lest he lose her once more. The girl's small face flushed red, and feeling the gaze of so many upon her, she shyly buried her head against her brother's shoulder. The Azure Dragon, clutching his chest, had sacrificed the heart of the sand-hidden ninja to save the young girl, thus finding a semblance of redemption for himself. He approached R, extending his hands. R, perplexed, could not fathom the gesture. Seize me. I have slain your sand-hidden ninja. R wore an expression of embarrassment. The Azure Dragon has indeed intervened in the affairs of Sand-Hidden Village, necessitating an explanation for the village. He merely acted upon what he desired, yet felt restrained from doing. Furthermore, the responsibility for this matter inherently lies with the village itself. After witnessing the Azure Dragon's methods, his perception of the Hawk organization has evolved. This organization, which originally emerged from assassination bounties, has once again shrouded itself in an aura of mystery. As the village chief, he must be accountable to both the village and its inhabitants, and the higher echelons also require an explanation. As for the Azure Dragon, he is someone he cannot dare to provoke. The development of the oasis in Sand-Hidden Village, along with the future of the broader populace of the Land of Wind, is inextricably linked to the Azure Dragon's assistance. It is indeed a perplexing situation. Rendo rubbed his temples. There is no need for concern. The oasis will require the continued attention of His Excellency the Azure Dragon, while I have my own plans for the village. I will restrain my subordinates from acting recklessly to prevent a recurrence of today's events. I hope that in the future, matters pertaining to Sand-Hidden Village will be discussed with me beforehand before any actions are taken. Rendo expressed his stance to the Azure Dragon. As an individual, he recognized the Azure Dragon's actions, yet as the village chief, he found himself in a difficult position. The Azure Dragon discerned the implications in Rendo's words. Do you wish for me to make a guarantee for you? I'm afraid I cannot do that. Rendo felt a wave of frustration wash over him, grappling with the sense of helplessness that came with wanting to eliminate the other party, but being unable to do so, temporarily setting aside thoughts of the Azure Dragon. Rendo gathered all the villagers present for a mobilization. Everyone is aware of our village's circumstances. Whether ninja or civilian, I hope we can unite and respect one another. All who are present will be pioneers of the Oasis project. The efforts you put forth on this land will one day resonate throughout the entire land of wind. On the day when the land of wind is enveloped by the oasis, no one shall perish from hunger. Your contributions will be etched into the annals of history. Let us witness the arrival of that day together. It must be said that Rendo, as the wind shadow, possesses a certain degree of capability. With just a few words, he stirred the emotions of the populace. The gloom caused by previous events transformed into the motivation for diligent labor. Rendo promptly pushed Chiyo and Ikazu forward, announcing them as the leaders of the inaugural Oasis project. As exemplary figures of the younger generation, Rendo intended to cultivate their potential. Chiyo, as the older sister, found herself somewhat at a loss due to the chief's actions. Her younger brother Ikazu, possessing remarkable intelligence since childhood, quickly adapted, filled with ambition to contribute to the village. After resolving matters on this front, Rendo sought out the Azure Dragon once more. At that moment, the Azure Dragon was engaged in conversation with the siblings. As Rendo approached, he coincidentally overheard their dialogue. "Little one, would you like to come with me?" The boy looked at the Azure Dragon and nodded resolutely. Rendo furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of allowing the child to join the Hawk organization. After a moment's reflection, Rendo formulated a plan. He intended to have a thorough discussion with the boy before his departure, as this could serve as a stepping stone for infiltrating the Hawk organization. The village of Shine has entered into a cooperative relationship with the Hawk organization, yet it remains uncertain when the tides may turn against one another. It is prudent to prepare for contingencies, albeit at the expense of the child. Upon noticing the approach of R, Qinglong nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "R, I have imparted nearly all I can. We await the completion of the Gufeng construction for the ecosystem to stabilize. When that time arrives, I shall bring agricultural crops. Furthermore, I must temporarily take this child away. I have promised to return to you a more formidable ninja. In 3 months, I shall return him." R appeared momentarily taken aback. "Are you serious, Doves?" He is well aware that the boy lacks any aptitude for ninjutsu. R drew the young boy aside, gazing at him with a tender expression. He conjured a barrier with ninjutsu to muffle external sounds. After a prolonged silence, the boy regarded Qinglong with a conflicted expression. No, he would never betray Lord Qinglong. "Shero, you shall accompany Lord Qinglong. Your sister, Sai, will remain in the village for the time being. I will ensure she is well cared for this time, and there shall be no mishaps." He then summoned the Chiyo's siblings, instructing them to look after Tsai. The boy Shero gazed at his sister with a heavy heart. Qinglong concurred. It was indeed more convenient for Tsai to stay in the village. "You are Shero, correct? Remember, this brief separation is for the sake of a brighter future. You desire the ability to protect your sister, do you not?" Upon hearing this, Shero turned his gaze to Qinglong, his resolve solidifying. Indeed, he would not allow any further harm to come to his sister. Understanding, his sister Tsai approached Chiyo and Kai's, tears welling in her eyes, yet refusing to fall. "Brother, you go? Tsai will take care of herself. You must strive to learn your skills. Don't forget to return and see me." Little Chiyo embraced the younger girl affectionately. With this matter concluded, R returned to the village, his mind troubled as he explained the day's events to the village leadership. Qinglong led the boy back to Qinglong village, employing heart clone transfer to bring forth a clone, a product of his initial heart fusion experiment. Only after the fusion did the system confirm its success with a 100% rate. Had he known, he would have preserved this opportunity. The abilities of this clone are none other than the bloodline limit of magnet release, sand iron. "Shero, come here. I wish to present you with something." Chapter 21, Magnet Release Ninja. Sorero, the oasis outside the Azure Dragon village in the Land of Wind, has expanded more than twice its original size. In the desert beyond the oasis, Azure Dragon has established a training ground for Sorero. It has been 2.5 months since Sorero arrived at Azure Dragon village. During the initial planning of the oasis in Sunagakure, Azure Dragon keenly observed this boy named Sorero, noting his remarkable resilience and meticulous approach to tasks. Thus, he intended to cultivate the boy for the Hawk organization before he could find the opportune moment to act. The foolish ninja from Sunagakure inadvertently made a mistake that led Sorero to his side. Upon interacting with Sorero, Azure Dragon discovered that the boy possessed both wind and earth chakra natures. However, his poor physique rendered him incapable of mastering ninjutsu. Consequently, Azure Dragon bestowed upon Sorero the heart imbued with the magnet release, iron sand bloodline limit. Sorero seamlessly integrated this magnet-release bloodline limit into his being. At this moment, Sorero was engaged in practical combat training within the specially designated training ground created by Azure Dragon. Over the past 2.5 months, Azure Dragon has imparted the foundational physical techniques and ninjutsu to Sorero. Wind Release, Wind Blade. Azure Dragon's Shadow Clone unleashed a wind-based ninjutsu using the wind chakra within its heart, launching an attack toward Sorero. Thanks to Azure Dragon's abundant meat and medicinal meals, Sorero's physical condition had transformed dramatically. The once frail boy had developed a robust physique. His skin darkened and his height increased significantly. Sorero skillfully evaded most of the wind blades, yet the relentless onslaught still sent several blades hurtling toward his face. With no means of escape, Sorero swiftly formed hand seals and utilized the body replacement technique. The wind blades struck the ground, while Sorero's real body had already taken refuge several meters away. Squatting on the ground, Sorero gathered chakra beneath his feet and suddenly propelled himself toward Azure Dragon. A loud bang erupted as the sand beneath him exploded into a large crater. Sorero soared like a sword. Observing this, Azure Dragon waved a hand, causing the nearby sand thorn trees in the oasis to grow wildly, their thorny vines slithering toward Sorero like serpents. Sorero recognized the threat of the approaching vines and understood the peril if captured. He executed a sharp stop that carved 2 deep grooves in the sand, followed by rapid movements to evade. The vines pursued him relentlessly, akin to tenacious maggots. Soon, Sorero grew somewhat exasperated by the entanglement. Magnet Release, Iron Sand. Dense black iron sand began to gather beneath his feet. With a flick of his fingers, an enormous iron tree formed from the vast mass of iron sand, clashing with the advancing vines. The colossal iron tree continuously split its branches, dismantling the thorny vines entirely. Azure Dragon observed Sorero's performance with a silent nod. This little fellow possesses considerable talent, mastering the magnet release bloodline limit with such speed. Under Sorero's control, the iron tree gained the upper hand. With a clever twist of his eyes, he directed the iron tree toward Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon chuckled, bemused by the boy's growing abilities and audacity. With a flick of his finger, a hidden vine emerged from the sand, ensnaring Sorero's ankle. The vine writhed like a serpent, lifting Sorero upside down in the air. Dizzied by the swirling motion, Sorero found himself disoriented. The iron tree lost its control, scattering like sand upon the ground. "Ah, master. I was wrong. Please let me down." The vines gently lowered Shaluo before the Qinglong, carefully placing him on the ground. Qinglong softly brushed the dirt off Shaluo's body. "What have I taught you? You must always observe your surroundings and comprehend your opponent's true intentions. Do not be deceived by temporary advantages. When you become complacent, it is precisely when your adversary may strike." Shaluo sheepishly scratched his head, revealing a broad grin with his prominent teeth, laughing heartily without a care in the world. After all, the opponent was his master, so it was only natural that he lost. "I will certainly pay more attention next time." Standing beside Qinglong, Shaluo truly experienced the joy of being a child, freely expressing his emotions. Even when scolded, his heart brimmed with happiness. He had come to regard Qinglong as a father figure. Qinglong, noticing the teeth Shaluo had lost in the scuffle, couldn't help but chuckle, relieved that the boy was merely teething and would grow new ones. He marveled at how swiftly the child was growing. Shaluo turned his gaze towards the direction of Qinglong village. "Master, is the training complete? Can I return now to learn how to cultivate vegetables?" Qinglong felt a surge of exasperation within. This child, perhaps accustomed to hardship from a young age, possessed an unusual obsession with planting trees and growing vegetables. You cannot simply neglect your training, dreaming only of gardening. First, you must complete 1,000 push-ups and 1,000 frog jumps. Shaluo's face fell at the command. "Once we return, I will teach you the art of grafting fruit trees." Upon hearing Qinglong's words, Shaluo erupted in joyous exclamation. "Oh!" He turned around, invigorated, and swiftly began his frog jumps. Observing the lively boy, Qinglong's face softened with affection. As time flowed gently by, a week passed. In the fruit grove of the Qinglong village oasis, Shaluo deftly manipulated a water jug crafted from sand and iron, soaring through the air to water the trees. He gazed in wonder at the budding blossoms sprouting from the drought-resistant branches of the grafted fruit trees. Master is truly remarkable, possessing immense strength and knowledge. Qinglong sat cross-legged at the center of the oasis, his eyes closed in meditation. He absorbed the continuous life, energy, and chakra emanating from the surrounding plants, feeling utterly at ease. Though the energy from each plant was minimal, its abundance was overwhelming. He could not fathom the magnitude of energy he would receive when the land of wind was filled with oases. After accumulating a significant bounty from his recent missions, his heart storage capacity had already surpassed 10. He had deployed heart clones to infiltrate critical locations across various nations. As the reputation of the Shao organization grew, the 4 great hidden villages had tentatively reached out to him. He had grown accustomed to identifying himself as Qinglong, while utilizing this would release clone. After all, when one ventures out, one's identity is self-assigned. Multiple identities facilitate the undertaking of various tasks. As for the ability of wood release, he publicly proclaimed it as a family secret for controlling plants. It did not arouse much suspicion, for the wood release technique is widely recognized within the ninja world as being exclusive to the first Hokage of Konohagakure. No one would suspect a connection between Senju Hashirama and the Akatsuki organization. For various reasons, the identity of Kakazu was temporarily concealed. Ironically, it was the straightforward Reikage, who first approached the Akatsuki. Guided by the scroll provided by Kakazu, Reikage paid a certain price, in the form of a mission reward, to acquire the sealing technique for controlling tailed beasts from the Akatsuki, which he subsequently modified himself. The sealing technique had, of course, been purchased from the system's marketplace. Ultimately, he gained merely several million, which was hardly profitable. However, out of considerations of face and caution, the other Kage had not yet reached an agreement with the Akatsuki regarding assassination collaboration. Suddenly, the seated Qinglong opened his eyes, sensing the barrier being breached by a ninja from Sunagakure bearing news. Just as the Sunagakure ninja entered the oasis, the system issued a notification. Ding. Due to the unilateral breach of contract by Sunagakure, the task to assist in the construction of the oasis, originally set for 5 years at 100 million ryo per year, has been modified to 50 million ryo per year. Qinglong furrowed his brows but soon relaxed them. Is this the good deed you've accomplished, Rado? Yet. It did not escape his expectations, for the higher-ups of Sunagakure would undoubtedly exploit the previous incident for their own agenda. Chapter 22. The Village of Sand and Shadows within the verdant oasis of Qinglong Village. A ninja from the Sand and Shadows village gazed upon the abundance of lush greenery and the diverse array of fruit trees before him, unable to suppress a gulp of longing. It was akin to paradise. As he beheld the ripe fruits, he felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of them falling to the ground, a sheer wastefulness. Such an act was tantamount to a crime. Throughout his life, he had only indulged in such fruits during significant festivals, yet here in Qinglong Village, they lay in profusion, left to rot. The stark contrast was momentarily difficult for him to fathom. Imagining a future where his own village flourished with similar fruit trees brought him a sense of comfort. While the ninja was lost in thought, a dark-skinned little boy suddenly bounded out from the woods, startling him. Wasn't he this the orphan from the village? He recalled that the boy's sister was still in the village. How could he have changed so drastically? Unlike most children of the common folk, the boy, Shero, now appeared vibrant and full of life, even healthier than some of the offspring of the esteemed ninja clans. Recognizing him as a villager, Shero quickly approached with eager strides. Ninja sir, has the village chief sent you to bring me back? How is my sister Tsai? Is she well? The Sand and Shadows ninja, momentarily taken aback by the child's exuberance, quickly masked his surprise, adopting a serious demeanor befitting an adult. Thanks to the grace of Lord Kazakage, your sister is being well cared for. I have come bearing news, but I am unaware of your return schedule. Upon hearing that his sister was thriving, Shero joyfully led the Sand and Shadows ninja deeper into Qinglong Village. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, Qinglong awaited their arrival. The ninja found himself momentarily entranced by the sight of a man with long emerald hair, whose striking features and ethereal presence seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding nature. There was no hint of chakra emanating from him, yet the ninja dared not underestimate him, having heard of Qinglong's infamous act of slaying a village ninja before the Kazakage. As Qinglong regarded the newcomer, he lifted a teapot and poured a cup of tea, sliding it across the table to the seat opposite him. He gestured for the ninja to take a seat. The ninja felt a sense of relief. The man was not as fearsome as he had imagined. He stepped forward, slightly bowing, and presented a scroll with both hands. While away from home, he could not afford to tarnish his village's reputation. The customary courtesies must be observed. Seated on the bench, the ninja, parched from his journey, lifted the cup from the table and drank deeply. The fragrant liquid enveloped his palate, and as he swallowed, he felt the flow of chakra within him quicken, a refreshing sensation coursing through him. Ah, splendid tea. Faced with this delightful brew, he cautiously glanced at Qinglong, who was now perusing the scroll. Turning to Shero, who stood nearby, he whispered, "What is this?" The ninja's pride still lingered, leading him to believe that such a remarkable beverage must be reserved for esteemed guests. A sense of superiority from his large village swirled within him. Shero, observing the ninja's curiosity, pointed to the teacup on the table. "Oh, this tea? It comes from the tea trees in our village. Earlier, didn't we meet when we arrived?" The ninja gazed toward the direction indicated by Shero's finger. "Are those the so-called tea tree leaves that are ubiquitous?" The ninja swallowed hard, turning his head to behold the array of colorful fruits displayed on the table. Without tasting them, merely by their vibrant hues and the delightful aroma wafting through the air, he could discern their deliciousness. Not wanting to appear inexperienced, the ninja restrained himself from reaching for the fruits, though his mouth watered uncontrollably. Moments later, Qinglong finished reading the scroll and tossed it onto the table, instantly amused. The scroll primarily addressed two matters. The first was Qinglong's act of killing the village's ninjas. Ninjas are regarded as invaluable strategic resources and a key economic asset for the village. Qinglong's actions inflicted severe losses on Sunagakure. After deliberation among the village's high-ranking officials, they decided to have the funding for the Oasis project, reducing the annual payment to the Hawk organization from 100 million Rio to 50 million Rio. Qinglong had already been informed of this through system alerts, yet he never anticipated the reasoning to be so absurd. Do you know how much that is? A staggering 50 million Rio. Over 5 years, that amounts to 250 million Rio. If an ordinary ninja from Sunagakure is worth that much, why not simply sell them instead of pursuing the Oasis project? The second matter pertained to the Oasis project, stating that the first phase of constructing windbreaks had been completed. Qinglong was urged to promptly transport fruit trees and other economic crops to Sunagakure for cultivation. How shameless can one be? He resolved to give Fenging Ridu a proper reprimand during this visit. As the Sunagakure ninjas gazed hungrily at the fruits before them, Qinglong lifted the teapot, pouring more tea for them. The Sunagakure ninja, with a delighted expression, eagerly reached for the teacup, savoring the exquisite tea. "Oh, enough, enough, Mr. Qinglong. You've already poured too much." The ninja quickly withdrew his hand, scalded by the steaming tea. Watching the overflow from the teacup, he felt a pang of regret. Shero instantly grasped his master's intent. "Shero, see our guests off." The ninja stood there, bewildered. Shero's expression turned cold. He sensed his master's anger and urged the ninja to leave promptly. Though confused, the ninja hastily rose, disregarding his pride, and downed the tea in one gulp. Reluctantly glancing back at the fruits on the table, "Shero, take these fruits for the guests from Sunagakure to quench their thirst on the road. And bring some tea leaves as well." The Sunagakure ninja left Qinglong village, jubilantly clutching an assortment of fruits and tea leaves. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure's conference room, a routine meeting was underway. Fenging Rida helplessly rubbed his temples. He wholeheartedly opposed sending the message to the Hawk organization. However, unable to resist the elder's insistence, he drafted the scroll. Knowing Qinglong as he did, he anticipated a strong backlash. At that point, the saved 50 million Rio might not even suffice for damage control. The Hawk organization, though newly famed, had yet to assassinate any heavyweight figures in the ninja world, but their methods of executing missions were decisively ruthless. As long as they accept a task, none have ever failed. Each executor of assassination missions is codenamed Hawk within the organization White Tiger. As for the Azure Dragon, he even dared to eliminate a sand-hidden ninja in the presence of the Wind Shadow. He speculated that the Azure Dragon might be the mastermind behind the Hawk organization. He shuddered at the thought of the consequences of unilaterally withholding the bounty for Hawk organization missions. However, the village's higher-ups incessantly troubled him, and he had reached his limit. Intentionally, he sought to use the Hawk organization to send a message to those unruly leaders within the village. At worst, he would swallow his pride and apologize to the Azure Dragon, compensating him for the bounty later. The Azure Dragon, willing to oppose the sand-hidden village for the sake of an ordinary orphan boy, was enough to demonstrate that he was not a heartless individual. Just then, the ninja dispatched to deliver a message to the Azure Dragon returned. Without pausing to set down the tea leaves and fruits he had brought back, the ninja hurried to meet the Wind Shadow and report on the mission status. In the conference room, the village's high-ranking officials listened to the ninja's report, but their gazes remained fixated on the fruits in his hands. As the ninja unwittingly completed his report, he noticed the leader's stares and inwardly lamented his misfortune. Taking the opportunity, interjected, "Ahem, since His Excellency the Azure Dragon entrusted you with gifts, why not share them with the esteemed elders?" He was the first to snatch the tea leaves and shield them behind his back. He had long coveted this marvelous tea and had previously hesitated to ask the Azure Dragon for some. Now, he could finally indulge his cravings. The ninja, feeling dejected, distributed the fruits to the village's leaders. Observing them savoring the fruits, his heart sank. He had refrained from eating during the journey. Silently, he patted the bulging fruit he had hidden in his robe, finding a modicum of solace. "Fortunately, I saved one for myself. I am indeed clever." The sand-hidden higher-ups, having relished the fruits, envisioned a future where their village would be filled with such fruit trees. Once we master the techniques, we can develop our own oasis. After all, Hawk is an underground organization. Even if we breach our agreement, what could they possibly do? They remained blissfully unaware of the impending retribution that their foolish actions would invoke from the Azure Dragon. Chapter 23. The Vengeance of the Azure Dragon. At the border of the Wind Country, in the village of Azure Dragon, Sharo arose early each day, diligently sweeping through the village. He often pondered the necessity of his master's numerous houses, given that there were merely the two of them residing there. Nevertheless, Sharo approached his daily tasks with unwavering enthusiasm, relishing the fulfillment each day brought him. Today, he returned from the seaside, having retrieved a magnificent fish from the fishing nets. What a delight! He could prepare fish soup for his master today. The Azure Dragon, within his chamber, sensed Sharo's every endeavor and felt a profound satisfaction with his unyielding dedication. Upon stepping outside, he discovered Sharo had arranged a serving of freshly washed fruits alongside a pot of milky fish broth. The Azure Dragon ladled generous chunks of fish into Sharo's bowl. He now absorbed energy from the plant life around him, sufficient to sustain all his energy expenditures, rendering the need for food or sleep unnecessary. In contrast, Sharo was in a crucial growth phase. "Quickly, eat your meal," instructed the Azure Dragon. "Prepare yourself. We shall depart for Sand-Hidden Village today." Hearing his master's words, Sharo lifted his little head, his mouth stuffed with fish. "Oh, is it true, master? I will get to see my sister." Sharo swiftly devoured his breakfast and began to gather items to take back to his village. "Master, may I bring this fruit for my sister to taste?" The Azure Dragon nodded slightly. "Master, can I move this tree back to the village?" The Azure Dragon gazed at the towering tree, several dozen meters high, and felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Master, I want to take my bed back. It is so comfortable." The Azure Dragon rubbed his forehead, watching Sharo bustle about. "You wish to empty my home? Very well, Sharo, I have prepared everything necessary. You need only gather your personal belongings. You may take plenty of fruit." Sharo, now perspiring profusely, ultimately heeded his master's advice and took only a single bundle filled with various fruits, all intended for his sister. Before their departure, the Azure Dragon surveyed the surroundings, picked up Sharo's axe used for chopping wood, and tossed it to his young apprentice. "Master, what is this for?" Sharo inquired. The Azure Dragon, weary of Sharo's incessant chatter, rose and made his way towards the village exit. "It is useful. Do not concern yourself with it. You will understand in due time." Sharo cast a lingering glance back at the village, where every flower, grass, and tree had been nurtured by his own hands. Turning to chase after his master, he hurried to catch up. At the outskirts of Sand-Hidden Village, the oasis construction site had taken shape. After 3 months of diligent labor, the sand valley was now encircled by sturdy windbreaks, allowing it to remain tranquil despite the fierce winds and sands outside. The interior of the sand valley was enveloped in various drought-resistant vegetation, resembling a nascent oasis. Little Tsai diligently carried bowl after bowl of water to the villagers, who had been toiling all day and were now resting. The villagers held a genuine affection for this industrious girl, who was neither pampered nor privileged like the offspring of noble families in the village. Each day, Tsai eagerly awaited her brother's return, counting the days each passing moment. With 3 months nearing its end, Tsai eagerly anticipated her brother's return. From time to time, she cast her gaze towards the distant sandy valley, fearful of missing even a glimpse of him. After delivering water to all the villagers, she wiped the sweat from her brow. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her as a pair of rough hands covered her eyes. "Guess who I am?" The voice, although deliberately lowered, was unmistakably that of her brother. "Brother, you're back." Sha Luo pouted in mock disappointment, surprised she recognized him so quickly. The girl removed his hands and turned to behold the familiar face she had yearned for. Tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. "Brother, I missed you so much." She leapt into his embrace. Sha Luo held her tightly, though he stumbled and fell to the ground under her weight. Rising, he carried a large sack of fruits, which tumbled down, scattering colorful produce everywhere. Soon, the villagers were drawn to the commotion. Some looked on with warmth at the siblings' reunion, while others gazed hungrily at the fallen fruits. Sha Luo bashfully ruffled his sister's hair, quickly urging her to stand. "Sai, you've grown heavier. I can hardly lift you. Get up, everyone is watching." He wiped the tears from her cheeks and picked a plump, red fruit, polishing it on his sleeve before placing it in her mouth. "Try this. It's grown by your brother's own hands." As she savored the sweet fruit, all her worries faded away. Watching other families joyfully together had often brought her to tears, but now she felt as light as a bird, flitting about to showcase the fruit to the villagers. "Look, this is what my brother brought for me. He grew it himself. It's so sweet." The villagers swallowed hard at the sight. Sha Luo hurriedly began distributing the fruits. During his absence, Tsai had gained weight and her complexion had blossomed, undoubtedly due to the villagers' care. The villagers accepted the fruits from Sha Luo, most bringing them to their noses to inhale the fragrant sweetness before tucking them away to share with their wives and children after work. Qinglong approached Sha Luo and clapped him on the shoulder. "Sha Luo, it's time to work. Clear all the vegetation in the oasis." Trusting his master's command, Sha Luo formed hand seals, preparing to use magnetic release to flatten the oasis vegetation. Qinglong seized Sha Luo's arm, thrusting an axe into his hands. "No ninjutsu allowed. Use this." Sha Luo was taken aback, staring at the axe. "So that's why Master brought this." He spat into his palm, gesturing for his sister to continue enjoying the fruit while he swung the axe at the trees. Perhaps this was part of his training. Meanwhile, the villagers, still savoring the fruit, were taken aback by Sha Luo's actions, as if the sky had fallen. What is happening? Is this fellow truly intent on felling the trees that the villagers have toiled so hard to cultivate? The villagers hastily cast aside their fruits and rushed to prevent Shero from chopping down the trees. However, having undergone rigorous training with the Qilong, Shero was no longer the same as before. With a swift stroke of his axe, he could bring down a tree, often without needing a third blow. The villagers pursued him, but they were utterly outpaced by Shero's tree-felling prowess. Some villagers, clinging to the fallen trees, sank to the ground in tears. In a short while, the trees in the Sand Valley had been decimated by Shero. Immediately upon Qinglong's arrival, a station ninja rushed back to the village to report to Wind Shadow Ryatu. Upon learning of Qinglong's presence, Ryatu did not dare to delay. He promptly summoned the village elders to proceed to the oasis to meet with Qinglong. When Ryatu, accompanied by the group of elders, arrived at the oasis, they were astounded by the sight before them. The trees that the village had painstakingly planted lay all felled. The elders of Sunagakure trembled as they leaned on their canes, nearly fainting from shock. Meanwhile, far away in Kirigakure, Water Shadow Balian received alarming intelligence. What? Sunagakure is establishing an oasis, with projections that their economy will surpass Kirigakure within 5 years? Summon my aides. Investigate this matter at once. Such an occurrence cannot be permitted. Kakuzu's transformation clone, observing Balian's astonished expression, withdrew with a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 24. Assault on the Sand-Hidden Village. Increased compensation. The new oasis of the Sand-Hidden Village. Qinglong gazed upon the fallen trees, feeling a sense of exhilaration. This young lad, Sha Luo, was remarkably quick, having finished felling the entire oasis in such a short span. Did you think to withhold my bounty from the Sand-Hidden Village? Allow me to demonstrate who holds true authority. In the Oasis project, the Sand-Hidden Village is the one most urgently seeking success. Dare to withhold my reward today, and I shall obliterate your oasis by tomorrow. I possess the ability to transform deserts into oases, just as I can revert oases back to desert. I am eager to see who is truly anxious now. After completing his task, Sha Luo approached Qinglong, axe in hand, wiping the sweat from his brow. Master, the task is complete. Qinglong cast a sidelong glance at Sha Luo. We are currently at work. I have instructed you to maintain professionalism in your duties. Sha Luo offered a sheepish smile, acknowledging, understood, Mr. Qinglong. Lilu covered his face, unable to bear the sight before him. The once lush trees lay in ruins, reduced to mere stumps, their toppled forms piercing his heart like needles. He had warned them not to provoke Qinglong, yet they chose not to heed his counsel. Are you content now? Why must you incite this formidable figure? He too bore some responsibility for this predicament. He should have firmly opposed the elder's suggestions. How was he to resolve the situation now? An elder, stroking his graying beard, trembled as his few remaining teeth rattled. This is outrageous. All our labor for the sand-hidden village, and it's all gone to waste? Lilu seethed with frustration. You must subdue him. Lilu was filled with ire, having no outlet for his rage. Elder, please refrain from speaking. Was this all your brilliant idea? Deep within, Lala never anticipated Qinglong's response would be so extreme. How could he destroy the oasis? Did he no longer desire the bounty? Lala vaguely recalled how, during discussions regarding the task's reward, Qinglong had been fervently adamant, refusing to yield an inch. How could he so easily abandon the task? This was a rare opportunity to alter the fate of the Wind Nation. How could he let it slip away? I am the sinner. The elder clutched his chest, struggling for breath. Those ruffians of the Shao organization should never have been allied with. This infuriates me. Lilu approached Qinglong, gesturing toward the denuded trees. Did you do all of this? Shaluo eagerly raised his hand to claim credit. Lord Fengying, it was all my doing. What do you think? Before Shaluo could finish, Heilazang, who had accompanied Lilu, slapped him across the face. Heilazang and his sister, Chio, had dedicated their days and nights to nurturing the oasis, watching the trees grow gradually. They had developed a deep affection for this oasis, which was pivotal to the fate of the sand-hidden village. How dare you? Shaluo, momentarily stunned, glared coldly at Heilazang. No, Qinglong raised his hand, signaling Shaluo to remain silent. Lilu, I have arrived as promised. I have fulfilled my commitments to you. Regarding the breach of contract by your sand-hidden village, I must insist on an explanation. Lido widened his eyes, gazing helplessly at the aggrieved Qinglong surely. There must be a more reasonable way to negotiate without destroying the oasis. However, it was too late for such discussions. Ignoring Lido, Qinglong turned abruptly and declared, Sorrow, we are leaving. Sorrow, puzzled by the situation, wondered why the work had yet to commence. Yet, respecting his master's wishes, he followed suit. Lido, observing Qinglong's resolute demeanor, unlike a mere act, rushed forward to seize Qinglong's arm. Our contract remains intact at 100 million taels annually. But the Oasis project must proceed expeditiously. Despite the devastation wrought upon the trees of the Oasis, his months of effort at stake, he dared not provoke this ancestral figure further. Qinglong stood firm, replying, the contract can continue, but an increase in remuneration is necessary. Lido, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth and acquiesced. Ding. Current task, assist Sand-Hidden Village in the construction of the Oasis for a duration of 5 years. Reward adjusted to 100 million taels annually. Pleased with the system's notification, Qinglong nodded in satisfaction and instructed Sorrow to resume his previous tasks. Sorrow gingerly touched his recently bruised face. Though it stung, it was not unbearable. Trusting his master's words, Sorrow rolled up his sleeves and commenced his work. Earth release, ground movement. Sorrow pressed his hands into the sandy terrain, causing the sand to churn and bury the felled trees of the oasis. Earth release, mud pool. The sand flowed, concealing the remnants of vegetation, which rapidly decomposed under the influence of his ninjutsu. Within minutes, the barren sands of the valley transformed into fertile soil. Lido and the senior figures of Sand-Hidden Village watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded, realizing this was merely a facet of the oasis's construction. Lido rubbed his nose in frustration, wishing he could slap himself for his earlier ignorance. The elder of Sand-Hidden Village, having regained his composure, forcefully pushed away the ninja who had been restraining him. Casting aside his cane, he danced with elation, kneeling to scoop a handful of rich soil and bringing it to his nose, inhaling the scent of freshly turned earth with rapture. Hope sparked within him. He could already envision the fields brimming with crops across the oasis. Elder Hai Lao Zong, visibly awkward, bowed to Sorrow, offering an apology. I am sorry, Sorrow, for not holding back earlier. I may have hurt you. If it helps, feel free to strike me twice in return. Sorrow turned away, refusing to meet Hai Lao Zong's gaze. Qinglong cast a stern look at Lido. Sorrow, go distribute the seeds and saplings. I trust you need no further instruction on planting techniques? Upon hearing this, Sorrow hurriedly gathered the seeds and young fruit trees, eager to depart. Sensing his master was on the verge of anger, Lido sighed with relief as he watched Sorrow rush off to teach the villagers about planting. He then pulled Qing Long and the village elder aside to discuss the task reward in detail. In the wooden cabin where Qing Long had previously resided, everyone gathered around the table. An elder began by addressing Qing Long's actions against the sand-hidden ninjas, stating that 100 million taels was already their utmost limit. Refusing to increase the offer, the Azure Dragon rhythmically tapped his fingers against the table, paying no heed to their intentions. An elder from the sand-hidden village, with an air of arrogance, expressed his dissatisfaction with the Azure Dragon's demeanor. Since the young one named Shero had already mastered the techniques for constructing an oasis, what need was there to feign courtesy towards the Hawk organization? We have paid you for your services. Yet you have the audacity to slay a ninja from our village. Is this how the Hawk organization conducts its affairs? This loss is not merely a depletion of talent for our sand-hidden village, it is a blow to our dignity. The Wind Shadow, R, felt a growing urgency to intervene and prevent the elder from continuing his tirade, lest they further provoke this formidable ancestor. I have assured you that I will provide a more powerful ninja as compensation, the Azure Dragon stated. Upon hearing this, R recalled the young Shero. Are you referring to Shero? The Azure Dragon nodded. What? Is that child not exceptional enough? R shook his head, acknowledging that the boy's dual large-scale earth release techniques were indeed impressive. A discerning eye could easily recognize that such jutsu possessed unique functions, albeit with limited lethality. Given a few more years, he might achieve great things, which would be a considerable gain. The boy was indeed commendable. Very well, I shall take the initiative. On top of the annual sum of 100 million Rio, I will personally supplement the Hawk organization with an additional 10 million. Thank you for nurturing a promising ninja for our sand-hidden village. As the Wind Shadow, our aim to negotiate from the perspective of the village. Having witnessed the Azure Dragon transform barren sand into fertile land, he was convinced that within 5 years, this oasis could indeed be successfully developed. The Azure Dragon shook his head. Impossible. What could have been settled for 100 million Rio now demands more. He declared, I will propose a figure. And if you do not acquiesce, we shall terminate our collaboration. 150 million Rio annually. R abruptly rose from his seat, while the other elders glared at the Azure Dragon with fierce intensity. You, Hawk, organization are being excessive. Your demands make our situation untenable, unyielding. The Azure Dragon stood up and flipped the table. Difficult? Then let it remain undone. Just as the tension escalated, a ninja burst in from outside, exclaiming, not good. A fight has broken out. The Azure Dragon, unfazed, reclined with his legs crossed, having already sensed the commotion outside through the perception granted by his wind attribute heart. As the members of the sand-hidden village rushed outside, the Azure Dragon could no longer contain his laughter, doubling over in the wooden hut. Hee. That little rascal Shero is truly a steadfast young man. Don't embarrass me now. The master's bounty rests on your shoulders. Chapter 25. She burned my face with her ear. Within the oasis of Sunagakure, Qing Long had initially sought an opportunity for Shero to display her bloodline limit, thereby augmenting the bounty. To his surprise, the opportunity presented itself unexpectedly. Following the footsteps of the villagers, Qing Long emerged outside. The villagers, who had been diligently attempting to cultivate fruit saplings under Shero's meticulous guidance, momentarily halted their tasks. The Wind Shadow, R, inquired of a nearby villager, perplexed by the unfolding events. The villager, covering his mouth in silence, gestured towards an open area at the center of the sand valley. At just over 10 years of age, the indignant Chio glared at Shero from several meters away. Her small face flushed crimson, embodying the very essence of imminent fury. Opposite her, Shero, with a serious expression and one hand shielding her face, clenched her other fist tightly. R, bewildered, wondered what had transpired between the two children as they appeared on the brink of confrontation. Qing Long approached from behind R, awkwardly clearing his throat. No worries. No worries, just children playing. The protagonist of the scene, Shero, upon noticing her master's arrival, hastily sought recourse. Master Qing Long, she burned my face with her ear. Chio, unable to endure the humiliation, produced a scroll from her possession. After a puff of smoke, several puppets made of special materials materialized. These were the rudimentary models of the puppet technique being developed by her master, the future second Wind Shadow, Sabaku. At that moment, Chio channeled chakra threads through her 10 fingers, connecting them to the simplistic puppets beside her. With nimble movements, 5 puppets swiftly advanced towards Shero. Faced with the onslaught from all directions, Shero found herself in a precarious position, rolling to evade the attacks. R, having absorbed the explanation from the nearby villager, slapped his forehead in exasperation, concealing his expression. It turned out that after an intense session of tree felling, Shero had employed 2 large-scale earth release techniques. Under Qinglong's directive, she had been teaching the villagers to cultivate fruit trees and staple crops. Shero, who preferred to be hands-on, had been bustling about, personally guiding the villagers. However, her youthful stamina faltered, and she fainted from exhaustion. Quick-witted Chiyo was the first to catch Shero as she collapsed. Unexpectedly, Shero fell entirely onto Chiyo, their faces mere inches apart. As a daughter of a prestigious family in Sunagakure, Chiyo had never encountered such a situation. Having previously admired Shero's earnest efforts in developing the oasis, she had secretly harbored tender feelings for him. Now, unprepared for Shero's closeness, Chiyo felt her entire being flush with warmth. The skin of her ear, pressed against Shero's dark complexion, burned with embarrassment. Gradually regaining her senses, Shero, feeling the heat radiating from her face, reacted impulsively, springing up to confront Chiyo. "Why did you burn my face with your ear?" she demanded. As Chiyo sensed the villagers' gazes upon them, she, overwhelmed by shyness, retaliated with a punch to Shero's face. Thus, the scene before us unfolded. R, struggling to suppress his laughter, attempted to intervene and prevent the 2 children from continuing their brawl. After all, the puppet technique that Shaman is developing is still incomplete, yet it has already demonstrated considerable prowess. Shero has followed the Qinglong for 3 months and has gained substantial experience in cultivating oasis plants. Fengying Lida hopes that Shero can offer guidance to the villagers, for it would be unfortunate if Chiyo were to get hurt. After all, Shero is considered a half-disciple of Qinglong, and to avoid a tense situation, it is better to maintain good relations in case of any misfortunes. Qinglong hastily reached out to stop Lidu, assuring him that Shaman's child exercises restraint and would not harm little Chiyo. Lida looked puzzled, questioning, "Who do you underestimate?" Chiyo, having received professional ninjutsu training from a young age, is also the designated candidate for the next Fengying, a disciple of Shaman. "On what grounds do you think that Shero, who has trained with you for 3 months, can defeat her? Are you not disrespecting our sand village?" Qinglong gestured for Lidu to continue watching. Utilizing the intense physical training from Qinglong, Shero adeptly dodged Chiyo's puppet technique attacks. Chiyo truly is the prodigious girl of Sand Village, transforming her still imperfect puppet technique into a form of art. The coordination of the 5 puppets was seamless. These belonged to the initial model of puppets, lacking powerful weaponry. Yet, their sturdy material made each strike formidable. Lidu observed Shero's performance, nodding in approval. His physical skills and foundational techniques were executed with remarkable proficiency, indicating extensive training. However, the gap between him and Chiyo remained vast. Merely relying on the puppet technique kept Shero at bay, allowing Chiyo to secure an unscathed victory in this bout. Chiyo's master, Shaman, is indeed a genius. The puppet technique he has developed will undoubtedly shine on the battlefield in the future. With the ongoing Oasis project alongside the puppet secret techniques, the future of Sand Village appears promising. In that moment, Lidu felt a surge of excitement. Qinglong silently commended the puppet technique, recognizing it as an excellent invention. At last, this would compel Shero to unleash his potential, allowing Sand Village to witness his strength. Whether his master could secure more rewards depended on you, Shero. Eventually, Shero could no longer endure Chiyo's relentless attacks. He disregarded many considerations. His master had warned him not to use the magnet release bloodline limit unless absolutely necessary. He felt that this moment was indeed imperative. That fiery girl not only scalded her face with her ears but also aggressively attacked him. His master said, "What can be endured and what cannot? I can no longer tolerate this." Quickly rolling away to create distance, the puppet struck the ground with powerful blows, creating large pits and granting Shero a brief respite. Magnet release, sand iron. Shero summoned all his strength to activate the magnet release. A multitude of fine sand and iron particles gathered, forming a semicircular barrier beside him. The onlooking Lidu and the higher-ups of Sand Village were astonished by this spectacle. What is this? Is this earth release? How can it manifest in such a state? This is a never-before-seen chakra nature. Even the erudite Wind Shadow, Shero, could not make an accurate conjecture. It was not until an elderly elder, frail and aged, offered a reminder that he suddenly comprehended the truth. "Elder, do you mean to say this is a bloodline limit?" The elder solemnly nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, this is undoubtedly a bloodline limit, belonging to our Sunagakure. May the heavens bless Sunagakure. Reto glanced at Sarayu, confirming the validity of his conjecture through the expression on his face. As the village chief, he now had to reassess the village's stance towards the Hawk organization from a broader perspective. He was convinced that before Shiro departed from Sunagakure, he had not awakened his bloodline limit. The only explanation for his rapid mastery of this bloodline limit within a mere 3 months must be the Sarayu before him, affiliated with the Hawk organization. Thus, the Hawk organization was indeed formidable. He could not ascertain whether this was mere coincidence or a reflection of the organization's peculiar nature. Shiro, being a child of Sunagakure, if a new family possessing a bloodline limit could be cultivated here, the future would be limitless. This would undoubtedly represent a tremendous fortune for Sunagakure. The two children engaged in battle. When Shiro unleashed his magnet release, the outcome had already been determined. Magnet release seemed to counter the puppet technique effortlessly. Chiyo, who was utterly ignorant of magnet release, commanded her puppet to mindlessly assault Shiro. Soon, her puppet became ensnared by the sand iron, its joints firmly immobilized. Chiyo lost control of her puppet. No matter how hard she tried to manipulate it, the puppet lay on the ground, unable to move. Sarai timely interjected, halting Shiro, who was poised to attack Chiyo. "All right, Shiro, you can stop now. Please retract your magnet release." Shiro pouted but obediently withdrew his technique. Chiyo, under Reto's persuasion, also retracted her puppet, storming away in a huff. She had never endured such humiliation in her life. Shiro ran to Sarayu's side, beaming with pride as if to say, "Master, did you see how impressive that was?" Sarayu sighed. "You little dense boy, how could you think a girl would burn your face with her ear?" After a brief exchange of opinions with the elder, Reto pulled Sarayu aside once more to discuss the matter of the mission's rewards. Chapter 26. Dealing with villains through villainous means. Within a quaint wooden cabin in the oasis of Sunagakure, having witnessed Sara's unique bloodline limit, the higher-ups of the village, disinclined to engage in further debate with the Azure Dragon, readily agreed to the generous bounty of 150 million ryo annually. Saru, a youth hailing from Sunagakure with unblemished roots, possessed the potential to cultivate a clan endowed with a bloodline limit, promising immeasurable prospects. This would undoubtedly represent a substantial fortune for Sunagakure. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the now coveted Saru found himself encircled by a plethora of village elders. Surrounded by the village's most esteemed figures who showered him with concern, the stark contrast left him momentarily bewildered. He sought solace in the gaze of the Azure Dragon, only to witness his master feigning ignorance as he turned and departed. Unbeknownst to Saru, his dearest mentor had betrayed him. The Azure Dragon, unimpressed by the rapid shift in Sunagakure's demeanor, dismissed their audacity to reconsider their agreement, confident in his myriad methods of retribution should they dare to renege. With Sunagakure's concession, Mizukage Byakuren received intelligence indicating that the village's oasis development was of little concern. Thus, for 6 months, Sunagakure enjoyed a period of stability and tranquility. Young Saru's stature within the village ascended rapidly. With the dual advantages of a bloodline limit and advanced agricultural techniques for oasis cultivation, he was viewed as a cornerstone of the next generation. Even his sister, Ayai, enjoyed the privileges befitting a young lady, though she preferred to remain close to her brother. Each day, Saru guided the villagers in enhancing the oasis, while Ayai tended to his daily needs. Before long, the first fruit trees of Sunagakure's oasis blossomed and bore fruit, with crops nearing harvest. However, a few elders began to entertain ulterior motives. They believed they had successfully fostered a bond with young Saru and that the village had developed a comprehensive plan for building the oasis from scratch, deeming further collaboration with the Shao organization unnecessary. Following the previous incident involving the felled trees, they had established a large sensory barrier around the oasis, stationing numerous elite ninjas to safeguard its security. During yet another routine meeting, a rather naive elder proposed the termination of cooperation with the Shao organization. Yet, before the proposal could be ratified, the intelligence agency of the Hidden Mist Village received a new directive to investigate Sunagakure's oasis. That very night, a great fire consumed all the fruit trees and crops within the oasis. The ninjas dispatched from the Hidden Mist Village were apprehended on the spot, caught red-handed. As they beheld the oasis, once on the brink of a bountiful harvest, reduced to charred remains, the elders of Sunagakure were overcome with despair. Wind Shadow Retsudo promptly issued a statement, vehemently condemning the unethical actions of the Hidden Mist Village. However, following the issuance of the statement, the tightly confined hidden mist ninja mysteriously vanished. How could such a large individual disappear under the watch of numerous elite ninjas? Retsudo gazed into the cell, finding nothing but a headband symbolizing the identity of the hidden mist village, devoid of any trace of the individual. Infuriated, he struck the wall, collapsing half of the cell. On the other side, Mizukichi by Lien was utterly bewildered. He had just disseminated intelligence regarding an investigation, and that very night, Sunagakure was engulfed in flames. Indeed, the perpetrator hailed from his own Kirigakure, yet that individual had been missing for over half a year. How could he suddenly appear in Sunagakure to ignite such chaos? The most absurd part was that Sunagakure presented merely a forehead protector belonging to a Kirigakure ninja as evidence. What significance did that hold? Nevertheless, Mizukichi by Lien felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the misfortunes of other nations. He promptly issued a statement condemning Sunagakure's unscrupulous acts of defamation and reserved the right to hold them accountable for the assassination of his village's ninja. The leaders of the two great nations engaged in an extended war of words, nearly escalating to armed conflict. Ultimately, it was the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who intervened to quell the farce. Of course, all of this was orchestrated by Kakuzu utilizing his transformation technique. He had no qualms about employing underhanded methods in response to Sunagakure's betrayal. With the ability to obscure perception using wind chakra, ordinary sensory barriers and sensory ninjas became utterly ineffective. When Sunagakure sought Kakuzu's Qinglong alter ego, they were met with a harsh extortion. The wind shadow, Redo, was left speechless by Qinglong's remark, "Man-made destruction, no guarantees." In the subsequent years, whenever Sunagakure entertained such malicious thoughts, ninjas from various other villages would emerge to wreak havoc. Yet Sunagakure could not provide tangible evidence. On one or two occasions, Redo could still confront the village leaders, but everything changed when he apprehended a leaf ninja. Wind Shadow Redo was thoroughly exasperated. If this continued, the benefits of the Oasis plan would never materialize. Instead, they would offend every major nation in the ninja world. The once promising oasis was repeatedly scorched by flames, leaving nothing but ashes. No amount of vigilance could prevent such occurrences. They even suspected the presence of traitors within Sunagakure, resulting in several waves of purges. To their astonishment, each investigation uncovered numerous spies from various villages, yet they remained powerless to prevent the next inferno. After several such incidents, the upper echelons of Sunagakure grew weary. This led to waves of intense backlash from the villagers. After toiling diligently, just as they were on the brink of reaping rewards, their hopes were reduced to cinders by a single decree from the village leaders. Who could endure such a fate? Under immense pressure, no one dared to broach the topic of terminating cooperation with the Shao organization. As for the suspicion that the Shao organization was behind the turmoil, no one dared to voice it. With their collaboration severed, they were left with nothing. Without the continued provision of crop seeds and saplings from the Shao organization, the oasis could not survive. All agricultural produce and timber were restricted, unable to propagate the next generation through seeds. Thus, Sunagakure's economic lifeline became inextricably intertwined with the Shao organization. Guided by Qinglong, Sunagakure entered into an insurance agreement with the Shao organization, promising that if they adhered to his stipulations, their annual grain yield would meet the agreed-upon requirements. Natural disasters and man-made calamities have also been encompassed within this narrative. However, the village of Sunagakure has paid a significant price for it. The benefits of the Oasis project soon became apparent, culminating in the completion of the first 5-year plan for its development. No longer did individuals in Sunagakure, whether ninja or civilian, suffer from hunger, nor did anyone perish from starvation. In fact, there was even a surplus of grain available to assist other towns within the Land of Wind. Resolute, Kazekage Redo swiftly signed a new contract with the Qinglong following the conclusion of the first 5-year plan. After discussions with the feudal lord of the Land of Wind, Redo persuaded him, using the tangible success of Sunagakure's inaugural oasis, to secure funding for the first decadal plan of the Land of Wind. In Qinglong village, Kakuzu's Qinglong avatar sat cross-legged in meditation. With a deep breath, the Qinglong opened his eyes, emanating a potent vitality that caused the surrounding flora to flourish exuberantly. Congratulations, host, on upgrading the wood release attribute heart to level 3. Over the past few years, Kakuzu discovered an exceedingly perplexing matter. Aside from the bounties earned through his main body completing tasks, which could be utilized for enhancing all abilities. The bounties earned by his other heart avatars could only be applied to the upgrades of their respective powers. This restriction impeded Kakuzu's ability to obtain and elevate many desired skills, as he could not utilize the bounties from the Qinglong avatar for such purposes. The upgrade from would release Heart Level 1 to Level 2 required a staggering 50 million Ryo, while advancing from Level 2 to Level 3 demanded an outrageous 500 million Ryo. It was only upon fulfilling the tasks of the first 5-year plan for Sunagakure that he managed to accumulate enough bounty for the Level 3 upgrade. It seems prudent to engage the main body in more tasks, as the upgrades for the other avatars have been significantly constrained. Chapter 27. The Target of the Hunt. The hidden Whirlpool Village in the Land of Water, an island nation situated upon the sea, lies in proximity to the Land of Fire across the waves. Water Release. Wave Technique. Under the buoyancy of the ocean waves, Kakuzu landed upon the coastline of the Land of Whirlpool. As he tread upon the fine sands, he retrieved a mission scroll. Ding! The bounty mission from the exchange has commenced. Mission objective: hunt the ninja of the Uzumaki clan from the hidden Whirlpool Village. Mission reward: sealing technique, adamantine prison. Mission bounty: 10 million Ryo for the corpse of an Uzumaki ninja, 20 million Ryo for a living Uzumaki ninja. Having acquired the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique, Kakuzu was bestowed with an eternal lifespan. By gradually undertaking missions and collecting bounties, he could become infinitely powerful. The strength of his original body determined the limit of heart storage and, consequently, the ceiling of his power growth. Kakuzu became increasingly fervent in seeking out ninjas with special physiques to serve as materials for heart fusion. The Uzumaki clan, descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, possessed formidable physiques and the pinnacle of sealing techniques in the ninja world, naturally becoming Kakuzu's target. Coincidentally, the exchange had issued this bounty, prompting Kakuzu to seize the opportunity. With his heart fusion ability upgraded to level 2, he unlocked a new capability, randomly drawing and fusing a special ability from a target's heart into his own. As for fusing bloodline limits, Kakuzu had attempted this hundreds of times over the years, apart from a guaranteed fusion of magnet release on his first try. All others had ended in failure. For this mission, Kakuzu equipped himself with a wind attribute heart endowed with sensing capabilities, as well as a water release heart. After swiftly determining his position, he proceeded towards the hidden Whirlpool Village based on the intelligence gathered. Outside the hidden Whirlpool Village, Kakuzu concealed himself within the dense thicket. Breath of the wind. The sensing barrier activated, flooding his mind with information from a 5-kilometer radius. Soon, Kakuzu pinpointed his target. At that moment, in a valley outside the hidden Whirlpool Village, a red-haired youth gazed at a girl dancing gracefully amidst a cluster of flowers, revealing a lecherous grin. The girl turned to see the youth, her expression one of distaste. This persistent nuisance is truly bothersome. The girl spun around, intent on returning to the village. The red-haired youth hastened to catch up, grasping her arm and presenting a bouquet of wildflowers he had gathered by the roadside. Look, I picked these flowers for you. Aren't they as beautiful as you? The girl wriggled in disdain, but his grip held firm, preventing her escape. Let go of me, you irritating creep. Suddenly, a powerful gust surged forth. The red-haired youth was struck by a formidable column of water, sending him flying. The girl, startled, fell to the ground. Kakuzu emerged slowly from the thicket. The flora of the valley bore the scars of the youth's body, which had carved a trench several meters long upon impact. A strike of such force would leave any ordinary ninja gravely injured, if not dead. The girl turned to face the direction of the incoming water column, only to be met with a handsome visage. A flicker of affection stirred within her heart, yet before she could utter her thanks, she caught sight of 2 grotesque masks, suspended by black tendrils, emerging from Kakuzu's shoulders. Upon witnessing their monstrous appearance, her delicate face blanched in terror. With a black tentacle linking to his right hand, Kakuzu detached it from his body, firmly seizing the neck of the crimson-haired maiden. Not far away, from the spot where the red-haired youth had been struck, several chains radiating a golden light shot forth. The diamond lock. Kakuzu's body was ensnared by the chains, instantly losing its strength, and his grip on the girl was reluctantly relinquished. The red-haired youth gradually rose, the ends of the chains connecting to his back. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring fiercely at Kakuzu. Feeling the chakra within him being suppressed, Kakuzu's gaze flickered with interest. Is this the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan? The flow of chakra has slowed. No wonder it can seal tailed beasts. Intrigued, Kakuzu yearned to test the limits of this sealing technique. Taking a deep breath, he focused and channeled his chakra. At double the power, the diamond chains remained utterly motionless. At 5 times the power, the chains quivered slightly. At 10 times, one chain broke free. At 15 times, one by one, the chain shattered, leaving only one still piercing through Kakuzu's body. Kakuzu expelled a breath of stale air, his eyes brimming with approval. Having purchased enhancements from the system's marketplace, and with the tenfold boost from the hero's water, Kakuzu's base chakra amplification reached an astonishing 15 times. Yet, even with all his might, he could not free himself from the chains, underscoring the dreadfulness of this sealing technique. Meanwhile, the Uzumaki youth was left utterly astonished. When Kakuzu dislodged the first chain, he had already exerted all his strength to hold on. Their clan possessed formidable physical prowess, with chakra amounts at least 5 times that of an ordinary person. As a genius of the younger generation of the Uzumaki clan, he had achieved an impressive chakra volume 8 times greater than that of an average individual. The diamond lock, which he took pride in, had been so easily dismissed by an outsider. Kakuzu grasped the last diamond chain embedded in his chest, slowly pulling it out inch by inch. Seeing this, the Uzumaki youth could no longer restrain himself and placed his hands on the ground. Earth release, binding technique. A wave of earth surged forth, burying Kakuzu's feet, which then hardened to trap him in place. Black secret patterns emanated from the red-haired youth's hands, slithering across the ground towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu regarded those patterns with caution. They likely harbored sealing power, prompting him to hasten the extraction of the chains. At last, before the secret patterns could reach him, Kakuzu withdrew the chains entirely. 2 masks on his shoulders transformed into black monstrosities, separating from him. The black secret patterns crawled up Kakuzu's legs, enveloping his body and sealing him once more. Just as the Uzumaki youth was about to breathe a sigh of relief, sharp wind blades hurtled towards him. He quickly rolled to evade but was still struck by 2 blades on his back, the wounds deep enough to expose bone. The crimson-haired maiden, disregarding her disdain for the youth, rushed over to assess his condition. She helped him up, and upon seeing his disheveled state, she gritted her teeth and extended her arm to his lips. The youth spat out a mouthful of blood, and, upon seeing the maiden's fair arm, bit down without hesitation. The girl furrowed her brow, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through her arm. In a brief moment, the wound on the young man's back healed, and she collapsed weakly to the ground. The swirling figure rose, tearing away his tattered garments, his gaze sharp as he advanced towards Kakuzu. 2 hidden doppelganger monsters erupted from the ground, unleashing a barrage of chakra infused with wind and water attributes upon him. The young man disregarded the assault, as golden chains erupted behind him, binding the 2 doppelgangers. He withstood the dual chakra attacks, his body marred with horrific scars. One chain lashed out, ensnaring the girl's slender waist and pulling her before him. The red-haired youth grasped her arm, sinking his teeth into her flesh once more. The girl cried out in pain, the overwhelming loss of chakra rendering her exceedingly weak. As the young man regained much of his strength, he discarded the girl like a rag doll onto the ground. His bloodshot eyes fixated on Kakuzu, filled with rage. Damn you. I will make you pay with your life. As a prodigy of his village, he had never suffered such severe injuries. The agony coursing through him nearly stripped him of his sanity. Kakuzu snorted disdainfully, observing the youth with contempt. In the next instant, Kakuzu's form shifted, transforming into a heart doppelganger. Compared to the doppelganger monsters, Kakuzu appeared significantly smaller, momentarily escaping the constraints of the golden chains. Free from all sealing techniques, Kakuzu's fist launched forward, striking the young man squarely in the face. Black tendrils erupted from his fist, tightly constricting around the youth's neck. The extreme lack of oxygen caused the young man to gradually lose consciousness. Kakuzu pulled him closer, the black tendrils piercing through his chest, extracting a vigorously beating heart. The young man was jolted awake by the intense pain, a piercing scream echoing throughout the valley. The heart, now severed, was absorbed into Kakuzu's body. The heartless youth, summoning the last remnants of his strength, grasped Kakuzu's arm. Black, 8 trigram patterns emerged from his body. You wretched creature, let us perish together. The 4 symbols sealing technique. Black liquid gushed forth from the young man's body. Kakuzu's expression stiffened, recalling the technique from his memories. Not good. Gripping the youth's arm, Kakuzu found himself unable to break free. Internally lamenting the youth's tenacity even without a heart, he observed the rapidly spreading black liquid. Kakuzu transformed his hand into a blade, focusing wind chakra to sever the arm grasping him. Swiftly, he seized the collapsed whirlpool girl and retreated. Within a radius of several dozen paces around the red-haired youth, all objects began to collapse towards him, dissolving into nothingness. The girl desperately beat against Kakuzu's hand, clutching her hair, the pain nearly causing her to faint. Kakuzu wiped the sweat from his brow and, with a swift motion, knocked the struggling girl unconscious. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Hunt the ninjas of the Whirlpool clan in the Whirlpool village. Reward obtained. Sealing technique. Diamond lock. Please deliver the task target to the task issuer to claim your bounty. When the ninja from the hidden whirlwind village arrived, drawn by the sound, Kakuzu had already departed with the crimson-haired girl, leaving behind only the lingering traces of battle. Chapter 28. Task handover objectives. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, there exists a clandestine underground gold exchange. This exchange is situated at the northern frontier of the Land of Fire, beyond which lie the small nations of the Land of Waterfalls, the Land of Frost, and the Land of Rice. Recognizing its strategic location, Kakuzu transformed it into a stronghold for the Akatsuki organization. Over the years, he gained complete control over the underground exchange, making it an integral part of the Akatsuki. Upon the completion of his mission, he utilized the exchange to contact his employer, sending a request for the handover of task objectives. At that moment, Kakuzu found himself in the underground prison of the exchange, nursing a headache as he gazed at the red-haired girl before him. The girl from the Uzumaki clan clutched the cell bars, having awakened from her unconscious state, and proceeded to scold Kakuzu for several hours. After a brief respite, Kakuzu entered the subterranean prison with food in hand, only to find the girl still berating him. Hey, do you know who I am? Let me out at once. I am Lady Yukizi of the Uzumaki clan. My grandfather is the chief of the Whirlpool Hidden Village. Uzumaki Akihiro, you have captured me, and the village will not let this go unpunished. Seeing Kakuzu remain unfazed, the girl continued her tirade, revealing more of her lineage. My brother-in-law is the Hokage of Konohagakure, Senju Hashirama. He will soon bring the ninjas of the leaf to obliterate you. Kakuzu wore an expression of helplessness as he regarded Uzumaki Yukizi. If you insist on mentioning him, it only strengthens my resolve to keep you here. Indeed, the sister-in-law of Senju Hashirama was quite beautiful, though her intellect seemed lacking. Kakuzu had not originally intended to do anything to her. He had other candidates in mind for the task. However, upon witnessing her potential for trouble, he had seized the opportunity to capture her. My lord, the employer has sent back information. The time and place for the handover have been confirmed. A subordinate entered the dungeon, bowing to report the situation to Kakuzu. Kakuzu, placing the tray of food into the cell, turned to leave. As he departed, Yukizi glared at him, furious enough to kick the tray over. Take this food away. I would rather starve today than touch a morsel of your repugnant offerings. Yet, her stomach betrayed her, growling audibly. After cursing for a while, she conceded, fine. A wise woman does not let pride lead to hunger. I shall eat and continue my tirade later. Squatting on the ground, she bit into a chicken leg. Delicious. While savoring the meat, she interspersed her meal with occasional insults directed at her captors. Meanwhile, in the office of Konohagakure, Senju Hashirama was sifting through documents. The Hidden Cloud Village continues its experiments with the sealing of tailed beasts, with the 8 tails rampaging multiple times. The Oasis project in the Hidden Sand Village is progressing smoothly, significantly improving the quality of life for villagers. Experts recommend a field study. The Hidden Waterfall Village is actively engaging in trade with the leaf. Suddenly, Hashirama recalled his old friend Kakuzu, who had been missing for years without a trace. He wondered if Kakuzu still remembered their 10-year pact. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, delivering urgent intelligence. Upon reading the report, Hashirama sprang from his seat. The young heiress of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Yukizi, has gone missing. The clan leader, Uzumaki Akihiro, has succumbed to stress-related illness, passing away at the age of 67. He scratched his head, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp, pondering how to convey this matter to his wife, Mito. The Uzumaki clan requested assistance from Konoha to locate the whereabouts of the young lady, Yukiori. In the vast sea of humanity, he truly had no idea how to begin his search. Suddenly, he recalled the recently renowned organization known as Shao. Perhaps it would be worth a try. Kakuzu glanced at the message sent by the task employer and couldn't help but scoff. The designated location for the task's item exchange was the Yun Hidden Village. specifically at the Yunlei Gorge. As expected, it aligned perfectly with his suspicions. Since the first 5 Kage summit, after acquiring the tailed beasts, Yun Hidden Village had been fervently engaged in researching the militarization of the tailed beasts. Reikage promptly approached the Shao organization, seeking to acquire the sealing techniques for the tailed beasts, which were subsequently improved into the iron armor sealing technique. Although the sealing of the tailed beasts was executed smoothly, they could not achieve perfect control over them. The 8 tails frequently rampaged, resulting in significant losses for Yun Hidden Village. After multiple failures, they set their sights on the Uzumaki clan, known for their formidable sealing ninjutsu and physical prowess. Bound by the peace agreement signed during the 5 Kage summit and intimidated by Senju Hashirama, they dared not take matters into their own hands and instead posted the task to the Shao organization. Furthermore, Yun Hidden Village submitted a complaint, denouncing the sealing techniques provided by Shao as ineffective, demanding compensation for the damages caused by the tailed beast rampages. This truly amused Kakuzu. He resolved to personally undertake the task of item exchange at Yun Hidden Village. From his severed arm, black tendrils writhed forth, expelling a pulsating heart. The heart, once detached, transformed into the likeness of a young man from the Uzumaki clan. Earth Attribute Heart Clone Level 1. Source, Uzumaki Clan. Heart Trait 1. Possesses an extraordinary amount of chakra, enhancing chakra output by 5-fold. Heart Trait 2. Vigorous life force, significantly increasing physical strength and recovery speed. Heart Trait 3. Specialization in sealing techniques, increasing the effectiveness of sealing techniques by 20. Gazing at the attributes of this heart, Kakuzu felt a sense of satisfaction. It was perfectly aligned with his own Earth attribute. With 3 exclusive traits at such a basic level, it was a remarkably rare find. He was not yet prepared to merge this heart, as Heart Fusion Level 2 involved an element of randomness. Each of these traits proved to be quite practical. Only children make choices. Adults must have it all. He intended to wait until the probability of heart fusion increased or until he acquired a fusion guarantee voucher from the system store before merging it with his own body. Fusion guarantee voucher, randomly refreshed in the system store, can be used during heart fusion to guarantee 100 acquisition of all traits from the secondary heart. Kakuzu placed handcuffs and leg shackles on the Uzumaki clone, putting on quite a show, preparing it as the task item to be exchanged with Yun Hidden Village. As for the captive, Uzumaki Yukiori, he was also troubled about how to handle her. This heart clone would suffice. There was no need to take her heart. That young lady was the sister-in-law of Senju Hashirama, and perhaps she could be of use in the future to garner a favor from Hashirama. Kakuzu set off for Yun Hidden Village to complete the task exchange with the heart clone. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, the exchange office received a mission from Konoha to seek the young lady of the Uzumaki clan. The land of lightning was dotted with towering mountains, and the paths were treacherous and arduous. After 3 days of travel, Kakuzu finally arrived at the designated location to execute the task. This place was not far from the Hidden Cloud Village. Just over a mountain lay the Yunlei Gorge, where the village resided. He observed the position of the sun, realizing that the appointed time was fast approaching, and released a heart clone of the Akatsuki, leaning against a rock as he awaited the arrival. Before long, a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village emerged from the valley. With silver hair and a sturdy physique, he possessed the quintessential appearance of a Hidden Cloud ninja. He scrutinized Kakuzu carefully, noting his unremarkable features that revealed nothing particularly striking. The ninja cautiously probed, "Why the folding wing?" At this, Kakuzu squinted at the ninja, pondering if he was an ally. Upon exchanging the signal, the Hidden Cloud ninja let out a sigh of relief. "I am from the OWL organization, the Shadow Blade Unit, Zidian Tiger. May I inquire as to your codename?" Kakuzu nodded in response, recognizing the Shadow Blade Unit as a spy organization under the OWL, with members infiltrating various nations. "You may call me Tao Tai." The ninja, who introduced himself as Zidian Tiger, excitedly bowed to Kakuzu. "I pay my respects to Lord Tao Tai. It is known that within the OWL organization, those with 2 character codenames are all shadow-level powerhouses. I never expected that a simple task of transporting goods would involve the deployment of a shadow-level elite." Chapter 29. The contest with the first Reikage in the Land of Lightning. Within the Fonglei Canyon, the architectural layout of Kumogakure is dictated by the mountainous terrain. With structures built into the slopes, their summits hewn away, each peak adorned with numerous dwellings. At this moment, Kakuzu, draped in a cloak that envelopes his entire form, follows a sand shinobi across a spacious plaza. There, a group of robust men are stretching and warming up, seemingly preparing for some event. A Kumogakure ninja leans in to whisper to Kakuzu, explaining that today marks the annual arm wrestling competition, with these individuals being the contestants. Kakuzu nods slightly. He has indeed heard of this. The residents of Kumogakure are known for their fierce demeanor, and they regard participation in such events as a matter of honor. Observing the exaggerated physiques of the ninjas, one cannot doubt their formidable strength. The office of the Raikage is perched halfway up the mountainside, with a distant view of the plaza below. As Kakuzu and his companion traverse the square, the spying ninja cautiously reminds him, "Lord Kaku, the Raikage has been in a foul mood lately due to the recent rampages of the Eight Tails. Please proceed with caution." Kakuzu nods, though internally he scoffs. The Raikage, is not troubled by the Eight Tails at present, but rather by another pressing matter, one that has compelled him to visit Kumogakure personally. The dark-skinned first Raikage, is engrossed in perusing documents. Kakuzu removes his cloak, observing the formidable Raikage, who bears a striking resemblance to a character from his past memories. Most ninjas of Kumogakure primarily focus on physical combat and lightning-based jutsu, exhibiting a tempestuous nature and a hardened temperament. The ability to unite such individuals into a cohesive village speaks volumes of A's strength and leadership. Recently, the rampant behavior of the Eight Tails has inflicted significant economic and human losses upon the village. A is currently reviewing the relevant details, his head throbbing with the weight of the situation. The families of the ninjas who sacrificed themselves to suppress the Eight Tails have repeatedly expressed their profound dissatisfaction, placing immense pressure upon him. As A glances up at the individual entering his office, he notes their unremarkable appearance and furrows his brow, directing his gaze toward the Kumogakure ninja leading them. "Lord Raikage, this individual hails from the Akatsuki organization." Upon understanding the visitor's origins, A's expression shifts to one of realization. He waves the Kumogakure ninja away, instructing them to wait outside. With a deep sigh, A exhales a cloud of frustration and hurls the lost details at Kaku, finally finding a target for his ire. "What is the meaning of your Akatsuki organization? Is it not your faulty sealing techniques that have caused this mess? You must compensate for our losses." Having finally encountered someone from the Akatsuki, A seizes the opportunity to extract some recompense. Kakuzu receives the documents that have been flung at him, observing A's clumsy display without anger. He nonchalantly pulls a chair from the side, crossing his legs as he peruses the details. A frowns at Kakuzu's demeanor, a flicker of irritation crossing his features. Kakuzu swiftly finishes reading, tossing the documents back onto the desk. He understood well that the reasons behind the Eight Tails rampage were multifaceted, rather than solely a matter of sealing techniques. He was aware, as was the Raikage. The Raikage's actions were merely a display of bravado. Kakuzu was not inclined to engage in any convoluted discussions with the Raikage and chose to address the matter directly. "There is no need for your probing, Raikage. We will not offer a single coin in compensation. I have come today for two purposes. First, to deliver a ninja from the Uzumaki clan and reclaim my bounty." Upon hearing this, the Raikage swiftly appeared behind Kakuzu, tearing off the Uzumaki clone's cloak. He examined the clone's bones and muscles, and upon noticing the distinctive red hair of the Uzumaki clan, he nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, this is one of the Uzumaki. The bounty will suffice as our compensation. Is there anything else?" Kakuzu was momentarily amused by the Raikage's arrogant demeanor. "Hold your horses. Look at this first." The Raikage received the scroll Kakuzu tossed, and, upon perusing its contents, his expression drastically shifted. The scroll detailed the information of the brothers Kin and Jinkaku from Kumogakure. Suspected descendants of the legendary Sage of Six Paths, they have devoured the flesh and blood of the Nine Tails, gaining a portion of its power. Possessed the Six Paths ninja tools. Repeatedly provoked the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, causing it to lose control. The Raikage fixed a penetrating gaze on Kakuzu, realizing that some of this information was not particularly secretive and could be uncovered with a little investigation. However, the final point struck a nerve. During the first 5 Kage summit, the scroll provided by the Akatsuki had highlighted his greatest concern, that the Kin and Jin brothers would ultimately betray their village. Long before attending the summit, he had harbored such worries. The brothers had awakened the power of the Nine Tails after battling it in their youth, and their newfound strength had only exacerbated their already arrogant dispositions. Even the Raikage himself found them increasingly insufferable. Strangely, the The rest of the village idolized the brothers. Recently, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki had gone berserk multiple times, with the two brothers' interference at play. It could be said that the village's substantial losses were intricately linked to their actions. Reikage AI gradually calmed his tumultuous emotions and quietly slipped the scroll into a drawer, contemplating the terrifying prowess of the Kin and Jin brothers, which even he felt ill-equipped to counter. He found himself devoid of confidence in the Akatsuki's capabilities. The organization was renowned, yet the figures they had assassinated over the years did not compare to the brothers. AI shook his head at Kakuzu. This matter does not concern you. Take your bounty and leave. Kakuzu chuckled softly and shook his head in response. The Reikage's resolve had wavered. He had initially stated he would not offer a bounty, but had now changed his mind. He still lacked faith in the Akatsuki's power. I suspect, Reikage, that your interest in the Uzumaki clan is not solely for dealing with the Eight Tails, is it? Your true aim is to restrain the Nine Tails' power of Kin and Jin. Am I correct? Reikage AI's pupils constricted. How did he know everything? He scrutinized Kakuzu once more. Insufficient. The strength is rather ordinary. He only trusts his own eyes. Yet he still cannot believe that Kakuzu possesses such capability. There is no need for further words. My lord, please take your leave. Guards, escort our guest out. The ninja from Yunin village, who had been waiting outside, finally let out a sigh of relief and stepped inside. He had faintly heard the commotion earlier and feared that the two might engage in a fight, but thankfully, all was well. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss as to whom to assist. Observing the demeanor of the Reikage, Kakuzu chose to refrain from further comments. He firmly believed that one day, AI would seek him out. This fortune was one he could not afford to miss. Kakuzu donned his cloak and, accompanied by the guiding ninja, received his reward before retracing his steps. The two walked through the square they had previously traversed. Suddenly, the guiding ninja was jostled by a burly man and fell to the ground in agony. This man had a mane of tousled golden hair, crowned with two elongated horns, and adorned with golden tattoos on his brawny arms. Kakuzu furrowed his brow, recognizing the individual by his distinctive appearance. He was rumored to be a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, heralded as one of the two radiant lights of the clouds, Kinkaku. Kinkaku looked disdainfully at the fallen ninja, scoffing, pathetic. Turning his gaze toward Kakuzu, obscured by his cloak, his face brimmed with arrogance. Who is this fellow? Yunin village is a restricted area. Outsiders are not permitted. With that, he raised his fist and lunged toward Kakuzu. Kakuzu nimbly evaded the attack. Although his cloak was torn away, Kinkaku, seeing the unfamiliar face before him, laughed boastfully. Indeed, an intruder. The fallen guiding ninja hurriedly interjected, explaining that Kakuzu was a guest of Lord Reikage and pleaded for leniency. Kinkaku, however, was unfazed. Oh, since he is a distinguished guest. Today marks a significant festival in Yunin village. Why not engage in a contest? I trust our esteemed guest would not refuse this opportunity. Kakuzu sighed softly and cast a cold, piercing glance at Kinkaku, who was gesturing toward a nearby stone platform where an arm wrestling match was taking place. The threatening tone left him with no room for choice. Should he refuse, Kinkaku would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. With this thought in mind, Kakuzu let out a derisive chuckle. Just as well. I have a belly full of frustration that needs an outlet. As for strength, I have yet to fear anyone. In the distance, from the Reikage's office halfway up the mountainside, AI observed the unfolding scene through the window. Chapter 30. Crushing the Cloud-Hidden Ninja. In the expansive plaza of Yunlei Gorge, a throng of robust men gathered, their voices resounding in boisterous excitement as they awaited the commencement of the arm wrestling competition. At this moment, the event had yet to officially begin, with only a handful of individuals engaged in training and sparring upon the stone platform at the center. As they noticed Jin Jiao leading a stranger towards them, they quickly parted to create a path. Jin Jiao, arms crossed and a sinister grin etched on his face, regarded Kakuzu with a mocking demeanor. With a guest from the outer village arriving in Yunin village, we must extend our hospitality. Is there anyone willing to entertain our guest? Jin Jiao viewed Kakuzu as a mere plaything. At this, a burly man stepped forward from the crowd, positioning himself at the stone platform and raising his arm. I shall take him on. Kakuzu observed the man, noting his quintessential Yunin ninja appearance, dark skin and robust arms, yet his face was unfamiliar to him. Approaching the platform, he extended his arm, forming a fist, and met the ninja's wrist. Kakuzu, understanding the challenge, accepted, provoking a chorus of cheers from the surrounding Yunin ninjas. The guide ninja, previously knocked down, squeezed through the crowd, feeling a twinge of anxiety at the sight before him. His father and elder brother had perished in the effort to thwart the rampage of the Eight Tails. At that time, the Jinjiao and Yinjiao brothers had the opportunity to prevent the massacre, yet they chose to ignore it, seeking instead to provoke the beast's primal instincts for their amusement, even allowing themselves to become targets of ridicule by the villagers. His resentment towards the villagers ran deep, and this animosity fueled his decision to join the Shao organization, which now represented his hope for revenge against the village. Although this esteemed Lord Tiexin possessed strength on par with a shadow-level ninja, he was not necessarily superior in power compared to the Yunin. An undercurrent of panic surged within him as he fervently hoped that Lord Tiexin would not encounter misfortune. Before long, the first Yunin ninja to step forward paid dearly for his arrogance. The burly man, bare-chested with muscles gleaming like polished metal, strained with all his might. Yet he found himself unable to budge the arm of the man before him. How is this possible? This seemingly frail monkey possesses such formidable strength? Kakuzu regarded him coldly. His own strength was comparable, placing him among the elite in the realm of physical combat ninjas. Regrettably, he was up against Kakuzu himself. With a surge of power, Kakuzu's arm forcefully pinned the Yunin man's forearm against the stone platform. The man, wincing in pain, was sent reeling backward, clutching his arm and howling in agony. Over the years, Kakuzu had assimilated the hearts of numerous unique physical ninjas, granting him extraordinary strength within the ninja world. Zidian, who watched Kakuzu's display with a sense of delight, pleasantly surprised to discover that this esteemed Lord Tiexin was indeed a powerhouse. However, the next contestant to step forward made him break into a cold sweat on Kakuzu's behalf. A towering figure, over 2 meters tall and resembling a human fortress, pushed through the crowd to stand before Kakuzu. At a height of 185 meters, Kakuzu appeared diminutive beside this giant. The man's robust arms, resting on the platform, were thicker than Kakuzu's thighs. "Come on, little darling, let us have a little match and make Big Brother happy." This giant had consistently ranked among the top 5 competitors in previous arm wrestling tournaments. As he gazed at the much smaller figure of Kai Di before him, his vanity swelled to its utmost, spurred on by the jeers of the surrounding villagers. He was eager to crush this outsider. Extending his arm to collide with Kai Di's slender limb, he felt a twinge of concern that a mere exertion might snap it like a twig. "Come on, delight me, brother." Kai Di observed the cumbersome iron-clad giant, perhaps fearing that his mind was as brawny as his physique. Without further ado, he summoned his strength and clashed with the titan. The giant's arm remained unyielding. "Is this all you've got? Come on, darling, put some muscle into it." Kai Di's expression shifted slightly. The power was indeed formidable. Harnessing the arcane technique acquired through his heart's fusion, his veins bulged as his strength doubled. The Iron Giant, sensing the force emanating from Kai Di's arm, became intrigued and responded with his own might, slightly pushing Kai Di's arm aside. Is that not enough? He unleashed his signature ninjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Spear. Kai Di's arm darkened, fortified by the Earth Spear's enhanced power, halting its deflection. The Iron Giant, witnessing his arm gradually bending back, bore an expression of displeasure. "Hey, are you even trying? Don't embarrass us from the cloud-hidden village. Are you holding back? Losing to that little monkey means you're done for. Show him a thing or two. Heh, the big guy hasn't even exerted himself yet. Just wait until that little lady sees what's coming." Listening to the villagers' taunts, the giant felt his pride waver, gritting his teeth and mustering all his strength. The muscles in his face strained as he finally managed to bend Kai Di's wrist back significantly. A triumphant joy illuminated his features. Kai Di, no longer holding back, unleashed a 5-fold chakra surge, transmitting immense power through his arm. The Iron Giant was sent flying, arcing through the air before crashing down heavily, toppling a crowd of onlookers. The raucous crowd fell into stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. Several ninjas, incensed by the affront to their dignity, stepped forward, unwilling to let an outsider belittle them. Kai Di's performance piqued the interest of King Kai, who decided to personally contend with him. He advanced, effortlessly tossing aside the ninjas, and approached the stone platform. "You lot are a disgrace. Stop tarnishing the name of the cloud-hidden village. This might be amusing. Let me teach you a lesson myself." The ninjas from the cloud-hidden village were not incensed by King Kai's insults. Upon seeing him take the stage, the atmosphere grew lively once more. with cheers erupting in support of him. King Kai leaned his elbows on the stone platform, beckoning Kai Di with a finger. Without engaging in idle chatter, Kai Di took his stance before the platform, his darkened arm poised against King Kai's. With a 5-fold chakra augmentation, a 2-fold strength enhancement, and the Earth release. Earth Spear technique fortified, the combination caused King Kai's expression to shift. With a fierce roar, he exclaimed, "Come at me." His arm muscles swelled dramatically, their sinewy patterns resembling coiling dragons. In an instant, the two were locked in a stalemate. Time passed, and the competition's stone platform, unable to bear the strain, began to crack. Observing that he could not overcome Kai Di, King Kai grew increasingly impatient and furious. The crimson chakra surged forth from his being, manifesting a scarlet chakra tail behind him. Indeed, it was the cloak of the Nine-Tails chakra. The stone platform, already on the verge of collapse, disintegrated into dust in an instant. A massive wave of chakra created a gust that forced the observing cloud ninjas to stagger back several meters. Covered by the Nine-Tails chakra cloak, Jinchuriki appeared extraordinarily otherworldly, exuding an invincible aura that seemed to sweep away all in its path. Marvelous. Lord Jinchuriki has finally unleashed his true prowess. That boy is destined for defeat. Lord Jinchuriki is invincible. The onlookers, feeling the immense momentum of Jinchuriki, were swept into a fervor. Kakuzu felt his eyes sting from the chakra-laden winds, igniting within him a fierce desire to confront Jinchuriki. With a 10-fold chakra amplification, he stood in subtle defiance against Jinchuriki's state. Ecstatic, Jinchuriki increased his chakra output, sprouting additional tails and entering a semi-tailed beast transformation. In this state, nearly bereft of rationality, his power transcended that of mere mortals. The chakra wave hurled weaker ninjas into the air, yet the others appeared invigorated. With a 15-fold chakra amplification, Kakuzu entered his full potential, achieving nearly 30 times his usual strength under various enhancements. However, the overwhelming chakra from his opponent sent a wave of discomfort through his arms. Engaging directly seemed perilous. Ninjutsu is a lethal art. Kakuzu had no intention of adhering to any code of honor. Sealing technique, adamantine sealing. The swirling clones were apprehended by the cloud, yet the sealing technique's reward remained intact. Adamantine chains erupted from Kakuzu's wrist, silently coiling around Jinchuriki's semi-tailed beast arm. The immense suppression power of the sealing technique forced Jinchuriki's tails to retract. From the observation office on the mountainside, Reikage, witnessing Jinchuriki's semi-tail transformation, prepared to intervene. In this state, Jinchuriki could easily spiral out of control, endangering the village ninjas. However, in the next moment, Jinchuriki's semi-tailed transformation gradually receded. Reikage, initially puzzled, felt a sense of relief wash over him. To his astonishment, that ninja from the Akatsuki had indeed managed to suppress Jinchuriki's transformation. This meant their collaboration with the Akatsuki organization held promise. Suddenly, a colossal wave erupted from a nearby canyon. A gigantic octopus adorned with a bull's head surged forth. This is bad. The Eight Tails has gone berserk. Reikage's heart raced as he swiftly departed the office. The clash between Kakuzu and Jinchuriki was nearing its climax. The tremendous wave stirred by the tailed beast drenched the square, plunging the crowd into chaos. A robust man with a mane of silver hair emerged from the tumultuous waves, landing on the square with his garments dampened by the mist. This man was none other than Silverhorn, one of the two luminaries of the cloud. Humph, what a nuisance. This Jinchuriki is far too easy to provoke. He has soaked my clothes. Chapter 31. The Eighth-Tailed Beast Goes Berserk. In the Land of Lightning, at the Yunlei Gorge, Kakuzu observed the eighth-tailed beast in a frenzied state, contemplating how to maximize his own advantage. Perhaps it was time to demonstrate his worth, prompting the Reikage to acknowledge their collaboration. After all, he currently possessed the sealing technique known as the adamantine sealing. The sudden rampage of the eighth-tailed beast caught everyone off guard. The exceedingly violent creature began to gather a dark sphere of energy in its mouth, preparing to unleash a tailed beast bomb. At that moment, a multitude of elite ninjas from the hidden cloud village had gathered in the square, and the consequences of such an attack would be dire. Reikage swiftly arrived at the square, casting a menacing glance at Jin Gang. From the earlier events, it was evident that Jin Gang had provoked the eighth-tailed beast into its rampage. The current Jinchuriki of the eighth-tailed beast was likely in grave danger. Where were Jin Gang and the Amber Pure Bottle? They needed to seal the beast immediately. Jin Gang, disdainful of the Rakich's words, spoke first. Do not be anxious, Lord Rakich. Allow me to have some fun first. With a surge of red chakra, Jin Gang instantly transformed into a half-tailed beast, leaping toward the eighth-tailed beast. The tremendous force he unleashed created a massive crater in the square, sending debris flying in all directions. Rakich shielded himself from the barrage of stones, deep in thought as he observed the crimson figure. For the ordinary ninjas of the hidden cloud, the eighth-tailed beast's rampage was a catastrophe. Yet, in the eyes of Jin Gang and his brother, it was merely a source of amusement. I had to carefully contemplate the proposal from the Akatsuki organization. The half-tailed beast Jin Gang collided with the charging tailed beast bomb, causing its trajectory to skew and obliterating the peak of a mountain. Jin Gang was sent hurtling backward, his body embedding into the mountainside, vanishing from sight. Seizing the opportunity while the eighth-tailed beast was momentarily distracted, Rakichi hastily organized the ninjas present to restrain the beast from causing further destruction. Jin Gang, with an ever-arrogant grin plastered on his face, focused intently on Kaku, as if the outside chaos were of no concern to him. Hee, I know who you are now. I should have realized it earlier. I wonder how you've changed your appearance. As far as I know, there's only one person who wields that technique that darkens and hardens the body. Am I right? Kakuzu? Kakuzu glanced at Jin Gang, but did not respond directly. He and the Jin Gang brothers had risen to fame during the Warring States period, frequently encountering one another on the battlefield. It was not unexpected for Jin Gang to recognize him. He continued to observe the eighth-tailed beast battling fiercely against the hidden cloud ninjas. This was his first time witnessing a tailed beast fight up close. Ordinary ninja tools were utterly ineffective against the resilient eighth-tailed beast, and the chains thrown by numerous ninjas were effortlessly discarded. With the existence of the tailed beast bomb, attempting to subdue the beast through sheer numbers was indeed a daunting task. Reflecting on Jin Gang's terrifying power in his half-tailed beast form, Kakuzu found himself intrigued by the prospect of experimenting with the entire tailed beast. The brothers of Gold and Silver Horn were reluctant to utilize the amber purification bottle to seal the eight tails, plunging the hidden cloud ninjas into a moment of arduous battle. A ninja, wielding chains to bind the eight tails, was overpowered by its colossal strength and was moments away from being crushed by a single punch. Lightning flickered around Rakichi, who, like a bolt of lightning, swiftly shielded the beleaguered ninja. Faced with the impending onslaught of the gigantic fist, Rakichi remained unperturbed, extending his hands to meet the formidable blow of the eight tails. He urged the ninja to retreat hastily, propelling himself back after deflecting the punch. The direct confrontation with the eight tails had drained a significant amount of his stamina, rendering his breaths somewhat labored. It was only when Silver Horn erupted from the mountain he had been struck into, rejoining the fray, that the situation began to improve. Gold Horn, entangled with Kakuzu, was incessantly probing for information, which was beginning to test Kakuzu's patience. Their past was devoid of any major grievances. Kakuzu's village, the Hidden Waterfall, had long adopted a stance of isolation, rarely intervening in external matters unless directly threatened. During the tumultuous Warring States period, their primary objective was self-preservation. At that time, the brothers Gold and Silver Horn had yet to harness the power of the Nine Tails, and had clashed with Kakuzu on a few occasions. Kakuzu's predominant combat technique was his signature Earth Release, Earth Spear, focusing on physical enhancement. His fighting style leaned towards close combat with brute strength. The encounters between him and the Gold and Silver Horn brothers often resulted in stalemates, with neither side gaining an advantage. Since Gold Horn acquired the power of the Nine Tails, he had transformed beyond recognition, eager to find an opportunity to spar with Kakuzu once more. In recent years, Kakuzu had seemingly vanished without a trace. Upon their reunion today, Gold Horn was unaware of the means by which Kakuzu had suppressed his half-tailed beast transformation. After all, in that state, his mind was somewhat clouded. The power he possessed could match that of his fully formed self, which was utterly astounding. Thus, he refrained from attacking Kakuzu immediately and inquired about his recent circumstances. Observing Kakuzu's reluctance to engage, Gold Horn began to grow impatient. With the chakra of the Nine Tails enveloping him, he positioned himself to charge, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Kakuzu, seeing the situation escalating, chose not to linger and employed the body flicker technique, darting towards the eight tails, thereby drawing Gold Horn into the fray. At that moment, the eight tails found itself in dire straits. typically of a gentler disposition. It had been peacefully slumbering within the ceiling space of its Jinchuriki. However, the incessant torment inflicted by that silver-haired brat had begun to disturb its tranquility. The negative emotions of the Jinchuriki were destabilizing the ceiling space, leaving the eight tails disoriented. To make matters worse, the wretched stench of the troublesome fox lingered about the brat. The eight tails, roused from its slumber, was not pleased. Even a mud statue has its limits, let alone a tailed beast. The Jinchuriki's emotional turmoil caused the seal to weaken, allowing the irate eight tails to unleash its chakra, revealing its true form in a fit of rage. It yearned to vent its frustrations. That obnoxious silver-haired brat, transformed into the guise of the foul fox, was once again assaulting it with relentless blows. A swarm of diminutive ants from the hidden cloud village came to pester it, inflicting no pain but considerable annoyance. It longed to crush them one by one. Soon, a pitch-black figure rushed towards it, tough and unyielding, impervious to its blows, causing its fists to ache with each impact. Behind this dark entity trailed another, a golden-haired imp reeking of foul fox. The golden-haired one pursued the black figure, only to collide with itself each time, missing its target. It was utterly fatigued. All it desired was to retreat into the host's body and rest, yet the host seemed disinclined to escalate matters. Engaging in such laborious and unprofitable endeavors was not to its liking. The half-tailed beast, Jin Jiao, relentlessly pursued it, seemingly losing its wits. In the hidden cloud village, casualties had begun to mount, causing Raikage AI to grow increasingly anxious. Observing that his desired outcome was nearly achieved, he knew that prolonging the chaos would lead to uncontrollable consequences. Kakuzu halted, extending his right hand toward the charging half-tailed beast, Jin Jiao. His hand clamped fiercely around Jin Jiao's neck, the tremendous force driving Kakuzu into the ground, carving deep furrows and burying him 2 or 3 meters below. Kakuzu glanced around, conveniently obscuring the view of the outside ninjas. The sealing technique, Diamond Lock, was activated, and several diamond chains erupted from the base of his arm, ensnaring the half-tailed beast. Jin Jiao, like a rice dumpling. The Nine Tails chakra was suppressed, swiftly revealing Jin Jiao's true form. Seizing the moment while Jin Jiao was momentarily disoriented, Kakuzu exerted force to render him unconscious. The regular state of Jin Jiao was no match for the full-throttle explosion of Kakuzu's 30-fold strength. Kakuzu plunged his hand into Jin Jiao's mouth, suppressing his disgust as he searched meticulously. Before long, he encountered a solid object. Upon extracting it, it expanded in the wind, transforming into the amber purification vase. This was a unique ability of the Jin and In brothers, allowing them to shrink and store 6 paths ninja tools within their mouths. Kakuzu emerged from the several-meter-deep trench and tossed the amber purification vase to Raikage AI. AI, upon seeing this, felt a surge of elation and glanced at Kakuzu, who was hoisting Jin Jiao like a small dog, utterly astonished by this remarkable scene. The lamentations of the village ninjas broke his reverie, prompting him to hastily employ the amber purification vase to seal the rampaging 8 tails. He resolved to engage in earnest discussions with the Owl organization regarding potential collaboration. Chapter 32. The differentiation of the cloud-hidden village. The plaza of the Yunlei Gorge lay in ruins, ravaged by the rampage of the 8 tails. Kakuzu, holding the golden horn, emerged from the deep pit, instilling a sense of dread among the cloud ninja who beheld him. Who was that man, capable of subduing Lord Kinkaku? The half-tailed beast-formed Ginkaku received the horn thrown by Kakuzu, reverting from his beastly state. He gazed intently at the unfamiliar man, as if striving to see through him. Uncertain of the situation, Ginkaku refrained from acting hastily, choosing instead to wait for his brother to awaken and inquire further. At that moment, a burly man with a head shaped like a hoe appeared on the scene, his expression grim as he surveyed the devastation in the plaza. This man was none other than the brother of the first Raikage, the future second Raikage. Accompanying him was a youth, youthful features adorning his face. Yet his stature rivaled that of the second Raikage. The first Raikage, cradled the amber bottle, signaling to his brother, who served as his bodyguard, to assess the village's losses. He addressed Ginkaku, stating, "The amber bottle seals the 8 tails. I shall safeguard it for now, until we find the next Jinchuriki to return it to you." A's gaze urged Kakuzu to follow, and without regard for Ginkaku's reaction, he vanished in an instant. The future second Raikage had just returned from training with his son, only to find that in a mere 2 days, the Eight Tails had rampaged once more. Without the luxury to ask his brother for the specifics, he hurriedly organized the treatment of the injured villagers and assessed the casualties. Before departing, Kakuzu discreetly approached the Thunder Tiger, conveying a message. Having witnessed Kakuzu's prowess, the Thunder Tiger was thoroughly impressed. Although puzzled by the contents of the message, he had come to trust the words of Lord Taotai implicitly. Shaking his head to dispel his doubts, he swallowed the note, erasing any evidence, and his resolve hardened. In the Raikage's office, situated halfway up the mountain, Kakuzu unceremoniously pulled out a chair and sat down, gazing up at the gaping hole in the ceiling caused by the Eight Tails' assault. It was quite an open space. Raikage scrutinized Kakuzu from behind his desk, with the amber bottle resting beside him. The image of Kakuzu overpowering Kinkaku was etched deeply in his mind. As Raikage, lacked the confidence to easily defeat either of the brothers. Yet, Kakuzu had achieved it. He must possess some unique means to counter the chakra of the tailed beasts. This realization bolstered A's confidence in dealing with Kinkaku and Ginkaku. In the early days of the Cloud-Hidden Village, the brothers had indeed been his right and left arms, contributing significantly. However, after acquiring the chakra of the Nine Tails, they had become increasingly uncontrollable, evolving into a source of concern for A. Upon learning of the impending rebellion of Kinkaku and Ginkaku during the Five Kage Summit, he had been reluctant to believe it, yet he could not dismiss the possibility. Recent behaviors from the brothers indicated that their detriment to the village far outweighed any benefit. Now, with the opportunity to eliminate this source of anxiety, he would certainly seize it. He was eager to hear the perspective of this expert from the Dawn organization. "Speak," he said. "What is it that you propose for our collaboration?" Kakuzu leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs nonchalantly. "Lord Raikage merely seeks to ensure the stability of the village. Yet the duo of Kin and Jin is undermining this equilibrium. The most effective solution would be to eliminate them decisively. 100 million Rio. The Hawk organization can assist you in this endeavor." Upon hearing this, Raikage slammed his palm onto the table, scattering the documents across its surface. "This is inconceivable." Kakuzu, fingers interlaced, observed Raikage's reaction, which did not come as a surprise to him. Kin and Jin represent formidable combat strength for the village and hold significant prestige. Their demise would profoundly impact Kumogakure. This was also the reason for Ei's indecision. The two men gazed silently at one another, the air seemingly suspended in tension. After a prolonged silence, Kakuzu broke the stalemate. "As far as I am aware, Lord Raikage has recently been eager to conduct experiments on the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. On one hand, this is to bolster the village's military might and elevate Kumogakure's status. On the other hand, it is likely an effort to counteract the Kin and Jin brothers. Is it not?" Raikage raised an eyebrow, taken aback that his adversary was privy to such information. He felt as though he were laid bare before Kakuzu, devoid of any secrets, which only heightened his regard for the Hawk organization. He remained non-committal regarding Kakuzu's assertions, gesturing for him to continue. "Currently, two courses of action are available. The first option entails Lord Raikage personally sealing the Eight Tails within himself, becoming the Eight Tails Jinchuriki." Raikage sighed softly, shaking his head. He had contemplated this method, yet the risks are far too great. Unlike Kumogakure, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki from Konohagakure, Kushina Uzumaki, is the wife of Hashirama Senju. The Uzumaki clan possesses a natural affinity for suppressing tailed beasts, combined with their expertise in sealing techniques, ensuring a secure containment of the beast. Their marital bond alleviates concerns regarding the Jinchuriki's loyalty. The Yatsuki clan, of which Ei is a member, also boasts a robust constitution. However, several Yatsuki clan members who volunteered to become Jinchuriki have perished. He lacked the confidence to entirely suppress the will of the Eight Tails to prevent it from rampaging. Should any mishap occur, it would not only jeopardize the village but also tarnish the long-standing prestige of the Yatsuki clan. Thus, he turned his attention toward the Uzumaki clan, hoping to discover a stable method for sealing tailed beasts through the study of their bloodline and sealing arts. Success would bring universal joy. Failure, however, would lead him to consider nurturing an heir with Uzumaki lineage. Kakuzu, unaware of Ei's considerations, would undoubtedly exclaim, "What a ruthless individual." He admired the Yatsuki clan's selfless spirit of sacrifice for the village. Yet, this method is far too protracted to resolve the current dilemma. "Impossible. Speak of the other method." Raikage's gaze was intense, anticipating what alternative Kakuzu might propose. Kakuzu smiled faintly, steadying his chair. It will depend on how much Lord Raikage is willing to sacrifice for the peace of the village. Are you prepared to give your life for the village? Upon hearing this, Raikage overturned his desk in a fit of rage. Ambitious as a wolf, ambitious as a wolf. I am here to discuss collaboration with you. Do you seek my life? Let us speak plainly. Jin Jiao awakens gently in the embrace of Yin Jiao. Immediately, Yin Jiao inquires about the events that transpired earlier. After listening to his brother's explanation, a shadowy smile graces Yin Jiao's face. He is it Akatsuki? Quite intriguing. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao approach the Zydian tiger, who is busy clearing the remnants of the village, and escort him to a small dark room. Yin Jiao seizes the shoulder of a Yun-Yin ninja, dislocating his joint. Speak. What is the identity of the person brought by Raikage? What dealings has he had with Raikage? The Yun-Yin ninja, with a face full of grievance, begs for mercy, adamantly asserting that this is Raikage's secret mission, refusing to utter another word. After enduring considerable torment from the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao brothers, he finally reveals the entire truth. Akatsuki, the Uzumaki clan. This is becoming interesting. Yin Jiao triumphantly discards the battered ninja. It turns out that the character Akatsuki has joined that ridiculous organization. What could Raikage want with the Uzumaki clan? Could it be that he intends to confront the two brothers? Yin Jiao signals to Jin Jiao that they should visit the Yun-Yin prison to see the Uzumaki ninja. Jin Jiao, his violent emotions suppressed by Akatsuki, clenches his fists, the sound echoing. Reluctantly, he gazes at the Yun-Yin ninja before turning to Yin Jiao. Yin Jiao, you go ahead, I shall join you shortly. Yin Jiao, the brains of the duo, immediately comprehends Jin Jiao's intent. With a sinister smile, he warns, don't go too far. I shall await you in the prison. The Zydian tiger observes the brutal Jin Jiao, swallowing hard and displaying a calm demeanor. Following the instructions of Lord Taodai, he embellishes the information he conveys to the Jin and Yin brothers. He is fully prepared to remain here today, all for the sake of a brighter ninja world. Akatsuki watches the desk held aloft by Raikage, his expression unfazed. Do not be agitated, Lord Raikage. I have a plan that will ensure the safety of Yun-Yin village for a decade. Upon hearing this, AI gently sets the desk down. Chapter 33. Sealing the Power of the Silverhorn Ninetails. In the concealed dungeon of Yun-Yin village, within the depths of the Yunlei Gorge, a tall, slender man with fiery red hair was thrust into a cell by the Yun-Yin ninjas. The ninjas exchanged mocking banter amongst themselves. Look at this kid. He is so frightened he can't even speak. The clone of the Uzumaki clan, known as Kakuzu, was quietly escorted into the dimly lit cell, remaining utterly silent. Having already condemned these individuals to death in his mind, the dark prison was devoid of sunlight. At an unknown moment, 2 guards stationed at the dungeon were struck down. Lord Silverhorn, Lord Raikage has specifically instructed that this prisoner is of utmost importance. No one is permitted to approach. Please, do not make this difficult for us. Silverhorn appeared to disregard their pleas as he pushed the cell door open. The 2 Yun-Yin ninjas attempted to intervene but were deterred by the fierce gaze of Silverhorn. They exchanged glances, forming a silent understanding. After all, it was wiser to avoid trouble. Covering their eyes, they gingerly exited the cell, pretending they had seen nothing. Silverhorn halted before a cell, his gaze fixed upon the striking red-haired ninja of the Uzumaki clan. He extended his hand through the bars, gripping the red hair and forcefully yanking the youth towards the pillar of the cell. The Uzumaki clone's face collided violently with the pillar, leaving one side bruised. Throughout this ordeal, the red-haired youth remained silent, not uttering a word. Silverhorn leaned closer, spitting contemptuously upon the delicate face of the Uzumaki clone, his expression rife with derision. Excellent, a dog should know its place. A dog that barks madly at its master is not a good dog. You possess the potential to be a good dog. The youth continued to remain mute, his indifferent gaze obscured by his fiery locks. In a shadowy corner, unseen by Silverhorn, black tendrils writhed in eager anticipation. Suddenly, golden beams of light flashed before Silverhorn, hurtling toward him with incomprehensible speed. He could never have anticipated his downfall in such a manner. As the radiant chains approached, he instinctively unleashed all of his Ninetails chakra. In the next moment, the very chakra he relied upon for confidence was suppressed by the chains before it could unleash its ferocity. He felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Desperately calling out for Goldhorn, yearning for that once inseparable figure to materialize before him and rescue him from peril, just as before. Alas, this time, He was met with silence. Diamond seal, a trigram seal, 5-element seal. For symbol seal, the array of seals completely confined the Ninetales' power within Silverhorn. The Uzumaki clone released him, retreating to a corner of the cell. Silverhorn struggled to summon his chakra, yet the power of the Ninetales remained inaccessible, leaving his expression grim. Without the Ninetales' strength, his prowess would diminish significantly, robbing him of his former arrogance. Relying solely on the Six Paths treasures, he would only be marginally stronger than a typical elite Genin. This stark contrast was unbearable for him. He glared fiercely at the red-haired imp, shattering a sturdy pillar with a single punch. "What have you done to me?" The swirling clone smirked mockingly. "What's the matter? Why doesn't Lord Silverhorn simply kill me? Then you would never regain your power." After a moment, Silverhorn calmed down. In stark contrast to Goldhorn, Silverhorn's intellect was markedly superior. "Humph, speak up. What is it that you desire? What sort of alliance have you forged with the Raikage? You've gone to such lengths merely to seal my Ninetales' power? Without it, I am unscathed. However, you, on the other hand, are about to lose your life." The swirling clone lifted his head, locking eyes with Silverhorn, his demeanor still arrogant. Yet the sweat on his brow betrayed him. Silverhorn indeed cared about the Ninetales' power. "I have no collaboration with the Raikage. Rather, I wish to conduct a small transaction with your esteemed brothers." Upon hearing this, Silverhorn raised an eyebrow. "Is your trump card merely these flimsy seals? If need be, I will kill you and then slaughter the Uzumaki clan. I refuse to believe there isn't a way to unravel the seals." The swirling clone replied, "No, no, no. I'm merely curious why someone of your formidable strength would willingly remain beneath the Raikage. Why not overthrow him and become the master of the Cloud Village yourself?" Silverhorn regarded the red-haired imp, making a slashing gesture across his throat, his heart fluttering slightly. The words struck a chord within him. Yet they were insufficient to sway him. "Humph. Once AI abdicates, the position of Raikage will naturally belong to my brother and me. Besides, what does this have to do with you?" The swirling clone observed Silverhorn's interest and continued. "What if I could offer you a way to acquire the Eight Tails' power and create an opportunity for a private meeting with the Raikage? As far as I know, Raikage AI's successor is still from the Yagami clan, which has nothing to do with you." Silverhorn gritted his teeth, gripping the prison pillar tightly, fixating his gaze on the red-haired imp as if trying to discern the credibility of his words. He had long sensed the Raikage AI's intentions. Since the Five Kage Summit, AI had gradually pushed their brothers away from the center of power in the village. Responsibilities that should have been theirs were handed over to AI's brother. They had attempted to become the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, but the Ninetales' power within them caused the Eight Tails to resist vehemently, making it impossible to seal it within their bodies. Thus, they resorted to various means to provoke the Jinchuriki, causing the Eight Tails to rampage repeatedly as an outlet for their frustrations. Reflecting on the formidable sealing techniques of the red-haired imp, Silverhorn began to believe his words. Unable to conceal his interest any longer, he demanded, "Speak. What must I do?" Meanwhile, in the Raikage's office, AI, with a dark complexion, awaited the next words from his subordinate. He gazed at the person seated across the table, suddenly lost in thought. "Ding, mission detected. Assist the Gold and Silverhorn brothers in assassinating the first Raikage. Mission reward, 100 million Rio." The host has accepted the mission. Impatiently, he was about to voice a reminder when he noticed the man wearing an enigmatic expression. A member of the Hawk organization propped his feet on the table that had just been set down. "I assure you, my esteemed brothers in gold and silver, that within the next decade, there shall be no turmoil in Yunin Village." The countenance of Raikage AI turned a shade of iron gray. "After all the groundwork you've laid, this is what you wish to convey? I've already bared myself to you. Are you jesting with me?" With a powerful fist, Raikage AI shattered the table. "I have listened intently for so long, only to be toyed with? On what grounds do you believe I would trust you?" Kakuzu watched AI's furious demeanor, his gaze fixed intently upon him. "Reputation. The Hawk organization places the utmost importance on reputation. Our credibility is everything to us. You must trust in our integrity." Raikage AI found it increasingly unbearable. Did he truly think him a fool after their lengthy discussion? In a fit of rage, AI seized the table before him, lifting it overhead, ready to bring it crashing down upon Kakuzu's head. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. "Come in." A ninja entered, startled by the sight of Raikage holding the table aloft. He bowed his head, unable to meet his gaze. "Lord Raikage, Lord Jineo sends word. Lord Ineo wishes to retreat into the Yule Gorge for a decade of seclusion, detached from worldly affairs. Upon hearing this, Raikage AI's expression fell into a stupor, and he gently set the table down. Very well, I understand. You may leave. The ninja hurriedly retreated, fearing that a moment's delay would earn him a beating. As he departed, he thoughtfully closed the door. However, before it could fully shut, a gruff voice called out from behind, "Wait. My guest has been seated for so long. Why has no tea been served? Must I instruct you in such matters?" The ninja quickly bowed, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and apologized. "I am sorry. The tea shall be served at once." Chapter 34. Raising the Stakes. A change in the clouds within the confines of the hidden cloud office. Raikage AI sat opposite Kakuzu. Setting his teacup down, he inquired, "How exactly did you accomplish this?" Kakuzu savored a sip of tea, relishing its robust flavor. The coarse texture and slight bitterness gradually gave way to a subtle sweetness, reminiscent of the temperament of the hidden cloud shinobi. Matters with the gold and silver horn had been settled. Now, it was time to deal with the Raikage. Privately, I have forged a small agreement with a ninja from the Uzumaki clan. He is willing to employ the clan's secret sealing techniques in exchange for a chance at survival. The power of the nine tails within the silver horn has likely been thoroughly sealed. However, the application of these sealing techniques will require some cost on the part of your excellency, the Raikage. AI furrowed his brow. The Uzumaki ninja was currently a captive of the hidden cloud, and Kakuzu's unilateral agreement with him stirred some dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, he soon reconciled with the situation. Possessing those sealing techniques would naturally resolve the threat posed by the eight tails and the gold and silver horn. Speak then. What must the hidden cloud pay? Seeing the Raikage's willingness, Kakuzu wasted no time. He placed a contract upon the table. This was a scroll akin to a summoning contract, but it required the cooperation of both parties. This scroll was titled the Curse of Killing Contract. Anyone who violates its terms shall be cursed by the power of the pact. Raikage scrutinized the contents of the contract. One side stipulated that the Hidden Cloud Village would pay the OWL organization 50 million Ryo as a bounty for the mission. He exhaled in relief. Resolving the threat of gold and silver horn was worth such a sum. The other side stipulated that the OWL organization would provide the Hidden Cloud Village with sealing techniques to restrain Jinchuriki from going berserk, and guarantee that Silverhorn would not pose a threat to the Hidden Cloud Village for the next decade. Why only Silverhorn and not Goldhorn? Raikage's fist shattered the table. Are you mocking me? What of Goldhorn? Compared to Silverhorn, Goldhorn, with his sheer brutishness, posed a far greater danger to the village. 50 million Ryo was merely the price for one individual. Moreover, Goldhorn would require additional compensation. Raikage stroked his chin, lifting his teacup in contemplation. One individual for 50 million Ryo, two individuals would amount to merely 100 million Ryo, and I could still negotiate for a single price. 200 million Ryo. AI, unable to swallow the tea he had yet to drink, sputtered it out. Is that how you calculate? One for 50 million. Two for 200 million? Silverhorn's chakra has been sealed. Goldhorn's sealing is not so straightforward. Furthermore, our OWL organization guarantees that within 10 years, neither will present a problem. No matter how one calculates it, the Hidden Cloud Village will not incur a loss. AI fought to suppress the impulse to strike Kakuzu. While his reasoning was not without merit, AI still harbored a lingering question. Even if Silverhorn's Nine Tails power was sealed, would he voluntarily enter seclusion for 10 years? This was beyond his comprehension, and thus he sought clarification from Kakuzu. This brings us to the next phase of our collaboration. I informed Yin Jiao that the seal required a decade of dedicated effort to be thoroughly resolved. It seemed that Yin Jiao, not entirely astute, accepted this without question. Now, I shall impart to you the method of employing the sealing technique, allowing you the autonomy to decide when to release or impose the seal. I will assist you in this charade, and in due time, they will undoubtedly express their gratitude towards you. However, Lei Ying harbored a sense of skepticism regarding Jiao Du's words. Yin Jiao, being cunning and treacherous, was certainly not lacking in intellect. Ignoring Lei Ying's reaction, Jiao Du amended the terms of the contract, offering a bounty of 200 million. With a guarantee that the brothers Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao would not wreak havoc upon Yunyin village for a decade, effective 3 days hence. He bit his finger, allowing his blood to cover his palm, and pressed his bloodied handprint onto the contract. Lei Ying scrutinized the contract's contents and summoned the village elder skilled in sealing techniques to verify its authenticity. Coupled with Jiao Du's decisive actions, this alleviated Lei Ying's suspicions. He too bit his finger, emulating Jiao Du, and stamped the contract with his handprint. A mysterious force of the contract coursed through his palm into his body, ultimately enveloping his heart. He now believed that should anyone breach this accord, their heart would burst and lead to their demise. The adept of the Shao organization before him possessed the capability to suppress the half-tailed beast transformation of Jin Jiao, and such formidable beings were indeed cautious of their lives. He was thoroughly convinced by this contract. Once the contract was sealed, Jiao Du quietly concealed a stunning flower behind him. This blossom was cultivated under extraordinary conditions by the Azure Dragon's avatar, capable of bewildering the mind and making one believe that events would unfold as desired. Unbeknownst to Lei Ying, a conspiracy against him was silently unfolding. As night deepened, within Lei Ying's office, he convened a trusted cadre from the Yiyu clan. Tonight marked the moment he had agreed upon with the Shao organization to decisively seal Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. As per their arrangement, the Shao organization would launch a surprise attack on the two at midnight in the depths of Yunlei Gorge. At that moment, he would appear as the savior of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Yet, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. However, under the influence of the bewildering flower, meticulously nurtured by the Azure Dragon's avatar, everything began to seem rational in Lei Ying's mind. To be prudent, Lei Ying stored the method of the sealing technique in his desk drawer, leaving behind a letter. Noticing the time was approaching, he set forth with an elite team from the Yiyu clan toward Yunlei Gorge. In a secluded area of Yunlei Gorge, beneath the moonlight, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, two burly men, sat cross-legged facing each other. Following the instructions of the individual from the Whirlpool clan, Yin Jiao collaborated with the nine-tailed chakra released by Jin Jiao to pry open a breach in the seal. Gradually, Yin Jiao felt that familiar sensation returning. As the nine-tailed chakra surged forth from his body, a shadowy smile crept upon Yin Jiao's lips, although he could only utilize it for one night. Once he eliminated Lei Ying, both the eight-tailed and nine-tailed chakras would be his. That red-haired brat would also meet his end. After departing from the Yunyin office, Jiao Du ascended to a peak in Fenglei Gorge, surveying the entirety of Yunyin village. As the sun descends toward the horizon, it casts a soft mist over the Yunlei Gorge, suffusing the atmosphere with a crimson glow. This night is destined to be anything but tranquil. Heart Clone Transfer LV3, a spatial time ninjutsu that allows one to summon heart clones near the main body at will. Bang, bang, bang. With the dissipating smoke, several distinct figures materialized beside Kakuzu's main body. A green-haired Azure Dragon clone, endowed with both wood release and wind release heart abilities. A clone from the Uzumaki clan, characterized by its vibrant red hair, and a clone resembling a youth with short white hair. At this moment, the elite forces of the Hawk organization gather, awaiting the arrival of the night. Kakuzu gazes at the setting sun, momentarily lost in thought. It is not until a pale, luminous moon ascends to its zenith that he regains his focus. The dawn of a new era is inevitably built upon the steps of the old era's demise. Certain sacrifices are indeed unavoidable. Chapter 35. Assassination of the first Raikage within the Yunlei Gorge. The Azure Dragon clone stood atop a precipice, extending his palm as emerald seeds scattered with the wind, infiltrating every nook of the canyon. These seeds wedged themselves into the crevices of the rocks, flourishing wildly, giving rise to inconspicuous blossoms emerging from the fissures. These were the hallucinogenic flowers nurtured by the Azure Dragon clone. The Level 3 Wind Affinity Heart established a perception barrier that enveloped the entire Yunlei Gorge, capturing every rustle and movement within its confines. With the combined influence of the hallucinogenic flowers and the illusion barrier, only a ninja from the Uchiha clan, adept in Jinjutsu, could penetrate this domain. Otherwise, even the most unwelcome intruder would find themselves bewildered. The Raikage, entered the gorge, arriving at the prearranged location to await silently. This site was a small cliff adjacent to the secluded training grounds of the Silver and Gold Brothers, for elite guardians of the UUA clan concealed themselves in the shadows, vigilantly observing their surroundings, among them the ninja from the Cloud Village known by the codename Purple Lightning Tiger. He had suffered grievous injuries at the hands of the Eight Tails Rampage, and, owing to his loyalty to the Owl organization, had been revived through a heart exchanged and the technique of life rebirth employed by the Gold and Silver Brothers. Skilled in sensory ninjutsu, he was strategically positioned by the Raikage for this operation. According to the original plan, at the stroke of midnight, he was to strike the meditating Gold and Silver Brothers. As they envisioned his heroic intervention at the last moment, the midnight hour passed, yet there was no sign of activity. Sensing something amiss, the Raikage dispatched elite members of the Yue clan to investigate the depths of the gorge. The findings sent chills down his spine. The Gold and Silver brothers were absent from their hiding place. He regarded his subordinates, whose eyes were vacant and faces pallid, and discerned something was amiss with their mental state. He too felt a fog descending upon his mind, as if ensnared by an illusion. Suddenly, clarity struck him. Yes, it was indeed an illusion. When had they fallen prey to such trickery? How could he have been so gullible to trust the deceitful words of the Owl organization? Their current predicament was perilous. Panic surged through him. They needed to retreat swiftly. Yet, by the time he grasped the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. As he turned to flee, two figures emerged from the nearby rocks, his long-awaited adversaries, the Gold and Silver brothers. Silverhorn loomed above, bathed in the ethereal moonlight, his silver hair gleaming with an almost ghostly pallor. "Dear Raikage, where do you think you are going?" A, surveying the circumstances, quickly comprehended the unfolding scenario. Activating his lightning-release chakra mode, crackling electricity enveloped his robust form. As the electric surge jolted his mind, he broke free from the illusion's grasp. His intellect reclaimed its sharpness, swiftly reviewing the events that had transpired. He understood this was a trap orchestrated by the Owl organization in collusion with Silverhorn. Lightning-release chakra mode, lightning armor. Under the electrifying impetus, A's muscles surged with an alarming vigor. "I will block their path. You must escape at once." The Gold and Silver brothers stood as sentinels, while lurking in the shadows were the nefarious agents of the Owl organization, poised to strike at any moment. The fate of this small team appears grim. The best course of action is for one to hold the rear, while the others relay the intelligence back. Lightning Shadow takes the initiative, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charges towards the duo of Golden Horn and Silverhorn. The rocks beneath his feet shatter, sending a cloud of dust into the air. With a powerful punch, the mountainside erupts. Golden and Silverhorn swiftly retreat. AI, prioritizing the treacherous Silverhorn, launches an attack, deeming Silver a greater threat, while Golden is merely a brute. As the robust fist approaches, Silverhorn realizes the impending blow could leave him battered and bruised. Without the time to retrieve the Six Paths treasures, he instinctively channels the Nine Tails chakra, initiating a partial transformation. The surge of power instills confidence, and he meets Lightning Shadow's fist with his own head. The forceful strike sends Silverhorn flying, and Lightning Shadow turns his attention to the other adversary, Golden Horn. The four-member Night Moon clan swiftly disperses amidst the dust raised by Lightning Shadow, concealing their presence. A brief exchange of glances among the four, honed by years of collaboration, leads them to swiftly devise an optimal strategy. The fastest ninja, without a backward glance, races towards the village to deliver the intelligence at the earliest opportunity. The remaining three lie in wait, seeking to provide assistance to Lord Lightning Shadow. Seizing the moment while Lightning Shadow engages Silverhorn, Golden Horn retrieves the banana fan and the Seven Stars sword. With the fan's flourish, fierce winds and flames are unleashed, forcing Lightning Shadow to dodge. However, these assaults fail to hinder the lightning-fast movements of Lightning Shadow. AI slips through the gaps in the onslaught, aiming a punch at Golden Horn, only to have it blocked by the raised Seven Stars sword. Old man, why does your punch feel so feeble? At this juncture, the H-kin rope remains entangled with Silverhorn, and without its support, Golden Horn wields the Seven Stars sword as if it were an indestructible shield. Listening to Golden Horn's taunts, Lightning Shadow feels a sense of helplessness. The Six Paths treasures are indeed an overpowered existence. Seizing the opportunity during their stalemate, the three members of the Night Moon clan launch an assault on Golden Horn. One activates the lightning release chakra mode and lands a punch on Golden Horn's face. Although the force is not as potent as Lightning Shadow's, it nonetheless sends Golden Horn flying several meters. Infuriated by the pain, Golden Horn channels the Nine Tails chakra, causing a tail to manifest behind him. Silverhorn, returning to the battlefield, uses his crimson form to topple Lightning Shadow, engaging in a fierce struggle. Golden Horn swings the banana fan, unleashing chakra attacks of every nature upon the three members of Night Moon. A moment passes, and the Nine Tails chakra cloak is thoroughly depleted. This corner of the Cloud Thunder Gorge is left in ruins from the fan's barrage. The lone ninja who activated the lightning armor barely withstands this wave of assault. The other two endure the onslaught, but suffer grievously, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Lightning Shadow, AI, is pinned to the ground by the partially transformed Silverhorn. Even with the protection of the lightning armor, he cannot escape the lacerating blows. Witnessing his subordinate gravely injured and on the brink of death, regret overwhelms him for having placed trust in the malevolence of the Owl organization. Gritting his teeth, AI employs an incomplete ninjutsu. Hell-piercing, 4 books conjoined. The blinding lightning converged upon the 4 fingers extended by the rakeage, transforming into the sharpest of spears. This bolt of lightning pierced through the cloak of the 9 tails, striking directly at the shoulder of the silver-horned beast. Blood gushed forth, splattering across the visage of Raikage EI. The silver-horned creature let out a pained roar, propelled backward by the force. Its 5 tails lashed about like iron whips as it clutched its bleeding shoulder. Hollow eyes fixated on Raikage, radiating an overwhelming aura of resentment. Soon, however, its injury began to mend swiftly, bolstered by its formidable physique and vast chakra reserves. Realizing that victory was slipping from his grasp, the Raikage turned to urge the Urajetsu team to retreat post-haste. Get out of here. Don't worry about me. If it were just one adversary, he might have had a chance, but facing both the Gold and Silver-Horned brothers rendered their survival exceedingly bleak. Yet, the Gold-Horned beast denied them the opportunity to escape. Casting aside his banana fan and 7-star sword, he unleashed his tailed beast transformation once more, sprouting 2 additional tails. The only remaining standing member of the Urajetsu ninjas was swiftly brought to the ground after a fierce clash. Raikage EI gazed despairingly at the 2 crimson beasts. Would this day mark his end? The gold-horned creature, influenced by the chakra of the 9 tails, succumbed to a brutish frenzy, cackling maniacally as he charged at Raikage. Suddenly, spikes of earth erupted from the ground, binding him firmly in place. Kakuzu, having shed his disguise, emerged from a pile of rubble. The trio was momentarily taken aback by his appearance. Raikage EI recognized him from their previous dealings as a member of the Akatsuki organization, and rage surged through him. Veins bulging. Damn you! How dare you show your face before me? In a fit of fury, Raikage prepared to strike him down. The gold-horned beast, recognizing Kakuzu, was filled with elation. Kakuzu, at last, you dare reveal your true self. Let us settle this. Their numerous encounters during the Warring States period had left him with an unquenchable desire for resolution. The earth spikes shattered under his brute force as he transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, charging at his old rival. Kakuzu offered no explanations. His earth style, earth spear enhancement enveloped him entirely, rendering him pitch black as he braced for the ferocious assault. With a 15-fold chakra enhancement buff in full effect, Kakuzu resembled a war god incarnate. Professional integrity remained paramount. He was a mercenary, committed to delivering results for the right price, emphasizing credibility. Meanwhile, the now fully transformed silver-horned beast clung to the remnants of its intellect, struggling to comprehend the situation. Wasn't it the red-haired brat with whom they had struck a deal? Why was Kakuzu here? Alas, its mind was too diminished to grasp these complexities. It dismissed such thoughts, focusing solely on eliminating Raikage. As Raikage EI observed the fierce clash between Kakuzu and the gold-horned beast, confusion clouded his thoughts. Had he misjudged the Akatsuki's intentions? Were they genuinely here to aid him? There was no time for reflection, as a brutal punch from the silver-horned beast struck his right cheek. Enraged, the Raikage retaliated fiercely against the silver-horned creature, plunging the scene into chaos. A true battle of men had commenced, an exhilarating spectacle of raw, visceral combat. Chapter 36. Upgrade. The emergence of the half-tailed beast with 8 tails. At this moment, the Yunlei Gorge lay in utter devastation. The intervention of Kakuzu alleviated significant pressure on Raikage EI, allowing him to concentrate solely on his battle against the Silver Horn. The clash between the two was devoid of any embellishments. It was a raw, visceral exchange of blows. The half-tailed beast transformation of Silver Horn granted him immense chakra, formidable regenerative abilities, and commendable defensive capabilities. Raikage EI's lightning armor was equally impressive. Yet the most fearsome technique at his disposal was the Hell Stab, for pillars of the hand. Although it lacked the unparalleled might of the third Raikage's strongest spear, its overwhelming penetrating power left wounds on Silver Horn with each strike. Both combatants, relying on their remarkable regenerative abilities, pressed on amidst a battlefield stained with an unidentifiable amount of blood. Nearby, the 3 members of the Yue clan, lying in a pool of blood, could only watch in awe as the ferocity of the duel unfolded. After 2.5 hours, both sides maintained their intense confrontation. The trio struggled to prop themselves up, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. for the ninjas of the Cloud Village, who revered the aesthetics of violence. Such a battle was nothing short of art. However, a fellow ninja who had also trained in the lightning release chakra mode perceived a different reality. Limited by his innate talent, his lightning armor paled in comparison to that of the Raikage. Such a high-stakes conflict would inevitably inflict irreparable harm on the user's body. Moreover, the Raikage's unmastered technique, the Hell Stab, would impose a tremendous burden if forced into use. The Raikage was essentially risking his life to protect them. Frustration welled within him. Why did he feel so powerless? As a member of the Raikage's guard, he could only lie here and watch. What about Cam? Hadn't he gone back to the village for reinforcements? Why had he not returned yet? Indeed, the village was not far from here, given his speed. He should have been able to make the round trip several times by now. Alas, he feared something had gone awry, suspecting that the enemy had contingencies in place. Meanwhile, the battle between Kakuzu and Gold Horn escalated to a fever pitch. Utilizing the Earth Release, Earth Spear, Kakuzu's hardened techniques rendered Gold Horn's dual-tailed, nine-tailed transformation ineffective against his defenses. Kakuzu's fists, dark and formidable, rained down upon Gold Horn's face. Blood trickled from Gold Horn's lips as he wiped it away, his fury igniting a wild laughter as he fixed his gaze upon Kaku, as though wishing to slay him with mere eye contact. Channeling the full power of all 9 tails, several tails emerged, culminating in 6 that writhed violently. Enveloped in a crimson chakra that resembled molten rock, the sheer force emanating from him was even more ferocious than Silver Horn's 5-tailed transformation. With a powerful leap, Gold Horn shattered the stones beneath him and surged forward like a fearsome beast, launching an all-out assault on Kakuzu. His serpentine tail struck with tremendous force, unable to breach the Earth Spear's defense, yet delivering painful blows to Kakuzu nonetheless. In response, Kakuzu's black tendrils quietly extended, coiling around Gold Horn's calf and yanking him to the ground. With an explosion of power, Kakuzu pulled the black tendrils taut, gripping them with both hands as he slammed Gold Horn viciously against a massive boulder. The golden-horned creature was deeply embedded in the mountainside, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was once again yanked out by the black tendrils, flung towards another rocky outcrop. The horn swung like a flail, battering the boulders into a state of disarray. It was only when fatigue began to set in, causing him to breathe heavily, that the tendrils binding his golden horn had snapped in half. Amidst the debris, his head spun from the force of the impact. After a considerable time, the semi-tailed beast version of the golden horn exhaled a cloud of thick smoke and shook his head to regain consciousness. Meanwhile, the silver horn, having endured much suffering, found himself in a stalemate with the lightning shadow. Observing his brother in a precarious position under the hand of the horned one, the silver horn wielded his tail to push the lightning shadow back and swiftly moved to his brother's side. Gradually, the tailed beast cloak enveloping the silver horn began to dissipate as he gazed at his temporarily dazed brother, letting out a long sigh. He recalled the method spoken of by the red-haired imp and resolved to take action. Placing his hand upon his brother's abdomen, the silver horn felt waves of red chakra surging through his arm, transferring energy into the golden horn's body. Slowly, a tail sprouted anew from the golden horn's back. The silver horn sensed that his own 9-tailed chakra had reached a critical low, nearly imperceptible. In contrast, the golden horn was infused with wild chakra, awakening from his daze. With a fierce roar, the semi-tailed beast golden horn made his grand entrance, completely devoid of rational thought, charging between the lightning shadow and the horned one, unleashing an enraged howl towards the heavens. He had transformed into a terrifying monster. The face of the lightning shadow, AI, darkened at the sight of this overwhelming power, reminiscent of the 8 tails in a rampage, uncertain if he could contain it before exhausting all his potential. As he awaited reinforcements from the village in vain, he realized that the Owl organization must have interfered. Although they had previously assisted him in dealing with the Golden Horn, he could no longer trust them. They were undoubtedly concealing many secrets from him. Meanwhile, the actions of the Silver Horn completely unsettled him. The frail Silver Horn bit his thumb and pressed it to the ground, summoning a spirit summoning array. Emerging from the array was the 6-path treasure, an amber purification bottle, hidden away by the lightning shadow. Within the amber bottle was sealed the 8 tails that had recently gone berserk. This was disastrous. He could not allow the release of the 8 tails. Fortunately, he had taken precautions, placing a seal upon the amber bottle, making it exceedingly difficult for the Silver Horn to break it. Yet, He dared not take that risk. He turned to the Horned One, his eyes filled with urgency. The Horned One understood immediately. Rest assured, since the Owl organization has accepted your bounty task, they will surely honor their word. Today, they shall not harm the village of Yunin in the slightest. I assure you. With renewed fury, the Horned One unleashed his chakra to the utmost, enveloped in black flames. Resembling a deity of death, his form transformed into a shadowy blur, appearing beside the golden horn, delivering relentless punches to its tailed beast visage. The golden horn, in its current state, was beginning to distort in appearance. Its face was contorted from the Horned One's strikes, its neck elongated significantly. The sharp claws seized the Horned One's fist. In this full-throttle mode, the Horned One's taijutsu prowess ranked among the top 5 in the ninja world at that moment. Yet, he found himself unable to escape the iron grip of the golden horned beast. The crimson arms of the creature extended, pressing the formidable Kakuzu firmly against the mountainside. The maw, transformed by the tailed beast, gaped open, revealing razor-sharp fangs that glimmered ominously. Dark orbs of energy coalesced around its jaws, charging for a fearsome, tailed beast cannon. Observing this, Kakuzu dared not conceal his intentions any longer. With such a direct confrontation, he feared his very heart would meet its demise here. Sealing technique, adamantine prison. A series of chains, gleaming with golden light, erupted from the shadows behind the red-haired vortex clone, ensnaring the monstrous golden horned beast in an unyielding embrace. Its tailed beast power was suppressed, and the charged cannon dissipated into the air as Kakuzu's colossal hand gradually relaxed its hold. In a fit of rage, the silver-horned sibling teleported before the golden-horned one, brandishing the 7-star sword to sever several chains. Unable to entirely liberate his brother from the binding, the silver-horned sibling hurled the gilded rope towards the direction of the vortex clone. Curse it! That treacherous red-haired brat thinks he can betray us. I shall make him pay. Kakuzu was acutely aware of the gilded rope's potency. Being ensnared by the red gourd would spell trouble for him. He hurriedly instructed the vortex clone to relinquish the adamantine prison. The silver-horned one presented the amber purification bottle before his brother. Quick, destroy this damned seal. Though the golden-horned beast was on the brink of losing all rationality, upon hearing his brother's words, he seemed to comprehend. His vacant gaze fixated on the amber purification bottle, and he unleashed all 8 tails to strike fiercely at the seal above. Under the infiltration of the 9 tails chakra, the seal crumbled into nothingness. The amber purification bottle opened, and the 8 tails ox demon re-emerged into the world. Chapter 37. The 8 tails Jinchuriki, Silver Horn. Within the Cloud Thunder Valley, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The 8 tails, the ox demon, broke free from the confines of the amber purification bottle and immediately glimpsed the semi-tailed beast transformation of the golden horn nearby. In an instant, memories of the humiliation inflicted by the golden and silver brothers surged forth, igniting a tempest of fury within. It unleashed its inner power, conjuring a ferocious chakra storm. Cursed fox, damned golden and silver brothers. Slay, slay, slay. Massive fists rained down upon the semi-tailed beast golden horn. The ground shattered beneath the onslaught, transforming the area where golden horn stood into a colossal crater, as if struck by a meteor. The overwhelming force rendered golden horn immobile. Among those present, only Kakuzu and Reikage AI could barely maintain their footing. The rest were swept away by the violent storm. Even the illusion barrier set by wind release was on the verge of collapse. This is dire. We cannot allow the villagers of Yunin to perceive the current turmoil. Kakuzu shielded the red-haired vortex clone behind him, assisting in stabilizing its form. Vajra lockdown. Several golden chains erupted from the vortex clone, ensnaring the rampaging 8 tails. Binding its body and arms tightly, the chakra storm gradually subsided. Seizing the opportunity to breathe, Golden Horn emerged from the deep pit, extending its arms as its claws raked across the 8 tails' massive visage. The ox demon, in pain, flailed its 8 octopus-like tentacles in a fit of rage. Kakuzu braced himself to absorb the impact, taking the brunt of one of the tentacle's strikes aimed at the vortex clone. Reikage AI, enhanced by his lightning cloak, swiftly evaded. The injured members of the Night Moon team found themselves in dire straits, with one being crushed by the 8 tails on the spot. A colossal tail swept towards the remaining 2, shrouding the moonlight. With no escape in sight, they resigned themselves, closing their eyes. Hellpiercer AI, in the nick of time, executed a decisive strike to sever the 8 tails' tail, saving the two. After the harrowing ordeal, the Night Moon Ninja, who wielded the lightning armor, and the Purple Thunder Tiger gasped for fresh air, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Raikage. The severed tail of the Eight Tails let out a blood-curdling roar of pain, its fury escalating as it unleashed indiscriminate attacks around. Raikage hastily shielded the two villagers, guiding them to safety. Meanwhile, Silverhorn, who had transferred all of the Nine Tails chakra to his brother, was in a dire state. At this moment, he was exceedingly weakened, managing to evade a few of the Eight Tails strikes before ultimately being struck down, blood gushing from his mouth, his life in the balance. The only remnant of reason within the semi-tailed beast Golden Horn was the instinct to protect his brother. Witnessing Silverhorn's injury, Golden Horn became increasingly agitated, thrashing its eight tails as it lunged at the Eight Tails, employing both claws and fangs in a frenzied assault to tear at the flesh of the Eight Tails. In a matter of moments, one of the Eight Tails' octopus-like tentacles was shredded, its flesh a gruesome sight. Such cruelty towards a beast. Do they intend to use me as sashimi? How could they be so merciless? I merely seek a tranquil place to rest, yet they strike and insult me, and now they wish to consume me alive? The chakra of the tailed beast and natural energy converged within the ox demon, culminating in a cataclysmic tailed beast bomb that scorched the entirety of the Cloud Thunder Valley. The crumbling mountainside transformed into a cascade of rubble, obstructing the river within the Cloud Thunder Canyon. Just as the tailed beast cannon was about to strike the illusion barrier created by the wind release clone, a white-haired youth concealed in the shadows made his move. Storm release, cross light slash. The boy drew back both arms, unleashing two sharp blades of light that trailed long tails, merging into a cross shape in midair as they sliced towards the tailed beast cannon. With the boy's continued onslaught, the cannon was ultimately neutralized, sparing the illusion barrier from destruction. In a series of swift movements, the youth appeared behind Kakazu, wielding the second bloodline limit acquired through the heart fusion technique, Storm Release. The Eight Tails, having expended its energy in the tailed beast cannon, fell into a brief state of weakness. The swirling clone once again shot forth the adamantine chains, securely binding the remaining tails of the Eight Tails. Feigning death on the ground, the Silverhorn ninja seized his opportunity, leaping from the rubble to the head of the Eight Tails. He tore away his upper garments, revealing a series of sealing techniques etched around his abdomen, and firmly grasped one of the sharp horns atop the Eight Tails' head, pressing his belly against its skull. Following the method taught by the swirling clone, he began the sealing process. The Eight Tails' form rapidly diminished, transforming into pure chakra energy, which was absorbed into the sealing cage within the Silverhorn ninja's abdomen. With the Eight Tails sealed within him, he let out a triumphant laugh, having finally acquired the full power of the Eight Tails, while his brother, the Golden Horn Ninja, obtained double the chakra of the Nine Tails. The two brothers were destined to be invincible in the ninja world. Immediately, leveraging the formidable suppression of his Six Paths sage bloodline, the Silverhorn Ninja forcefully stripped away the chakra of the Eight Tails, transforming into a half-tailed beast. Two crimson monstrosities, each wielding 8 tails, emerged like demons from the abyss. Raikage watched from a distance, his spirits plummeting at the sight of these frenzied beasts. How could this be? The Silverhorn Ninja had become the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. It felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. If they were to seize control of the hidden cloud village, the Moonlit clan would be utterly obliterated. The earlier rebellion of the Golden and Silverhorn Ninjas mentioned in the OWL organization's secret scrolls was becoming a grim reality. Glancing at Kakazu, Raikage's eyes were bloodshot with fury. Damn the OWL organization. Look at the havoc you have wrought. I was blind to have believed your deceitful words. Despair deepened as a youth with long green hair emerged, dragging with him a comatose Night Moon Ninja, the bearer of news for the hidden cloud village. The ninja was tossed before Raikage like a discarded rag doll, extinguishing any hope of a turnaround. The thought of the village he had painstakingly built being destroyed surged within him, a profound sense of a hero's twilight enveloping his heart. The two half-tailed beast demons charged towards Kakazu and the Raikage entourage. As the crimson shadow bore down upon him, Raikage resolved to exchange blows, even at the cost of his life. Activate. The lightning armor enveloped him, and the lightning release chakra mode surged to its full potential, amplifying A's physical prowess to unprecedented levels. He charged toward the Silverhorn Ninja, forsaking all defenses, delivering a barrage of punches that rained down upon him. momentarily gaining the upper hand. However, this method of depleting life force rendered him like a candle flickering in the wind, performing the final dance of existence. The wounded Silverhorn could hardly believe he was being overpowered by the Raikage. In a fit of intense rage, he fully transformed into the Eight Tails once more. The Raikage, despairing, spat out a mouthful of blood. He glanced towards Kakuzu, where the semi-tailed beast form of Golden Horn was ensnared by chains. His body rendered unconscious under Kakuzu's heavy blows. Their situation was dire. Upon achieving complete tailed beast transformation, Silverhorn, exhilarated by this unparalleled power, unleashed a tailed beast bomb that shattered Kakuzu's illusionary barrier. The villagers in the hidden cloud village, who were lost in slumber, were abruptly awakened by the thunderous sounds emanating from the Yunlei Gorge. Witnessing this scene, felt a burden lift from his heart. At least the villagers were aware of the anomaly, and there remained a chance to prevent Silverhorn from rampaging and destroying the village. He concentrated all his chakra into the 4 fingers of his right hand, preparing to deliver a powerful hell stab to strike the Eight Tails, to expend the last vestiges of his strength for the village. Suddenly, a colossal green wooden dragon erupted from the ground, its massive form blotting out the sun. Senju Hashirama. The despairing Raikage mood shifted to elation, though he did not understand why the first Hokage had appeared in the land of lightning. Salvation was at hand. The wooden dragon, with its immense body, coiled around the Eight Tails and bit down fiercely on the beast's form. As the dragon constricted tighter, the Eight Tails gradually lost its ability to resist. Its vast form slowly dissipated, reverting to Silverhorn, who collapsed onto the ground. Just as Raikage was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a shadowy hand pierced through his chest from behind, and he beheld his own beating heart before him. Rest easy, I assure you. The Hidden Cloud Village will remain safe for a decade. The organization, Shao, places great importance on reputation. Silverhorn's brothers hired us to eliminate you, and we must uphold our promise. Raikage slowly closed his eyes, hoping they would honor their word. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, assisting the Golden Horn and Silverhorn brothers in assassinating the first Raikage. Task reward, 100 million Ryo. Chapter 38. Senju Hashirama. A pot falls from the sky while one sits at home as the ominous clouds dispersed. The moonlight cast its pallid glow upon the disfigured Kumogakure Valley, rendering the entire world strikingly pale. Kakuzu gazed upon the lifeless form of the first Raikage, who lay on the ground, clutching his chest in agony. By allowing the Golden and Silver Horns to confront the Raikage, he had already violated the assassination contract they had forged, and now the backlash of that contract had arrived, shattering his heart into pieces. In desperation, Kakuzu extracted the heart of a ninja from the Yazuki clan, who wielded lightning armor, and sacrificed it using his life transfer technique to resurrect his own heart, restoring its rhythmic beating. Yet, the vitality of this heart was woefully insufficient to compensate for the loss of Kakuzu's powerful original heart. He would require time to fully recover his strength, a price he had to pay for his breach of contract. Deep down, he regarded the first Raikage with great respect. If circumstances permitted, he would have cherished the opportunity for friendship between them. However, in pursuit of their respective ideals, choices must be made, and the wheel of history is destined to roll forward. The assassination contract had never truly bound Kaku, yet he vowed to exert every effort to ensure a brighter future for Kumogakure over the next decade. Soon, the shattering of the illusionary barrier and the tumultuous sounds of battle drew the attention of the ninjas of Kumogakure. Through the sensory perception of his wind-release heart, Kakuzu observed the elite of Kumogakure drawing near, prompting him to swiftly clear the battlefield. Noticing the fallen Raijin tiger nearby, he was astonished that the Raikage had brought him along and that he had somehow survived. This individual had previously demonstrated unwavering dedication to the Hawk organization, even daring to sacrifice his life to fulfill his mission. His willingness to take action against the Golden and Silver Horns revealed a profound love for his village. Unbeknownst to him, Kakuzu's plans were hidden from his view. His decision to join the Hawk organization stemmed from the trauma inflicted by the Golden and Silver Horns, who had unleashed the Eight Tails, resulting in the death of his family and persecution by certain villagers. With a gentle sigh, Kakuzu resolved to bestow a gift upon him. Placing his hand upon the unconscious Raijin tiger's chest, he sacrificed the bloodline limit of Storm Release to him. Furthermore, he sealed away the memories related to the Hawk organization with an illusionary technique, thereby restoring a pure storm-release ninja to Kumogakure, Yazuki Giriai. After careful contemplation, Kakuzu ultimately decided to apply a recovery incantation within the illusion, as storm release had already been cataloged in his skill repository, and recovering it would entail only a minor cost. Meanwhile, the Silver Horn, rendered unconscious by the Azure Dragon's avatar, found his heart extracted and fused by Kakuzu. The heart morphed into a dark entity that entered the Silver Horn's corpse, perfectly replicating his original aura. When the Silver Horn arose once more, he bore the same audacious grin, yet his soul had been replaced by Kakuzu's essence. As for the reckless Golden Horn, he could remain alive for now. With the Silver Horn's avatar manipulating him, he posed no significant threat, given that the Eight Tails would resurrect upon the death of its host. Kakuzu intended to reseal it back into the amber purification bottle before eliminating the Silver Horn. After completing all these tasks, Kaidi, accompanied by his other clones, transformed into smoke and vanished from the ruins of the Yunlei Gorge. The dawn was barely breaking, with the rising sun revealing only half of its silhouette through the clouds, while the pale moon gradually lost its luster. The first to arrive at Yunlei Gorge was the younger brother of the first Reikage. He held the lifeless body of the first Reikage, fallen in a pool of blood, unable to find peace. How audacious of the murderer to assassinate the Reikage in the hidden cloud village. Search. Dig deep into the Yunlei Gorge. We must uncover the culprit. The elite ninjas of the hidden cloud village commenced a thorough search of the Yunlei Gorge, striving to find any trace of the assailant. Meanwhile, seated in the Reikage's office was the second Reikage, the younger brother of the first Reikage. He rummaged beneath his desk, uncovering a letter left by his brother and a cursed contract that had failed to yield results. From these, he learned of his brother's collaboration with the Akatsuki organization. His brother had instructed him that should anything happen to him, it was to inherit the title of Second Reikage and to be wary of the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku in their association with the Akatsuki. As the Second Reikage read the letter, he suppressed the pain in his heart and examined the intelligence laid before him. A significant residue of Nine Tails and Eight Tails chakra was discovered in the Yunlei Gorge. Numerous unidentified wood shavings were found, suspected remnants of wood-release ninjutsu. According to the accounts of two surviving bodyguards of the first Reikage, they were ambushed by an unknown powerful adversary before losing consciousness. They witnessed rampaging tailed beasts and a colossal wooden dragon. The Ginkaku brothers claimed they were meditating in a secluded area of the Yunlei Gorge, conducting experiments with their own Nine Tails chakra, attempting new tailed beast sealing techniques. During their meditation, they noticed the first Reikage being attacked, and the assailants utilized half-tailed beast transformations. In the face of overwhelming odds, the Ginkaku brothers released the Eight Tails from the amber purifying bottle in an attempt to thwart their enemy, but were obstructed by wood-release techniques. The village elders, skilled in sealing techniques, confirmed that the sealing jutsu on the Ginkaku brothers had thoroughly sealed away the Nine Tails power, with no signs of chakra leakage. The Ginkaku brothers publicly declared their support for the first Reikage's younger brother to inherit the title of Second Reikage. A member of the Reikage's bodyguard, Yagura, awakened the storm-release Kekiai Genkai during the battle. The first Reikage was brutally assassinated, with the enemy having cruelly extracted his heart. The second Reikage massaged his throbbing temples, sensing that something was amiss, yet all evidence pointed to a terrifying truth. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had stealthily attacked and assassinated the first Reikage of the Hidden Cloud. He longed to confront Hashirama in Konoha, yet the god of ninjas' intimidation compelled him to deliberate cautiously. After properly burying the remains of the first Reikage, the second Reikage, adopting the name A, meticulously transcribed a portion of the gathered intelligence and sent it unchanged to Konoha. However, he dared not explicitly state his suspicions in the letter. Within the heart of the second Reikage, a seed of vengeance against Konoha quietly took root and began to sprout. In the Hokage's office of Konoha, Hashirama Senju stared, astonished, at the intelligence sent from the Hidden Cloud village. If he were not the very essence of Senju Hashirama, he would undoubtedly question the connection of this matter to himself. Coincidentally, during this period, he was indeed absent from Konohagakure. The second Reikage did not directly express his suspicions towards him, yet he could sense a crack forming in the other's heart. The situation had become increasingly enigmatic. With the death of the first Reikage, his brother assumed the title of the second Reikage. Fortunately, the second Reikage possessed commendable strategies and credibility, ensuring that the situation in Kumogakure remained relatively stable for the time being. "Brother, What are your thoughts on this matter? Senju Hashirama inquired of his younger sibling. Humph. This is clearly a premeditated act of defamation. To tarnish the name of Konoha is an audacious folly. This incident is likely connected to that Akatsuki organization. We should simply dispatch someone to eliminate them. Senju Tobarama's gaze was frigid. He harbored zero tolerance for actions that besmirched the reputation of their village. After listening to his brother's response, Senju Hashirama shook his head. The situation in Kumogakure had yet to fully clarify. Now was not the time to act rashly. Moreover, the truth of the matter had not been uncovered, and they could not afford to instigate further conflict. Let us first send a letter of condolence to Kumogakure. Additionally, we should assign someone to thoroughly investigate this issue, as it pertains to us, and we must provide Kumogakure with a satisfactory explanation. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama turned to arrange the necessary affairs. Before departing, he peeked through the slightly ajar door, casting a mysterious glance at his elder brother. Brother, you wouldn't happen to be involved in this, would you? After all, you have been absent from the village these past few days. Senju Hashirama spewed forth his tea in surprise, anger causing him to hurl the cup towards the office door. I was accompanying your sister-in-law back to the land of rivers for a family visit. How dare you suspect your own brother? Watching as Tobarama hurried away, Hashirama's expression turned grave. The forces behind this incident were indeed formidable. Recent events had been tumultuous. First, his father-in-law, Uzumaki Erasure, met his demise, and now his sister-in-law, Yukizuri, was missing. And now, the death of the first Reikage, coupled with his own unjust scapegoating. His physical condition was deteriorating by the day. It was truly a source of constant concern. He felt an ominous hand manipulating the trajectory of the ninja world from the shadows. Unbeknownst to Hashirama, at that very moment, Kakuzu had arrived in the land of water, stepping onto a path of chaos. Chapter 39, Heart Fusion, Epic Enhancement. The dawn of a national combat readiness era. The news of the demise of the first Reikage of Kumogakure swiftly reached the desks of the Kage across various hidden villages. Although each village harbored its own perspective on the matter, they were united by a palpable sense of urgency. Intelligence suggested that, contrary to expectations, the combat prowess of Kumogakure had not diminished, but rather increased following the Reikage's death. The anticipated struggle for succession did not materialize. Instead, the war-hungry duo, Kin and Jin, surprisingly endorsed the ascent of the second Reikage. Under the leadership of the second Reikage, Kumogakure exhibited unprecedented unity. Furthermore, they appeared to possess a perfected sealing technique for tailed beasts, ushering in a new phase in the utilization of Jinchuriki warfare. This advancement propelled their village's military strength to unparalleled heights, embracing the notion that the strength of others translates to one's own weakness. The various hidden villages commenced efforts to bolster their combat capabilities. In the land of water, the proud elder Mizukage, Hakurin, found himself in a state of agitation. While the number of elite ninjas in Kirigakure was comparable to that of other major villages, their peak combat strength was somewhat lacking. His advanced age left the village's pinnacle of power reliant on a few young members of the Hozuki clan, creating an uncertain future. He recalled the scroll obtained during the 5 Kage summit from the Akatsuki organization, which alluded to formidable ninja blades. This region, long ago, was rumored to have housed several immensely powerful ninja swords, but by his generation, they had vanished without a trace. The scroll not only mentioned those legendary blades, but also introduced several he had never encountered before. The great sword, Samahata, known for its chakra-absorbing abilities, particularly intrigued him, serving as a catalyst for his acquisition of the Three Tails Isabu. His inherent pride prevented him from immediately contacting the Akatsuki, and the ninja blade catalog he had painstakingly reconstructed from memory had been sealed away. With a sense of impending crisis now looming, he found himself contemplating a collaboration with the Akatsuki to forge 7 legendary ninja blades. However, as he searched for the ninja blade catalog, he was struck with terror. Where had it vanished to? Meanwhile, in another part of Kirigakure, the young Hozuki Sayuki beamed with delight as he held the ninja blade catalog in his hands. In the land of wind, in the village of Sarayu. After the events in the land of lightning had settled, the true form of Kakuzu followed his clone to this location. The two sat opposite each other in the grand hall of the wooden palace, sipping tea. As the tea flowed into his mouth, the chakra within surged vigorously, impacting Kakuzu's internal organs. The newly formed heart thrived under this torrent, growing increasingly robust. With a sigh of relief, Kakuzu set down his teacup and gestured for Sarayu to pour him another. The relationship among Kakuzu's various heart clones resembled the shadow clone technique. Each clone possessed his will yet could think independently. The distinction lay in the fact that, upon dispersal, the memories of shadow clones would transfer to the original and other clones. In contrast, Kakuzu could opt to share memories among them at any time. However, managing too many clones simultaneously imposed a considerable strain on his psyche due to the vast amount of information. Typically, the connections among the clones remained severed, only sharing intelligence when necessary. Thus, each of the clones embodies Kakuzu, yet each has traversed distinct experiences, leading to subtle divergences in their personalities. The Qinglong clone helplessly shook his head and poured a cup of tea for the original. This fortified tea, lethal to others, could incite a tumult of chakra within the consumer, potentially damaging meridians in milder cases, or severely disrupting internal organs in more extreme instances. Only a physique as formidable as his could withstand such potency, even utilizing it as a tonic to fortify his organs. After consuming yet another cup, Kakuzu felt a profound clarity coursing through his entire being, a sensation of exquisite exhilaration. Kakuzu retrieved a bounty notice and placed it on the table. Addressing Qinglong, "I require a favor. I need to borrow that little apprentice of yours." Qinglong glanced at the bounty, recognizing its contents as the request from the Hidden Mist Village for collaboration in forging ninja blades. He instantly grasped the intent of the original. Had that old rascal, the Mizukage, finally succumbed to the temptation? After such a lengthy duration, I had presumed he held no interest in the ninja blades. However, Kakuzu shook his head. Indeed, the bounty was initiated by the Hidden Mist Village, yet the instigator was not the Mizukage himself, but rather his cousin, the future second Mizukage, Kagaya Sujetsu. The Mizukage's procrastination had tested Kakuzu's patience, prompting him to dispatch a spy to relay the ninja blade schematics to Kagaya Sujetsu, the second in command of the Kagaya clan. Upon receiving the schematics, Kagaya Sujetsu marveled at the intricacies of the 7 distinct ninja blades, exclaiming internally, "How astonishing!" He promptly sought collaboration with the Akatsuki organization. Youthful ambition and audacity indeed. Earlier, Kakuzu had discovered within the system marketplace a capability to infuse chakra attributes into weaponry. Upon investigating, he found no trace of the 7 ninja blades within the memory of any time traveler associated with the Hidden Mist Village, leading him to consider engaging in arms trading with them. However, he had awaited their response in vain. It was only after the bounty arrived through the underground currency exchange that he utilized the bounty acquired from assassinating the Raikage to purchase this capability, expending a staggering 50 million. Yet, he was convinced that such an investment was worthwhile. The return on this expenditure would inevitably be reclaimed from the Hidden Mist Village. These affairs were managed solely by the original Kakuzu, while the Qinglong clone primarily oversaw matters pertaining to the Land of Wind, remaining blissfully unaware. However, he held no concern, for these were all his own endeavors, and he trusted his judgment. After utilizing a plethora of nurturing elixirs from Qinglong's resources, Kakuzu's damaged form was restored to its prior zenith. Yet, he distinctly sensed that the current strength of his body had once again imposed a limitation on the maximum capacity for storing hearts. This limitation was not merely evident in the quantity of hearts, but as the clone's heart levels and strengths escalated, they exerted a significant burden on the original. Particularly after acquiring the heart of the Silver Horn, his body had reached its absolute limit. Observing the system marketplace finally refresh with the Fusion Guarantee voucher, he decisively chose to purchase it. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the Fusion Guarantee voucher. Available funds, minus 50 million. Fusion Guarantee voucher can be used during heart fusion, ensuring a 100 perfect fusion of the secondary heart's characteristics. He held his breath, concentrating intently as he began to merge the heart of the original Raikage with that of the swirling clone. Kakuzu's physical form swelled, and his veins became distinctly visible, resembling serpentine dragons. The black chakra threads erupted uncontrollably from his body, twisting and dancing in the air, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. A look of agony spread across his face as his veins and chakra pathways ruptured and reformed in a relentless cycle. Meanwhile, the Qinglong clone sipped tea, observing the hall drenched in the blood of the original. Although the mental connection had been severed, he still felt the pain endured by his original self. After a long while, Kakuzu let out a sigh of relief, his body regaining tranquility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful fusion of hearts. Earth Attribute Heart LV5, original bound to exclusive ninjutsu. Earth release. Earth spear, exclusive effect. Enhances Earth spear's amplification effect by 100. Unlocked Earth release techniques. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet. Earth release. Hardening technique. Earth release. Mountain earth technique. Unlocked sealing techniques. Diamond lock. 8 trigram seal. 5 element seal. For symbol seal. Inner 4 symbols seal heart trait 1. Enhances earth release ninjutsu effectiveness by 50-60. Heart trait 2. Base body enhancement multiplier increased from 2x 5x. Heart trait 3. Heroic physique. Whirlpool constitution. Heroic physique. Enhanced. Total chakra amplification by 20 times. Heart trait 4. New specialization in sealing techniques. Effectiveness increased by 50. Heart trait 5. New immunity to lightning attribute. Your earth release ninjutsu will be unaffected by lightning release techniques. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Upon merging the earth attribute heart and lightning attribute heart, the bloodline limit, explosion release has been unlocked. It has been stored in the skill library. The next time you merge earth and lightning attribute hearts, you will obtain an explosion release attribute heart with a 100 success rate. Oh, a delightful surprise? His skill library now holds 3 bloodline limits: magnet release, storm release, and explosion release. This round of fusion enhancement could be deemed an epic boost. The 50 million spent on the guaranteed purchase was certainly worthwhile. Now his physical strength rivals that of a humanoid-tailed beast. With 4 years remaining until the final battle against Hashirama Senju, the impending emergence of the Tsutsuki clan and the awakening of powers akin to the 6 paths in the ninja world makes mastering Senjutsu and Taijutsu essential to confront them. Kakuzu had sought out the 3 great sanctuaries, Maibokuzen, Shikatsu Forest, and Richi Cave over the years, yet returned empty-handed. However, practicing Senjutsu with his abilities restricted by the system posed significant risks. The enhancement of Senjutsu levels would also require substantial financial and temporal investments. Acquiring these abilities sooner rather than later would be advantageous. Defeating Hashirama Senju to obtain Senjutsu from Shikatsu Forest was his best option, given his current strength. He still faced a considerable gap in challenging that god of ninjas. He must seize the moment to earn bounties and continue to bolster his power. Chapter 40. Fusion. Explosive Blade. Spray. At this juncture, following the demise of the first Raikage, the dynamics within the ninja world have subtly shifted. The fluttering of a butterfly's wings has precipitated a tempest. In Konoha village, tranquility prevails. The presence of the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, and the master of forbidden techniques, Senju Tobarama, provides a stabilizing force, alleviating any sense of impending pressure. Senju Tobarama has established the rudimentary framework of a ninja academy, continuously nurturing a fresh generation of talent for Konoha. Meanwhile, the village has dispatched Umbu ninjas to begin investigating the intelligence regarding the Hawk organization. The second Raikage, AI, has come to firmly believe that the culprit behind his brother's death is none other than Konoha village. In a fervor, he has begun to bolster the strength of his own village, preparing to exact revenge. His son, having inherited his brother's lightning armor and hell stab techniques, has made notable progress in his training. The experimental program concerning the Jinchuriki is also advancing steadily. The Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, now in his advanced years, finds himself overwhelmed by the intricate affairs of the village. After careful deliberation, he has resolved to cede his position to the promising youth, Mu. In Sunagakure of the Land of Wind, following the Oasis project, the quality of life for the villagers has significantly improved, heralding a bright future for the Land of Wind. Yet, the Wind Shadow, Redo, is beset by a sense of crisis. Without formidable strength, safeguarding this legacy would be impossible. He has summoned the adept Sakamoto, who has made strides in the development of puppet techniques, to embark on an experimental program concerning the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Shikaku. Meanwhile, the Mizukage, Hakuren, is as anxious as an ant on a hot pan over the loss of the Ninja Blade Compendium. Should others in the village procure the ninja blades before him, his standing would be gravely threatened. Unable to remain idle, Hakuren, after contacting the Hawk organization post the arrival of the ghostly lantern, finds himself in a flurry. When Kakuzu acquires 2 bounties for the crafting of ninja blades through the underground exchange, he is elated. Eagerly, he approaches his charming young apprentice, Suru, to commence the fabrication of the ninja blades. In no time, Kakuzu, utilizing sand iron as the foundational material, crafts two similarly designed broad double-edged blades. Explosive blade, spray. In Kakuzu's recollection, the original explosive blade primarily employed explosive tags as its offensive mechanism, featuring a scroll within the blade's center that stored a plethora of explosive tags. To him, such a weapon appeared utterly worthless. Thus, he harnessed his abilities purchased from the system to forge two new variants of the explosive blade. The first variant also utilizes explosive tags for its offensive capacity. However, Kakuzu inscribes the forbidden technique of mutual explosive tags onto the blade's edge. This technique, developed by the forbidden arts master Senju Tobarama, enabled him to inflict heavy casualties upon the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period. After the establishment of Konoha, his brother, Senju Hashirama, designated numerous perilous ninjutsu he had developed as forbidden. In the preceding years, Kakuzu, utilizing his ability of heart division transformation, has delved into the secrets and techniques of various ninja villages. Naturally, the forbidden technique of mutual explosive tags has also fallen into his possession. The fated worker, Suru, has thus become the target for Kakuzu's experimental weaponry. In the arid expanse outside the oasis of Qinglong village, Saru swallows hard as he gazes at Kakuzu before him. When Master Qinglong initially instructed him to collaborate with Kakuzu on the creation of ninja tools, he was filled with a profound reluctance, yearning only to tend to his beloved flowers and plants. What should one do when a child misbehaves? A good thrashing would suffice. Yet, he soon found himself on the receiving end of a brutal beating from Kakuzu. As he touched the bruises on his face, the vivid memory of being struck by that pair of obsidian fists replayed in his mind. At this moment, he dared not exhibit the slightest hint of negligence in the experimental weaponry alongside Kakuzu. Magnet release, sand iron. With all his might, Sorero summoned forth a dark tide of sand iron that engulfed the sky, crashing down upon Kakuzu like a relentless wave. This wave of assault was tinged with personal emotion. Kakuzu regarded the surging torrent before him with an approving nod. Sorero had indeed developed his magnet release with commendable finesse. As Kakuzu initiated Earth Release, Earth Spear, his entire being transformed into an ebony hue, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities and strength. Brandishing the explosive blade, Bursting Blade, spray, he charged forth to confront the wave. The collision between the blade and the sand iron unleashed a tremendous shockwave, rendering Kakuzu's arm slightly numb. Fortunately, the blade was also forged from sand iron. Had it been a conventional weapon, it would have surely shattered under such impact. As the explosion symbols affixed themselves to the sand iron following the clash, Sorero endeavored to manipulate the sand iron to ensnare Kakuzu, who adeptly evaded the attempt. Kakuzu swiftly altered his position, swinging the explosive blade repeatedly. With each strike, the number of explosion symbols adhered to the sand iron increased, and the sound of detonations echoed through the skies. Amidst the successive explosions, the sand iron wave teetered precariously. Yet the damage remained superficial, failing to obliterate it entirely. Having expended a significant amount of chakra, Sorero wiped the sweat from his brow. He still maintained the stamina to continue this onslaught. Kakuzu, observing the explosive blade in his grasp, furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with its potency. He sheathed the first explosive blade and produced another of similar design. This new blade bore no explosion symbols on its surface, its obsidian body devoid of luster. Kakuzu fused the bloodline limit of explosion release directly into this new ninja blade, christening it Bursting Blade. Waterfall. Sorero. The magnet release bloodline limit is not utilized in such a manner. Your attacks are too scattered, leading to an immense chakra drain. Why not transform the sand iron into a form more conducive to offense? Kakuzu was not entirely pleased with his apprentice's performance. Although the volume of manipulated sand iron was substantial, it lacked versatility and agility. Upon hearing Kakuzu's advice, Sorero experienced a moment of enlightenment. He attempted to reshape the sand iron, consolidating it into sharp cones. This alteration reduced the volume of manipulated sand iron, while significantly enhancing its offensive capabilities. Observing Sorero's exuberance and animated gestures, Kakuzu smiled faintly, raising the Bursting Blade, Waterfall, and once more charging into the fray. Sorero directed the sharp iron cones towards Kakuzu, and the transformation in form dramatically increased both the speed and intensity of his attacks. Before long, the desert was pockmarked with deep craters created by Sorero's magnet release. Kakuzu's movements became severely constrained as he wielded the Bursting Blade, Waterfall, to strike at the sand iron spikes, chakra coursing through the blade and into the sand iron. Subsequently, all connected sand iron erupted violently from within, igniting a fierce explosion. As Jiaodu launched his rapid assault, all the sand iron spikes were shattered by explosions, scattering across the sandy terrain. A trace of explosive chakra flowed along the sand iron, reaching a spot near Shero. The sound of the blast echoed as Shero was enveloped in a cloud of dust. With a face smeared in grime, Shero waved his arms to disperse the smoke. His hair resembling a bird's nest, and his bronze skin appeared as if coated in soot. Jiaodu swung his explosive blade, the flying waterfall, a couple of times, nodding in satisfaction. The power was quite substantial. Had he not controlled the chakra permeating the sand iron, Shero would have been reduced to mere fragments by now. These two weapons were crafted from sand iron, requiring only the enchantment of the mutual explosion technique and the power of the explosion release bloodline limit. If he so desired, he could easily mass-produce them. He resolved to sell these two explosive blades to Mizuki Hakurin and Hozuki Sukituki, pricing one at 50 million ryo and the other at 100 million ryo. With production costs virtually non-existent, is it unreasonable to earn 150 million ryo? It hardly seems like a profit. At this moment, far away in Kirigakure, Hakurin and Hozuki Sukituki remained oblivious to the fact that they were about to encounter the most notorious merchant in the history of the ninja world. Chapter 41. The First Demon, Kagaya Sakayuki, the Land of Water, composed of numerous islands rising from the eastern seas. Harbors within its main island the secluded village of Rain Hidden, nestled deep within the mountains and shrouded in mist. Influenced by a maritime climate, it is perpetually drizzled upon. Kagaya Sakayuki, a distinguished member of the younger generation of the Kagaya clan, wields considerable influence within his lineage. On the day of a new moon, the moon aligns with the sun, rendering the night devoid of lunar illumination. True to his name, Sakayuki is a figure of darkness and cruelty, embodying the essence of a fervent warmonger. Years ago, the Water Shadow, by Lien, brought a weakling to the inaugural Five Shadows Summit. Had it not been for his cousin, Kagaya Huanyue, who was gravely injured after a fierce battle with the dust-released ninja from the rock-hidden village and thus missed the summit, he would never have consented to such a wretched peace agreement. This incident ignited within him a profound discontent. His current ambition is to amass weaponry and personnel to overthrow the regime of the inaugural Water Shadow. Whether Huanyue or he himself takes the mantle after Bai Lian's downfall is of little consequence. He has long since grown weary of Bai Lian's haughty demeanor. 3 days hence, on Jiue Island, a rather inconspicuous isle among the mist-hidden archipelago, resides the fiercely militant Kagaya clan, which has now come under Sakayuki's command. He has chosen this locale as the site for an exchange with the Shao organization. On the coastline of Jiue Island, Kagaya Sakayuki, with his short azure hair, awaits the arrival of the Shao members. In the distance, where sea meets sky, a towering wave rises, upon which stands a solitary figure. As the wave crashes upon the shore, Sakayuki discerns the newcomer, a robust silhouette cloaked in black, with a conical hat obscuring the face and a broad ninja sword slung across the back. Sakayuki raises an eyebrow, feigning mystique. Shao, where's the item? Kisame nods slightly. Planting the sword, the explosive blade splash firmly into the ground. Sakayuki's eyes gleam at the sight of the formidable weapon he has long desired. He strides forward, eager to touch the blade. Yet, Kisame swiftly brandishes the sword in a different direction, evading Sakayuki's reaching hand. Be cautious, this blade is perilous. First, the payment. Sakayuki pauses momentarily before bursting into laughter. Dangerous? The more perilous, the better. That is precisely what I seek. Hand it over. Let me examine the merchandise. Kisame shakes his head, asserting that such a practice is not customary with him. Examine the goods, is it? He swiftly lifts the heavy sword and strikes towards Kagaya Sakayuki. Sakayuki reacts with remarkable agility, employing the Kagaya clan's secret technique to liquefy his body, narrowly evading the blow. The explosive blade, splash cleaves through the liquefied Sakayuki, merely stirring a splash of water upon impact. As he resumes his corporeal form, Sakayuki frowns at the lackluster strike. Was that all? Suddenly, he feels a detonating tag affixed to his shoulder, and his heart races as he hastily reverts to his liquid state once more. The detonation of the explosive talisman unleashed a powerful force, transforming the liquefied shakugetsu into a mist. As the explosion subsided, the scattered liquid on the beach began to coalesce once more, writhing before shakugetsu regained its form. Kakuzu observed this astonishing spectacle, deep in thought. The secret techniques of the Zuki clan possess considerable merit. Perhaps integrating them into the heart of his own being might yield further transformations. Intriguing indeed, the power here slightly surpasses that of an ordinary explosive talisman. This blade shall be priced at 5 million ryo, Kakuzu declared. Is this not one blade among 7? He expressed little interest in this explosive blade, deeming the reliance on explosive talismans as somewhat ineffectual. A slight smile graced Kakuzu's lips as he refrained from further comment, channeling chakra into the explosive blade, activating the mutual explosive talisman ninjutsu inscribed upon it. The talisman previously affixed to Shakugetsu had summoned another before the explosion, now firmly placed on Zuki Shakugetsu's back. Suddenly, Shakugetsu realized he was covered in a multitude of explosive talismans, and his expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, when did I fall victim to this? The sheer quantity of explosive talismans, even with the liquefaction technique, would likely result in severe injury or death. Zuki Shakugetsu leapt into the sea. Utilizing the liquefaction technique to merge with the ocean, his transformed body swiftly navigating away from the talismans. Yet, just as he distanced himself, the talismans detonated. A cacophony of explosions reverberated for a full 2.5 minutes. The ocean's surface erupted into towering waves, reaching heights of over 10 meters, while the beach itself was left with deep craters. The mist lingered for several minutes after the explosions ceased. A water mass gradually separated from the ocean. Shakugetsu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Despite his immediate retreat from the epicenter, the continuous explosions had still inflicted injuries upon him. Had it been any other ninja, they would have been utterly obliterated. His eyes gleamed with fervor. The power of the explosive blade exceeded his wildest expectations. Gazing at the explosive blade, known as Splash, he regarded it as a work of art, its allure surpassing that of a naked beauty. Name your price. Kakuzu replanted the explosive blade into the ground, gently caressing his masterpiece. 50 million ryo, not a single ryo less. The other ninja blades will require customization and are not available at present. We shall discuss them later. Upon hearing the price, Zuki Shakugetsu felt a pang of pain in his heart, yet swiftly reconciled with the reality. For elite ninjas in this era, amassing 50 million ryo would take a lifetime. Though he held a respectable position within the Zuki clan, producing such a sum at once posed a significant challenge. However, the potency of a single explosive blade sparked his anticipation for the other ninja blades. This 50 million shall serve as the threshold for forging connections with the Hawk organization. Agreed. I hope the other ninja blades will not disappoint. Initially, he envisioned commanding the hidden Kagaya clan to swiftly eliminate the members of the Hawk organization upon the arrival of the 7 ninja blades. It now seemed that a more cautious approach was required. Unbeknownst to him, at the very same moment, another manifestation of Jiao Du had reached an accord with the Water Shadow, Bai Lian, selling the explosive blade, Flying Waterfall, which melded the explosive release bloodline limit. For a staggering sum of 100 million ryo, the village hidden in the mist places immense value on bloodline limits, at least prior to the blood mist incident that would unfold in later years. At this juncture, the mist village boasted an array of bloodline limits, including ice release, boil release, melt release, and corpse bone path, with even the future second Water Shadow, Ghost Lantern Manua, possessing a bloodline limit. They were arguably the village with the highest number of bloodline limits among ninjas. Thus, the explosive blade, Flying Waterfall, which integrated the explosive release bloodline limit, caught Bai Lian's eye immediately. Perhaps it held the potential for the discovery of a new bloodline limit. When Ghost Lantern Sujetsu returned to the Mist Village, he learned that Water Shadow Bai Lian was in the process of assembling a new organization of ninja blades, selecting wielders for these blades. This revelation felt like a cataclysm to him. He dared not voice his anger towards the supplier organization, Shao, knowing that he would still require their services for future ninja blades. However, regarding the Water Shadow Bai Lian, who had usurped his ninja blade, the accumulation of new grievances atop old ones solidified Sujetsu's resolve to assassinate her. Chapter 42. The Fusion of Blood Dragon Eyes. The emergence of the decapitating blade in the land of soup, within the confines of a hot spring resort. Time has swiftly passed, marking the passage of 6 months. Kakuzu finds himself immersed in the soothing waters, perusing the intelligence in his grasp. The first Mizukage, Bai Lian, of Kirigakure has met a tragic end at the hands of an assassin, suspected to be affiliated with the nefarious organization known as Shao. The village has suffered significant losses. The leader of the Hozuki clan, Hozuki Mangetsu, has ascended to the position of the second Mizukage, while Hozuki Satsuki has succeeded him as the head of the Hozuki clan. A message has arrived from Hozuki Satsuki, urging the expedient completion of subsequent transactions regarding ninja blades. What an audacious move. Hozuki Satsuki has indeed taken a bold step by eliminating Mizukage by Lien. While Kakuzu is unperturbed by the blame that may come his way, he understands that such matters cannot simply be brushed aside. The Shao organization shall bear the brunt of the repercussions, and I shall demand my due interest. During this interval, he has been engaged in missions to earn bounties, while simultaneously investigating information regarding the Bloodpool clan. His journey has led him to the feudal lord's estate in the Land of Lightning, where he uncovered traces through clandestine documents, ultimately tracing the Bloodpool clan to the Land of Soup. The Bloodpool clan, originally a bloodline limit family in the Land of Lightning, was besieged by the formidable Uchiha clan during the Warring States period, leaving only a remnant of their bloodline imprisoned in the Hell Valley of the Land of Soup. Kakuzu's objective in this venture is to acquire the clan's bloodline limit, Blood Dragon Eyes. The Land of Soup lies within an active tectonic zone, abundant in hot springs, rendering it a favored retreat for those in the ninja world. In a secluded, undeveloped valley, Kakuzu encounters a scene reminiscent of a hellish inferno. Hell Valley. The prison of the Bloodpool clan is scorched by the earth's heat, transforming the terrain into a blistering cauldron, with desolate rocks stretching for miles around. The valley's mineral-rich waters run crimson, and within the mountainside, a cavern resembling a demonic visage serves as the residence of the Bloodpool clan for over a decade. They survive by hunting the occasional bird that flits through the air and quenching their thirst with the scalding geothermal waters. The long-standing malnutrition and psychological torment have rendered the clan's members ghostly, akin to the living dead. Upon Kakuzu's arrival, he witnesses a grisly scene where a few deranged individuals from the Bloodpool clan resort to cannibalism. A young child, combined with the boiling crimson waters, creates a grotesque feast. Kakuzu is taken aback by the horrific sight. When he intervenes and swiftly dispatches the deranged adults, they offer little resistance. A dying member of the Bloodpool clan, in a moment of clarity, reaches out with a frail arm, beseeching Kakuzu to liberate his child from this hell. The Blood Dragon Eyes, adept at illusion techniques, were once suppressed by the more powerful Uchiha clan. The Uchiha inflicted a cruel illusion deep within their souls, confining them to Hell Valley, instilling a paralyzing fear that prevents them from daring to venture even a step beyond. Years of existence in such an environment have solidified their thought processes, rendering escape nearly impossible. This profound illusion is beyond Kakuzu's capacity to dispel, as it has become inscribed within their very genes, leaving them with only their primal instincts intact. Perhaps, with the passage of time, the illusion may one day dissipate, but the toll they have paid is staggering. For adults, the situation may seem futile, yet for the young, there exists a glimmer of hope. After seizing the heart of a member of the Bloodpool clan, Kakuzu departed from the Valley of Hell with several children in tow, leaving others to fend for themselves. He brought these children back to the distant village of Qinglong in the Land of Wind. With the assistance of a clone of Qinglong, he concocted several restorative elixirs to stabilize their mental state. Kakuzu then manifested a clone of the Bloodpool clan and activated the bloodline limit, the Blood Dragon Eye. A pair of blood-red, toad-like eyes emerged, transforming his perception of the world into a crimson hue. The bodies of others appeared vividly in his sight, with their blood coursing through them as if he could manipulate it at will, causing it to explode. At this moment, the Blood Dragon Eye was only at level 1. Its illusions effective solely against ordinary individuals, capable of turning them into human bombs. To affect equally powerful foes, it would need to be upgraded to at least level 5. Unlike the standard upgrades for ninjutsu, the financial demands for enhancing a bloodline limit were exorbitantly high. For instance, the Heart of the Wood release clone required nearly the entire bounty of the Land of Wind for sustenance, taking 5 years to barely reach level 3, with still some distance to level 4. The funds needed for ordinary bloodline limits were less than for Wood release, but to possess any significant combat capability, one would require at least several billion. The Heart of the Wind release had almost drained him when it resisted the 8 tailed beast bomb, under the supply of chakra from the original heart. Thus, Kakuzu was not particularly keen on nurturing a bloodline limit heart, unless it resembled the exceedingly powerful forms of wood release or the Sharingan once fully realized. Heart Fusion Level 4. This allows for the disassembly and fusion of corresponding heart abilities, merging certain traits into a designated heart. Kakuzu decisively fused the illusionary capabilities of the Blood Dragon Eye into the illusionary barrier of the Wind Release Heart, thereby enhancing its illusionary power once more. The ability to control blood was bestowed upon a colossal greatsword forged from sand and iron, thus giving birth to the decapitating sword. Unsurprisingly, Sarah became the prime candidate for testing this experimental weapon. At the training ground outside Qinglong village, Sarah gazed at Kakuzu with a serious expression. Again? After being defeated 6 months ago, she had kept meticulous notes in her mind, waiting for the moment of revenge. Exhaling deeply, Sarah steadied her breath, raising her hands as the sand and iron coalesced beside her into various offensive shapes. Kakuzu watched as a torrential downpour of sand-iron shuriken flew towards him, revealing a look of astonishment. This young one had evidently dedicated considerable effort to her training. The sheer quantity of shuriken she controlled was formidable, their sharpness promising remarkable penetrating power. Kakuzu planted the decapitating sword in front of him, crouching behind the broad blade, which served as a sturdy shield. The sand-iron shuriken struck against the equally sand-iron forged sword, sparking a flurry of flames, making it momentarily difficult to breach the sword's defenses. Nevertheless, Sarah's assault persisted for a full 2.5 minutes, until the position occupied by Kakuzu was riddled with wounds. The densely packed shuriken had transformed the ground into a hedgehog-like sprawl. The decapitating blade, after being struck multiple times by the overlapping shuriken, was pierced by a multitude of them, coming perilously close to Kakuzu's visage. Numerous notches marred the surface of the once pristine blade, resembling a weapon that had endured decades of rust. Witnessing the effectiveness of his assault, Sarutobi leaped with excitement. However, the decapitating blade absorbed the iron sand and rapidly restored its original form. In Kakuzu's memory, the decapitating blade relied on the absorption of iron elements from the human body to mend its fractured state. In truth, relying solely on human iron elements to restore a blade weighing dozens of kilograms would necessitate the sacrifice of thousands of lives, rendering it utterly absurd. The Blood Dragon Eye's ability to manipulate blood also extended to a degree of control over the metallic elements within the human body. Upon merging with the decapitating blade, it could draw upon the surrounding metallic elements to rejuvenate the blade's form. Seizing the opportunity while Sarutobi momentarily halted his assault, Kakuzu charged forward with the heavy blade. Sarutobi commanded the iron sand to coalesce into a massive block and hurled it at Kakuzu. Kakuzu watched as the blade repeatedly shattered the giant blocks of iron sand, only to reform anew. Step by step, Kakuzu advanced until he stood before Sarutobi, using the back of his blade to knock him unconscious. After experimenting with the slaughter of several small creatures, he discovered that he could channel the vitality from their blood back to the wielder through the blade, replenishing his own stamina. Kakuzu was quite pleased with the replication of the decapitating blade, and in his mind, the blueprint for crafting other ninja blades began to take shape. Chapter 43. The Duel of Ninja Blades. A small shock for the Demon Man today, at Mist-Hidden Village, on the shores of Jiue Island. After a lapse of half a year, the moonlit figure of Kirigakure's Kakuzu once again graced the beach, awaiting the arrival of Haiden. This time, however, he bore a broad ninja blade upon his back, its ebony surface devoid of any gleam. As before, Haiden approached, treading the waves. Yet, upon reaching the shore, he was met with Kakuzu's fierce strike, the explosive blade, flying waterfall. Haiden swiftly leapt aside, narrowly evading the forceful blow. The blade crashed into the ground, unleashing a torrent of violent chakra that erupted in an explosion. The sand on the beach scattered like shrapnel, flying in all directions. Haiden drew his beheading sword, shielding himself, as the sand clattered against its surface. When the chaos subsided, a deep chasm had formed between Kakuzu and Haiden, a testament to the power of their clash. Oh, so this is the famed beheading sword? I wonder how it compares to my explosive blade. Flying waterfall, Kakuzu mused, regarding Haiden with a haughty tilt of his chin, harboring a grudge against him. Did you not sell this superior flying waterfall to that old man, Bai Lian? Yet now it rests in my hands. Kakuzu sighed softly, tightening his grip on the beheading sword. It seemed inevitable that a battle awaited him today. Long before the initial 5 Kage summit, he had heard tales of Haiden's notorious reputation. In the early days of Mist Hidden Village, he had rallied the ninja clans of the Land of Water to join. One clan, however, requested a night to deliberate. Under the cover of darkness, Kakuzu slaughtered the entire clan, staining the waters surrounding the island red with their blood. No soul was spared, not even the village chief's dog, which met a gruesome fate. Thus, he earned the moniker of the Demon of Mist. Now, it was evident that Haiden harbored resentment over the previous incident involving the sale of 2 explosive blades. Very well then, let us settle this, Kakuzu thought. I have yet to account for your assassination of Mizukichi by Lien and the framing of the Akatsuki organization. With a single hand, Kakuzu hefted the 50-kilogram beheading sword towards Haiden, its imposing length radiating an oppressive aura. Haiden scoffed in response, a mist emanating from his form. Mist technique. A dense fog enveloped the vicinity, obscuring Kakuzu's vision so completely that even the blade before him became indistinct. Kakuzu furrowed his brow, realizing he had not brought along his wind-release heart, which possessed sensory abilities. The next moment, Kakuzu nearly burst into laughter. The beheading sword, imbued with the blood manipulation capabilities of the blood dragon eye, was acutely sensitive to blood. Through the thick mist, he detected a crimson essence radiating from a central point, rapidly moving through the fog. Without hesitation, Kakuzu swung the beheading sword, feeling the tactile resistance of striking the surface of water through the hilt. He knew he had struck true. The source of the blood essence retreated, shifting positions multiple times before launching an attack from Kakuzu's rear. From the perspective of Akatsuki Hozuki, the member of the Owl organization seemed almost clairvoyant, consistently predicting his position. As he swung the exploding blade, waterfall from behind, the opponent's decapitating sword struck him first. Although his liquefaction ability rendered him immune to physical harm, he could not shield himself from the pain. The opponent, leveraging the slight length advantage of the decapitating sword, landed a blow on his neck. Undeterred, he shifted his position repeatedly, launching attack after attack, yet he could not even graze the fabric of his opponent's attire. At last, he altered his strategy, redirecting his assault towards the opponent's weapon. The exploding blade, waterfall collided with the broken blade, decapitating sword. The 2 blades, forged from the same material, were evenly matched. However, the explosive chakra imbued in the waterfall permeated the decapitating sword, leading to a catastrophic internal explosion that split the blade in 2. This rendered the decapitating sword a true broken blade. With this successful strike, Hozuki felt a surge of confidence, dispelling the shadows of his prior failures. Now, can your blade still surpass mine? Die. Exuding confidence, Hozuki envisioned his opponent's flesh being obliterated. He emitted a piercing scream. Believing victory was assured, he had let down his guard. Before he could activate his liquefaction technique, the opponent's decapitating sword pierced his chest. Blood sprayed forth, and the mist concealment technique gradually dissipated. Hozuki clutched his chest wound, gasping for air. He was perplexed, unable to comprehend where he had gone wrong. When the mist finally cleared, revealing the opponent's decapitating sword, he was taken aback. Hadn't he shattered that wretched blade into 2? When had it been restored? According to the Ninja Blade Compendium, even if it possessed self-repairing capabilities, it could not possibly recover so swiftly. Kakuzu looked down at the fallen Hozuki with disdain. Consider this blow a repayment for your attempt to frame the Owl organization. The decapitating sword had indeed been severed by the exploding blade, waterfall. Kakuzu manipulated the broken blade, absorbing its fragments to restore most of the sword's damage. Caught off guard, Hozuki was struck due to a mere few centimeters of length advantage. The wound on Hozuki transformed into ripples, healing rapidly. He finally observed the crimson vitality flowing from his injury, merging into the remnants of the broken blade, decapitating sword, while the scattered iron sand pieces also converged within. As his injuries fully mended, the decapitating sword reverted to its original form. So, he had discovered me through that blood vitality. Hozuki's body trembled slightly as he gazed entranced at the decapitating sword. This was the ninja blade most compatible with his mist concealment technique. Upon realizing all of this, Hozuki cast aside all murderous intent, smiling like an innocent young boy. Name your price. How much for this ninja blade? Kakuzu felt an overwhelming urge to kick his head off. This guy was utterly insane. Without a hint of hesitation, he was ready to engage in combat, only to act as if nothing had happened afterward. 200 million Ryo. Kakuzu gruffly stated a price. Deal. However, Shoyue remained utterly indifferent to the wealth plundered by the former Mizukichi, by Lien, and the riches accumulated from leading the Kirigakura's Hozuki clan, which were ample enough for him to squander at will. Madman. The equivalent of 200 million ryo in resources could arm an entire ninja clan to the teeth. Yet he nonchalantly purchased a ninja blade merely because it pleased him. For Kakuzu, this was of little consequence. He eagerly desired more such Navi patrons. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the mission, provide the legendary ninja blade for the Hidden Mist Village. You have received a mission reward of 200 million ryo. Current mission progress, 2-7. From the perspective of Hozuki Shoyua, acquiring a beloved ninja blade held more significance than anything else. In a certain light, one could consider him a person of pure intentions. Kakuzu immediately prioritized the crafting of additional ninja blades, placing it at the top of his agenda. After all, the day of his decisive battle against Senju Hashirama drew ever closer. Chapter 44. The Disgrace of the Hawk Organization, the obsequious Shero in the 10th year of Konoha. The village of Qinglong in the Land of Wind has flourished into a vast oasis town under the diligent management of the Qinglong for several years. Unlike a few years ago when only Shero and his master Qinglong inhabited the village, it now boasts a considerable population. Part of these residents comprises peripheral members of the Hawk Organization, tasked with intelligence gathering and developing side businesses. For instance, the oasis of Qinglong produces grains and fruits, a portion of which supplies the Land of Wind, while the rest is shipped and sold to other nations. Although the profits from these ventures cannot directly enhance Kakuzu's strength, the rapid economic development in the southern part of the ninja world has led to an improved standard of living for the common folk, consequently increasing the income of ninjas. As a result, the bounty amounts for underground currency exchange missions have significantly risen. Among the residents, there exists a group of orphans. At this moment, Shero is in the orphanage classroom within the Qinglong oasis, imparting various knowledge to the children. He has long shed the tender visage of his youth. Now in his mid-teens, he stands over 180 centimeters tall, already on the verge of surpassing Kakuzu. Years of labor in the oasis have bestowed upon him a sun-kissed complexion radiating health. Though his face still bears traces of youth, the earnestness with which he teaches the orphans reveals a hint of maturity. In this small classroom, most children hail from Sunagakure, with some being orphans brought back by Kakuzu from various parts of the ninja world. Without exception, they are all orphans, destined to be nurtured as the reserve strength of the Hawk Organization. These children, having faced hardships, cherish the opportunities before them and listen attentively to Shero's lessons. However, as is the case in any setting, there are always a few underachievers. Shero gazes at the last row, where 3 students are sprawled over their desks in slumber, shaking his head in exasperation. As lunchtime approaches, Shero dismisses the children for a break. He strides to the last row, his irritation growing as he gazes at the trio, questioning why the teacher would willingly invite trouble by having them attend class. At the end sits Chiyo, the genius girl from Sunagakure, her head buried in her arms, rendering her face invisible. In the middle is Shero's younger sister, Ai. Ai, with her head tilted, sleeps soundly, her nose bubbling with mucus and drool staining her sleeve, presenting an adorably innocent image. With gritted teeth, Shero seizes Chiyo's ear with one hand and pinches Ai's nose with the other. Chiyo jolts awake, springing to her feet at once. Upon encountering Shero's furious expression, she wipes her mouth, her face flushing with embarrassment, reaching all the way to her ears. How mortifying. How could she have fallen asleep? Now 16 or 17, Chiyo is slightly older than Shero, yet he has already surpassed her in height. The shame of losing face in front of a boy she admires makes her wish she could vanish into the ground. Chiyo's appearance may not be strikingly beautiful, but her features are delicate and graceful. Combined with her exceptional ninja talents, she has become the object of affection for many boys in Sunagakure. The youthful blush on her face, radiating the essence of adolescence, adds an intriguing allure. However, to Shero, it holds no appeal. For Chiyo is a special guest of the Wind Shadow, Retsudo, who has arranged for Qinglong's particular attention. Under the tutelage of the Azure Dragon Academy, one has surprisingly gleaned a multitude of medical ninjutsu from the art of reincarnation. Through diligent study of the various poisonous herbs nurtured by the Azure Dragon, one has attained a remarkable proficiency in the art of poison without a formal teacher. Meanwhile, the younger sister, Sai, found herself pinched by the nose, struggling to breathe. Her delicate face flushed a deep crimson. I'm drowning. Sai jolted awake from her nightmare, flailing her little arms, nearly toppling from her seat, gasping for breath. She looked up at her brother, who shyly scratched his head. Due to the impoverished conditions of their childhood, Sai suffered from malnutrition and, lacking the innate talent for ninjutsu, could not endure the rigors of training, which stunted her growth. She was a year younger than Shaluo and barely reached his chest. Yet, despite her small stature, her features were exquisite, endearing her to many children at the Azure Dragon Village's academy. At the edge of the classroom sat a red-haired underachiever, none other than the young girl Yuki, who was conveniently captured by Kaku from the land of whirlpools. Yuki, disturbed by Tsai's earlier antics, turned her head but soon returned to her slumber. Xiaoyuo's demeanor shifted, and a self-assured smile appeared on his face as he leaned close to Yuki's ear and whispered, "It's time to eat." Startled from her deep sleep, Yuki sprang up from her seat in a panic. "Where's the food? Where is it?" Shaluo beamed with delight, his gaze almost glued to Yuki's face. "Come along, Miss Yuki. I shall escort you to the dining hall." Yuki, older than the trio and nearing 20, possessed a more mature appearance, her flowing crimson locks captivating Shaluo. Most notably, Yuki's development surpassed the norm, making her mature beauty particularly striking to Shaluo, who was still but a child. At that moment, his expression boldly proclaimed infatuation. Sai, feeling a pang of jealousy, pouted and remarked, "Brother, I'm hungry too." Once Yuki was fully awake, she cast a disdainful glance at Shaluo before turning to embrace little Sai, playfully rubbing her cheek against Sai's delicate face. "Sai, you're just so adorable. Oh dear, I think I might just die from cuteness overload." In Yuki's eyes, Sai resembled a finely crafted doll, and her affection for the little sister was instantaneous. Sai, feigning annoyance, attempted to push Yuki away with her tiny arms, but her struggles proved futile, leading her to surrender. "All right then, let us go eat. Hurry," Shaluo called, dashing ahead while Yuki, with Sai in tow, followed closely behind. Chio, feeling envious, pouted her flat chest, thinking, what is so special about them? It's not like she's the only one. Reluctantly, she trailed behind. Initially, when Kaku had no place for Yuki, he temporarily settled her in Azure Dragon Village. At first, she was quite boisterous, her demeanor refined yet filled with an endless stream of expletives by the end of the day. However, she quickly learned to silence herself with the promise of food. The meals at Azure Dragon Village consisted of delectable dishes gleaned from the memories of a time traveler. The fruits cultivated by the Azure Dragon were unlike anything seen in the world of ninjas. Once Yuki revealed her true nature as a foodie, she became an unmovable presence. Under the pretense of an undercover mission to eradicate the nefarious organization known as the Hawks, one must ponder, who among the virtuous would willingly assume such a role? Openly declaring their intentions? Initially, upon learning of the mission to locate Yukizashi, the young lady of the Uzumaki clan, from his dealings with the exchange of gold, Kakuzu contemplated doing a favor for Senju Hashirama by returning his little sister-in-law. However, Yukizashi stubbornly refused to leave QNGL village, particularly enamored by the village's appearance. The azure green locks of QNGL were perceived by her as equally noble as her own crimson tresses. Moreover, QNGL bore a striking resemblance to her brother-in-law, Senju Hashirama, which only deepened her attachment. Kakuzu found himself regretting his decision to mold QNGL's visage in such a manner. This woman was not merely a glutton but also a connoisseur of beauty. Yukizashi threatened Kakuzu, asserting that should he attempt to send her back, she would inform her brother-in-law, Senju Hashirama, claiming Kakuzu had coerced her into shameful acts. Accusations of murder would fall on deaf ears, but the suggestion of assault, who could withstand such an implication? Kakuzu, suppressing his urge to eliminate her, adhered to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, and entrusted her to Sarada's care. Unexpectedly, Sarada was smitten at first sight with Yukizashi. Thus, these four young individuals found themselves entangled in an exceedingly intricate web of relationships. Sarada openly adored the tempestuous Yukizashi, while harboring disdain for Chio. Yukizashi favored QNGL and the delicate little sister, Ko, detesting both Sarada and Chio. Ko endeavored to unite her former caretaker, Chio, with her brother, disapproving of Yukizashi's lack of boundaries. Chio secretly pined for Sarada, resenting the fiery red-haired woman. In the midst of Sarada's immersive dining experience with the three sisters, Kakuzu approached her, wielding three ninja blades: long blade, needle, dull blade, dagger, and thunder blade, fong. Upon witnessing the beaming smile on Kakuzu's face, Sarada's immediate reaction was to flee. Chapter 45, Master of Weapons. Kakuzu in the Land of Wind. The village of Qinglong stands as a veritable paradise, having flourished for many years. An abundance of grains and fruits, along with a rich supply of meats, fills its storages. Even the most grievous injuries and ailments can be miraculously cured under the care of Lord Qinglong, inspiring countless individuals to yearn for this haven. Saro, dining at the orphanage in Qinglong village, caught sight of Kakuzu and instinctively turned to flee. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, he was inexplicably tripped. Such an occurrence was unusual for someone of Saro's caliber, possessing the strength of a Nin. As he attempted to escape, an unaccountable force gripped his ankle, pulling him down. He glanced at his ankle, but saw no object to account for the strange occurrence. What on earth? He felt a tangible tug emanating from his ankle, a sensation he could not dismiss. A tremendous force, before he could comprehend it, dragged him to the training ground outside the village. Along the way, his back met the sandy ground with intimate contact, while the fabric of his upper garments was torn into strips. However, his smooth, sturdy back bore no sign of injury. In a fit of resolve, Saro tore off his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles. Gritting his teeth, he felt cold sweat trickle down his cheeks. Kakuzu's arms experimentation had unmistakably morphed into his waking nightmare. Magnet release, sand iron initiated, enveloping him in a spherical shield of high-density sand iron. He had learned well. No matter the offense, his priority was to ensure his own safety first. Kakuzu, however, remained indifferent to Saro's thoughts. He regarded the 3 ninja blades in his hands, contemplating which one to test first. As Saro noticed Kakuzu's delay in action, a gnawing sense of anxiety about the impending attack enveloped him. Ultimately, Saro could no longer restrain himself. Magnet release, 100-ton pressure. Saro lifted his hands, summoning over 100 tons of sand iron, coalescing it into a massive block that hurtled toward Kakuzu. The shadow cast by the overhead mass obscured the sunlight, interrupting Kakuzu's train of thought. He looked up at the colossal sand iron block, rolled his neck, and flexed his wrists. Decided it is dull blade, Dukatsu. Kakuzu wielded a dull blade shaped like an axe in one hand and a hefty sand iron hammer in the other, connected by a chain. The chain clashed in the air, producing a crisp sound. He leapt into the air, the axe blade first colliding with the 100-ton sand iron block, followed by the hammer striking the back of the axe-shaped ninja blade. Super Heavy Rock Technique. Under the enchantment of the Super Heavy Rock Technique, the hammer's weight surged to thousands of times its original mass. The deafening sound of the impact reverberated throughout the Qinglong oasis. Saro spat out a mouthful of blood as the 100-ton sand iron block he controlled was sent flying by Kakuzu's dull blade, Dukatsu. Kakuzu charged forward, the dull blade, Dukatsu pulverizing the iron defense he had conjured from the sand iron. He sheathed the dull blade, Dukatsu, and drew 2 new ninja blades. Each blade measured approximately 1 meter in length, with sharp edges extending from either side. These were the lightning-infused lightning blade, Fong. This particular ninja blade had been enchanted with a heart of lightning, allowing it to invoke lightning techniques with a mere infusion of chakra. As the lightning-imbued Raikiri, known as the Thunder Blade, was raised towards the heavens, the once clear sky darkened with gathering storm clouds. Bolts of lightning descended, cleaving through the protective sand iron shield that enveloped Saruo. Witnessing the shield dissipate, Saruo's heart raced with anxiety. Kakuzu had already closed in on him, wielding a slender, needle-like kunai, poised to strike. Soon, Saruo discerned that the elongated needle possessed no extraordinary qualities. Its primary offensive capability lay in its piercing thrusts. Utilizing his agility and taijutsu, he deftly evaded every slash and stab. Seizing the opportunity, he commanded a colossal hand of sand iron to erupt from the ground, grasping at Kakuzu and forcing him to create distance, thus maximizing the advantages of his magnetic release. Saruo's tension began to ease. The mid-range battle was now his domain. With renewed confidence, he conjured a sand iron pyramid and launched it towards Kakuzu. The pyramid, resembling a tree, unleashed countless spiked branches, transforming into a steel cage that firmly restricted Kakuzu's movements. Saruo proudly lifted his chin, reveling in his newfound upper hand. Kakuzu, armed with the long blade known as the stitching needle, yanked forcefully, causing strands of wire to materialize in the air, weaving through the metallic forest like a spider's web. By the time Saruo realized what was happening, his torso and limbs were ensnared by the delicate steel wires. When had these wires been set? Yet the ordeal was far from over. Kakuzu switched to the Raikiri, bringing the blade into contact with the wires, unleashing a torrent of violent electricity that surged along their length. The Lightning King, Kakuzu, had arrived. When a child misbehaves, a jolt is in order. Saruo grimaced in pain as electricity coursed through him, gradually leading to his loss of consciousness. The sand iron prison subsequently disintegrated, slipping from his control. In the end, Saruo could not fathom how he had been ensnared. Kakuzu regarded the 3 kunai he wielded, deeming them passable at best. The blunt weapon, the iron hammer, required some tempering, and a simple enhancement through the earth weight technique, amplifying its mass significantly, would suffice. The core steel spikes of the stitching needle, crafted from sand iron, were imbued with the bloodline limit known as steel shield, augmenting their strength and penetrative power. The wires trailing from the blade were enchanted with the bloodline limit of intangibility, allowing for their manipulation and invisibility. These 2 abilities, acquired during his journeys through the ninja realm, were rare yet contingent on the user's development for their true potency. In Kakuzu's eyes, these abilities were mere trinkets, but when combined, they formed a somewhat impressive ensemble. As Saruo battled Kakuzu, Chiyo, Uzumaki Yuki, and Kawai observed anxiously from the sidelines. Kawai nervously clutched her clothing, nearly fainting at the sight of her brother falling. Chiyo rushed forward at once, employing medical ninjutsu to tend to Saruo. Kawai, in her haste, stumbled and fell in the sand. Yuki quickly assisted her, lifting her and chasing after Chiyo. Chiyo concentrated chakra in her hands, pressing them against Saruo's firm chest, the intimate contact causing her cheeks to flush. Kawai struggled to escape Yuki's embrace, falling to the ground to assess her brother's injuries. As her delicate hand made contact with her brother's body, a sudden arc of electricity flickered, leaving Tsai's small face pale with fright. Could it be that her brother had perished? The timid Tsai raised her voice and began to weep. Shueiji, watching her little sister's tear-filled eyes, felt a pang of sympathy and gently stroked her head, with a fierce toss of her red hair. Shueiji turned to glare at Jiao. You wicked scoundrel. Bullying me is one thing, but now you've made little Tsai cry. One day, I shall make you pay dearly for this. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Chiyo's forehead. Her self-taught medical ninjutsu had yet to awaken Saruo, and her anxiety mounted. Unable to bear Tsai's sorrow, Vortex Shueiji forcefully pushed Chiyo aside, rolled up her sleeves, and extended her arm to Saruo's lips. In a daze, Saruo caught a whiff of a delightful aroma and instinctively bit down on Shueiji's arm. So fragrant and soft. Before long, Saruo regained consciousness, his singed injuries from the electric shock healing as well. He glanced nervously at the 3 sisters before him, each displaying a different expression. Shueiji slapped Saruo across the face, exclaiming, "How could you bite so hard? You've drawn blood." She then turned her head to Jiao Du, chin raised defiantly. "Humph, if you strike him, I shall save him regardless." Jiao Du shook his head. "Saruo, I can assist you no further. We are left with only 2 of the 7 ninja blades. The remaining materials were all gathered together, perfectly suited for a singular completion." Meanwhile, far beneath the waters of the land of water, the 3-tailed Isabu stirred in its slumber, inexplicably sneezing, as if sensing some impending misfortune. As the premiere approaches, to all the esteemed readers who have made it this far, your love is truly cherished. If you enjoy this book, kindly show your support with likes, comments, and collections. Here's a bow from me to you, wishing all viewers eternal life. Chapter 46. The Deal Between Old Foxes. In the land of water, within the office of the Mizukage in Kirigakure, the sullen Koigakure Sakayuki placed 4 ninja blades upon his desk. These included the newly acquired long blade, needle, dull blade, dagari, lightning blade, fong, along with the previously obtained explosive blade, splash. Initially, the beheading sword had cost a staggering 200 million ryo. These 3 new ninja blades were procured at the remarkably low price of 50 million ryo each, an extraordinary bargain. Sakayuki was momentarily convinced that Kakuzu was quite the generous dealer. Exhilarated by what he perceived as a tremendous profit, he found himself restless, unable to sleep throughout the night. Little did he realize that if Kakuzu wished, he could acquire as many of these blades as he desired. The second Mizukage, Koigakure Hanwei, who happened to be his cousin, had somehow acquired information about the collection of ninja blades. The moment the 3 new blades came into Sakayuki's possession, they were promptly confiscated by Hanwei. Seated at his desk, the second Mizukage reclined with one leg crossed over the other, stroking his neatly trimmed mustache. His light yellow hair, slicked back with wax, was impeccably styled. With a smile gracing his lips, he admired the 4 ninja blades before him. He was well aware of Sakayuki's clandestine purchases. Given the significant deficit on the village's financial records, if he had been oblivious to this, he would have been unfit for the role of Mizukichi. Upon his ascension, Hanwei had emulated Konohagakure by establishing an Umbu and a ninja academy, implementing a series of policies that brought order to the village. He was contemplating the creation of an elite personal guard exclusive to the Mizukichi. However, just as he was forming this idea, he discovered Sakayuki's collection of ninja blades. These blades instantly resolved his dilemma. He intended to use them as the foundation for a ninja blade elite, elevating his prestige significantly. "Do you have any more hidden ninja blades?" Hanwei asked with a playful grin, observing Sakayuki, who sat pouting with an expressive face. Sakayuki waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head like a rattle. "I only kept a broken blade. It's rather useless, so it wouldn't benefit you. It happens to resonate with me. So I kept it, but I truly have no others." He made no mention of the explosive blade, Waterfall obtained through the assassination of the first Mizukichi. Nor did he hesitate to describe the beheading sword as mere trash, fearing that his cousin might confiscate all his blades. Hanwei, unfazed by this revelation, thought little of it. After all, in forming the elite ninja blade unit, the blades would need to be distributed. Who they were given to mattered little. The expenditure had left a significant dent in the village's finances. Sakayuki, feeling guilty, cast a sidelong glance at the ceiling, whistling to mask his unease. They weren't expensive. Each blade cost about 30 million ryo. He had roughly diverted this amount from the funds of the Koigakure clan. The bulk of the money had come from the assassination of the first Mizukichi, whose secret stash had been plundered. Who knew how that old man had embezzled so much from the village? It was truly infuriating. Unfortunately, most of that money had already been squandered by Sakayuki. As far as I know, there are 7 ninja blades in total. When will the other 2 be traded? At this moment, Akatsuki Sakuya felt utterly disheartened. It seemed that the 2 most formidable blades of the ninja world were beyond his grasp. How could Geita know everything? Uncertain. He thought it would not be long before clarity emerged. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. An intelligence report was placed upon Geita's desk. Upon reading it, Geita covered his face in frustration and cast the report to the floor. Sakuya picked it up casually and frowned as well. The report detailed the sudden demise of the 91st Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Geita could not fathom where the issue lay, as the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails was decidedly more stable than that of the Three Tails. Perhaps it would be prudent to reach out to the Akatsuki organization, Sakuya tentatively suggested. Having developed a favorable impression of the organization after acquiring the cherished blades, Geita sensed that significant upheavals were likely on the horizon for the ninja world in the coming years. Following rumors of the Cloud Village obtaining a perfect Jinchuriki, news indicated that the Sand Village's Jinchuriki had also entered a new phase, which weighed heavily upon him. At this juncture, he could not afford to hesitate and entrusted the matter of contacting the Akatsuki to Sakuya. On the main island of the Hidden Mist Village, there lay an unnamed lake, the habitat of the Three Tails Isabu. At this moment, Kakuzu stood alongside Sakuya at the water's edge. After Geitu assumed the role of the second Mizukichi, he established a confidentiality system within the Hidden Mist Village, and the scrutiny of foreign ninjas by the village's Umbu was particularly stringent. Citing this, Sakuya insisted that the Akatsuki organization must include him during any missions in the Hidden Mist. "Is it true that your Akatsuki organization can take on any mission? You seem to know all the secrets concerning the tailed beasts. You truly possess remarkable capabilities." Kakuzu, unperturbed by Sakuya's teasing, merely listened. The acquisition of the Great Blade, Samahata, and the Twin Blades, HR, would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. To avert complications, he acquiesced to Sakuya's request. He also found Sakuya intriguing and contemplated the possibility of recruiting him into the Akatsuki should the opportunity arise. In the Akatsuki, we must engage in any dirty or laborious tasks to earn our keep. There is no comparison to your legitimate forces, who are fed by the state. Sakuya appeared oblivious to Kakuzu's sarcasm, instead wearing an expression of pride. The wealth he had amassed from the Rain Village's embezzlement surpassed even that of the first Mizukichi, Hakuren. "Hey, if there is a way to profit, count me in." Before proceeding with their arrangements, he inquired about the price regarding the resolution of the Three Tails ceiling issue. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. This fellow was surprisingly straightforward. "This is a minor issue, a flat rate of 50 million ryo." The Akatsuki valued reputation highly, promising that the Three Tails would not pose a problem for 10 years. Unbeknownst to Sakuya, the last individual who had placed faith in the Akatsuki's credibility now had grasped several meters high atop their grave. Oh, what a coincidence. I too value credibility above all. He spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, entirely forgetting the previous arrangement involving the Kagaya clan's ambush of Kaku. However, I find the price unsuitable. 100 million ryo. I will operate on the books. This statement amused Kakuzu. This guy was seeking a kickback. No problem, but I would personally need to take a 20% cut, as it is merely a means for my sustenance. When Shikuyak observed that Kakuzu was so agreeable, he immediately acquiesced. He extended his hand towards the unknown lake, signaling Kakuzu to commence his performance. He was eager to see how Kakuzu would resolve the issue of the three tails. Ding. New task detected. Resolve the problem of sealing the three tails Isabu for the hidden mist village. Task reward, 100 million ryo. Kakuzu listened to the system notification with satisfaction. After deducting Shikuyak's commission, he would receive 60 million ryo. For this mission, Kakuzu was thoroughly prepared, having brought several hearts with him. The wind attribute heart, skilled in perception, activated its sensory barrier, allowing the underwater scene of the unknown lake to enter his mind. With the upgraded level 4 wind attribute heart's perception, anywhere there is air, within a certain range, falls within Kakuzu's sensory domain, including the sparse oxygen in the water. Within Kakuzu's perception, there were two immense life sources in the lake, emanating from the three tails Isabu and its accompanying small fish, the J-Key. This information had previously been mentioned in the scroll given to the first Mizukage, Hakuren, but it had not been passed down, as Hakuren was assassinated by Shikuyak. Ultimately, the materials for the last two shinobi swords originated from this place. This mission could be deemed a remarkable twofold achievement. Chapter 47. The Rampaging Three-Tails Shark Turtle in the Hidden Village of Mist at the Nameless Lake. Kakuzu utilized his sensory abilities to locate the three tails. Observing its bizarre form, he comprehended why the Village of Rain had failed to uncover the secret of the three tails. In the memories of the traveler, the three tails was depicted as a large, gray turtle adorned with three shrimp-like tails. However, the current appearance of the three tails resembled a shark, entirely covered in sharp spines with three prominent tail fins. Retaining some aspects of its turtle form, it was more apt to refer to it as the shark turtle. Upon encountering the true form of the three tails for the first time, Kakuzu immediately identified the underlying issue. The shark-like entity, originally symbiotic with the three tails, had now completely merged with it. The chakra of the three tails and the shark-like creature overlapped, explaining why the sensory ninjas of Rain Village had failed to detect them. In reality, they were two distinct beings. The mere act of sealing a tailed beast with an independent consciousness was already exceedingly challenging, and adding the consciousness and vitality of the shark-like entity significantly compounded the difficulty of sealing them together. Kakuzu extended his right hand to form a seal while pressing his left hand against the surface of the lake. Water release, deep sea water pressure. The lake's waters surged, contracting towards the direction of the three tails, causing the density of the water to increase dramatically. In an instant, the water level of the lake descended by several meters. The slumbering three tails was abruptly awakened by the immense water pressure, its shell creaking under the strain. The air trapped within the shark-like structure was rapidly expelled. Sensing the pain, the three tails activated its water manipulation abilities, displacing the surrounding water. The lake began to boil, resembling water on the verge of a rolling boil. A substantial shadow loomed over the lake's surface as the colossal form of the three tails erupted from the depths. Its massive body crashed down into the water, sending waves soaring to heights of over 10 meters. The creature's once turtle claws had transformed into shark fins. Swiftly, the three tails identified the source of its disturbance, propelling itself towards Kakuzu and Suigetsu at an astonishing speed. Like a spirit of the waters, the entirety of the nameless lake flowed in harmony with its movements. Foreseeing the imminent danger, Suigetsu hastily retreated, inadvertently exposing Kakuzu to the gaze of the three tails. Having already expended considerable resources, Kakuzu resolved to simply observe the unfolding chaos. The arriving members of the Mist's Umbu were swiftly dismissed by Suigetsu's gestures. Those Umbu ninjas were not inclined to provoke this harbinger of death. Aside from showing some deference to the second Mizukage, none dared to confront this specter of the mist. Since Suigetsu had deemed the situation manageable, they too preferred to distance themselves from the scene. In their eagerness to observe the spectacle, they were content to witness the three tails, which had already claimed many mist ninjas, engage in a fierce struggle with Suigetsu. As Kakuzu observed the three tails, he frowned at its strikingly different appearance from his memories. Its speed was astonishing, and its chakra levels rivaled those of the eight tails, the ox demon. This was in stark contrast to his preconceived notion of the three tails as a cumbersome creature. The remarkable transformation was undoubtedly attributed to the shark-like entity now fully merged with the three tails. It has granted it a more formidable capacity to digest and absorb chakra, even the natural energy emanating from the surrounding environment, which slowly seeps into its being. The amount of chakra within the three-tailed beast has long surpassed its original storage limits. The prospect of sealing such a powerful entity into a Jinchuriki seems utterly implausible. It is imperative to first deplete its excess chakra, compelling the beast to separate from its host. Kakuzu swiftly retreated, enveloping himself in Earth Release, Earth Spear, his entire form shrouded in darkness, augmenting his physical strength while simultaneously achieving an alarming velocity. He observed the shark tortoise advancing towards him, propelled by the lake's water, and realized he must curtail its speed. Otherwise, he would be the one to perish first. Wind release, pressure damage. A fierce tornado, formed from the utmost compression of air, surged towards the three-tailed beast. The water manipulated by the beast was swept into the sky by the whirlwind, significantly diminishing its speed, even threatening to lift its massive form. Surrounding trees and rocks were caught in the vortex, striking the surface of the three-tailed beast. The damage was minimal, yet excruciatingly painful. The beast, in agony, emitted a piercing roar. Deprived of the lake's support, its shark-like limbs became a vulnerability. In order to avoid being overturned, it shed its fins and grew robust turtle-like claws. The claws gripped the ground, withstanding the onslaught of wind release, pressure damage. Kakuzu, unwilling to grant it a moment's respite, unleashed the earth release technique, creating a deep chasm in the ground, ensnaring the beast's claws within. A barrage of compressed wind bullets rained down upon the beast's visage. Bound by its limbs, the three-tailed beast could not evade Kakuzu's relentless assault. Desperately, it began to amass chakra, a swirling mass of black energy coalescing, as it prepared to unleash a tailed beast bomb. Observing this, Kakuzu intensified the frequency of his earth release, Earth Spear, maximizing his physical fortitude. He leaped forward, delivering a powerful blow to the incomplete tailed beast bomb. At that moment, Kakuzu had integrated a portion of the abilities from his bloodline limit, Steel Release, into his own heart. He sought to ascertain whether his defenses, bolstered by Steel Release and Earth Spear, could withstand the close-range impact of the tailed beast bomb. The bomb detonated upon the three-tailed beast's forehead, scorching its head and plunging it into a momentary daze. The tremendous destructive force sent trees flying across a radius of several kilometers. Kakuzu's body, propelled by the backlash, crashed into the earth like a cannonball. After some time, he emerged from the soil, brushing off the dirt. Remarkably, he had managed to withstand the impact. Seizing the moment while the three-tailed beast was still disoriented, Kakuzu ascended to its apex. Super heavy rock technique. His obsidian fist, akin to a missile, struck relentlessly upon the shark-like fins adorning the beast's back. The metallic clashing reverberated through the air, reaching the ears of the observing Suigetsu, causing a sharp pain in his eardrums. He instinctively swallowed. Contemplating the sheer audacity of such a feat, an ordinary mortal engaging in a brutal contest with a tailed beast? What manner of monsters were the Akatsuki? Ultimately, the shark's skin, fused within the three-tailed beast's form, could no longer withstand the relentless blows, gradually shedding the fins and sharp spines from its back. The three-tailed spirit awoke from its slumber, only to be dragged out and mercilessly beaten, much to its dismay, as it found itself powerless against its assailant. Yearning for the refuge of the lake's depths, where solace awaited, it gathered its strength and unleashed a torrent of water, dislodging the horns upon its head. Seizing the moment, its stout, short legs propelled it towards the water, leaving a trail of steam in its wake. Kakuzu, witnessing the spirit's lack of fighting spirit, felt a twinge of reluctance to torment it further. With a swift incantation, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, a tempest swirled around, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust that obscured the vision of both Akatsuki and the members of the Hidden Mist. Sealing technique, adamantine sealing. 3 chains, faintly glowing, shot forth from Kakuzu, ensnaring the three-tailed spirit. As the adamantine chains pierced its form, the spirit emitted a tortured scream. In short order, a small shark, resplendent in deep blue and adorned with sharp barbs, was forcibly extracted from the spirit's body, tethered by the chains. The chains coiled tightly, bringing the small shark before Kakuzu, which, in its struggle, opened its massive jaws to bite. This creature was none other than the true form of the shark's skin. As it lunged, its incisors clashed against Kakuzu's hardened body, reinforced with earth release, earth spear, and steel release, producing a cacophony of sound. Eventually, after losing several teeth in the futile struggle, the shark's skin ceased its resistance. Kakuzu sheathed his weapon, severing the 3 dorsal fins of the shark's skin, which writhed in agony upon the ground. At last, the materials for the twin blades, Flounder and the Great Blade, shark skin had been procured. As the dust settled, Akatsuki and the members of the Hidden Mist beheld the 3-tailed spirit, now exposed and belly up upon the lake's surface, rendered silent in defeat. Chapter 48. Betrayal of the Hidden Mist Village. Confrontation with the ghost lanterns. The vicinity of the nameless lake, where the 3 Tails resides, has descended into chaos. The sounds of the battle between Kakuzu and the 3 Tails swiftly attracted a multitude of stealth operatives from the Hidden Mist Village. Beside the ghost lantern, the second Mizukage arrived in an instant. What has caused such a commotion? Are the members of the Akatsuki still present? Ghost Lantern Suigetsu, sporting a sardonic smile while stroking his mustache, gazed at the 3 Tails, which was now rolling belly up on the lake's surface. It seemed that whatever means had been employed had transformed the creature, revealing its true form. Ah, so the sealing issue of the 3 Tails Jinchuriki has been resolved? Suigetsu mused, though the second Mizukage shook his head in uncertainty. Kakuzu sensed the increasing number of hidden mist ninjas gathering around them, swelling to over 100. It appeared that leaving this place easily today would be unfeasible. A battle was inevitable. With a sigh, he focused on processing the remaining materials for 2 more ninja blades. The shark's skin had lost its fins, and a pale blue blood pooled on the ground as it writhed in agony. Black tendrils emerged from his wrist, stitching the severed fins of the shark's skin. Now, only a single vertebra remained of its tail fin. Kakuzu wound the black tendrils around it, forming a rudimentary hilt. The shark skin needed to heal naturally and merge with those tendrils for the true Great Blade, shark skin, to be completed. The shark skin yearned to slay the man who inflicted such torment upon it. Yet, the ache in its teeth restored its rationality. It understood that it was powerless against him. Kakuzu gently caressed the barbed scales of the shark skin, infusing it with part of the steel release bloodline's abilities. To expedite its adaptation to the new form, he injected a vast amount of chakra into it. The shark skin felt a wave of relief as its barbs flared, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Its newly formed tail elongated, affectionately rubbing against Kakuzu's palm. It had already acquired some of the abilities of Kakuzu's black tendrils. As a creature with rudimentary awareness, the shark skin was keenly aware of its circumstances. The fins of the shark skin possessed a partial ability to absorb chakra. After merging with the iron sand Kakuzu always carried, it quickly began to take on the shape of the dual blades, Flounder. Kakuzu contemplated and decided to integrate some properties of wind release into the mix. At last, all the ninja blades were successfully forged. Kakuzu appeared within the line of sight of Ghost Lantern Suigetsu and the second Mizukage. Suigetsu's eyes lit up with excitement as he beheld the blade Kakuzu bore on his shoulder, trembling in exhilaration. That was the mightiest divine weapon from the Ninja Blade Compendium. The Great Blade, Shark Skin, and the dual blades, Flounder. Upon hearing this, Ghost Lantern Suigetsu raised an eyebrow, his gaze imbued with a different meaning. Oh, so, all matters have been resolved. The second Mizukage's expression became sharp as he stroked his little mustache. The Akatsuki organization has trespassed into the forbidden grounds of the Hidden Mist Village, stealing its precious resources. Capture him. With a wave of Suigetsu's hand, the Hidden Mist stealth operatives hidden nearby surged forth. A multitude of elite ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village encircled Kakuzu, unleashing a torrential downpour of shurikens. Kakuzu infused his shark skin with chakra, compelling it to absorb the onslaught, causing its form to swell and obscure him. The shurikens clattered against the metallic sheen of the shark skin scales, unable to penetrate its defenses. As the mist ninjas lunged forward, wielding kunai and standard ninja blades, they found their efforts futile. The shark skin, now too large for close combat, relinquished the absorbed chakra back to Kakuzu. He brandished the restored shark skin, repelling the advancing ninjas, before switching to the dual blades, Flounder and Soul, which were more suited for battling multiple foes. Though the mist ninjas were elite, Their physical prowess paled in comparison to Kakuzu, akin to children in a kindergarten facing an adult wielding a kitchen knife, with no hope of victory. With the shark skin in hand, Kakuzu relished the prospect of a war of attrition. Numbers mattered little against him, merely prolonging the inevitable. Soon, the mist ninjas lay sprawled on the ground. The blades in Kakuzu's hands coalesced chakra into elongated tendrils, extending further with each strike, preventing anyone from approaching him. As the last few were felled by the light blasts emitted from his blades, only the figures of Kaigetsu Mitsuki and Kaigetsu Sekujutsu remained standing. Hearing the anguished cries of their comrades, Mitsuki felt compelled to intervene personally. Kakuzu regarded the reputed second Mizukage as he approached him with unwavering determination. Through the memories of a time traveler, he was already well aware of Mitsuki's abilities. At that moment, a wicked curiosity surged within Kakuzu. He swung the flounder and soul at Mitsuki, yet it felt as though he was slicing through mere air, the blade passing through Mitsuki's form. Feigning astonishment, Kakuzu declared, "Young man, your attacks are utterly ineffective against me. Surrender your struggle." Mitsuki, with arms outstretched, wore a smug expression. Before Kakuzu stood nothing but an illusion of him. Frustrated, Kakuzu switched back to the shark skin and continued his futile assaults. "Damn it, is it an illusion? When did I fall for it?" Kakuzu awkwardly feigned his confusion as the shark skin slipped from his grasp, flinging itself towards an empty space behind him. Mitsuki froze, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The direction in which the shark skin had been thrown was precisely where his summoned beast, the giant clam, Shin, resided. All of his illusions were intricately woven through Shin's abilities. How could Kakuzu possibly know Shin's location? It must be a coincidence. Thankfully, Shin's shell was robust. Surely this careless strike would not prove effective. However, when the shark skin collided with Shin, an astonishing crack echoed as its shell shattered. Kakuzu had infused the shark skin with the technique of super heavy rock, exponentially increasing its weight upon release. The shark skin, enhanced with the steel release Kekiai Genkai, was far beyond what Shin could withstand. The illusion persisted, though the shark skin was momentarily disoriented by the impact. In the next instant, it caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma. The shark skin has shattered the shell of the mirage, penetrating its soft interior. The ravenous shark skin opened its wide jaws, lunging toward the essence of the mirage. After indulging in its feast, it let out a satisfying burp, having consumed the mirage to its demise. At this moment, the lantern ghost, Hongguang, was utterly bewildered. The illusion was dispelled, revealing his true position. He released a childlike doppelganger to impede the approach of Kakuzu. The doppelganger swung its axe towards Kakuzu in a fierce confrontation. As the battle ensued, the doppelganger's form grew larger. The steam explosion reached its zenith. The doppelganger, swollen to its limit, made close contact with Kakuzu, resulting in a violent explosion. The blast radius spanned a kilometer. Surely, you cannot survive this? Yet. In the next moment, the dark-bodied Kakuzu emerged from the smoke of the explosion, tearing away his tattered cloak to reveal his solid muscle. He had withstood the damage of the steam explosion. At this point, Hongguang was left speechless. How could one possibly continue fighting? The Hawk organization truly lives up to its reputation. These were merely minor tests, for our collaboration ahead is long-lasting. The previous agreement remains unchanged. Shikui, how much do we owe the Hawk organization? Having observed Kakuzu's strength numerous times, Shikui, the lantern ghost, merely watched the spectacle, devoid of any desire to engage in battle. Excluding the cost of the two ninja tools, there's still 100 million. Cold sweat trickled down Hongguang's forehead. Very well, we shall settle this now. Kakuzu has retrieved the shark skin. After a hearty meal, the shark skin affectionately rubbed its tail against Kakuzu. Wait a moment. Hongguang was interrupted by Kakuzu's words, silenced, and quietly awaited Kakuzu's next statement. I will name a price. Resolving the issue of the three-tailed Jinchuriki, along with the two ninja tools. A flat rate of 500 million. Payment can be in installments. I'll take charge and offer you a discount on the interest. Additionally, Shikui will work for the Hawk organization for 5 years, during which I can assure you he will not undertake actions detrimental to the interests of the Hidden Mist Village. After 5 years, the two ninja tools and Shikui will be returned to the Hidden Mist Village. Shikui stared at Kakuzu's finger pointing at him, utterly bewildered. Wait. What do you mean? Before he could refuse, Hongguang quickly agreed. It's a deal. May we maintain a long-lasting friendship with the Hawk organization. He covered Shikui's mouth. Hold your tongue. Otherwise, The hidden mist village will be erased from the ninja world today. The sacrifices you make for the village will be remembered. Kakuzu looked at the two signing the cursed contract, with satisfaction, nodding in approval. As the system notification sounded, the mission was accomplished. SS rank mission, assassinate the god of ninjas. Senju Hashirama. Now entering the final stage. Current mission objective, defeat the legendary ninja, Senju Hashirama. Reward, wet bone forest slug sage technique. Remaining time for the mission, 2 years. With this matter resolved, Kakuzu could prepare with peace of mind for the decisive battle against Senju Hashirama. Chapter 49. The decade has passed. The eve of the final battle time flies, and it is now the end of the year 12 in Konoha. Nearly a decade has elapsed since the inaugural 5 Kage summit. Within the Hokage's office in Konoha, Senju Hashirama is engulfed by towering piles of documents. He gazes at the classified letter in his hand, lost in thought. After a prolonged moment, he releases his tightly clenched fist and bursts in a hearty laughter. The letter contains but 2 lines. The decade has come to an end. In 3 days, the final battle will unfold at the Valley of the End. Uchiha Madara is suspected to still be alive. To defeat me is to gain knowledge. Though unsigned, he recognizes it as a message from Kakuzu. After 10 long years, he has finally resurfaced, bringing news of Madara. Senju Tobarama, having just returned from a mission, approaches the door only to hear his brother's laughter from within. He intends to report to Hashirama, but before he can utter a word, his elder brother interrupts him. Tobarama, there is no need for discussion. You shall make the decisions henceforth. I must embark on a distant journey, and you will temporarily assume the role of Hokage. Handle all matters as you see fit. Remember to unite all possible forces and refrain from exerting undue pressure on the Uchiha clan. In terms of village management, Tobarama possesses greater aptitude than his brother, albeit with subtle differences in their stances. Now, everything has fallen into place. He believes that, under Tobarama's guidance, Konoha will undoubtedly flourish. Hashirama's words leave Senju Tobarama somewhat perplexed. He discerns the resoluteness in his brother's tone and, almost instinctively, acquiesces. Little does he know that this parting will indeed be eternal. Atop the Hokage rock, the visage of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, is meticulously carved. Presently, Hashirama sits on the precipice, gazing vacantly over the entire village of Konoha. In the distance, at the village's edge, a small river flows. It is a tributary of the Nangi River. It was there, in their youth, that he first met Madara. They would skip stones and share their dreams together. In a haze, nearly 30 years have passed. The age-old feud between their two clans ultimately drove them to opposing sides. After years of warfare, they became the leaders of their respective families. He triumphed over Madara, persuading him to jointly establish Konoha. The name of the village was even chosen by Madara himself. The likeness that should have been carved below Hokage Rock ought to have been Madara's. Yet, fate led them to conflict. Madara orchestrated the Nine Tails assault on Konoha. In their final confrontation, they battled for 3 days and nights. For the peace of the village, he was compelled to slay his dear friend. In this world, he can justify his actions to all, save for Uchiha Madara. But now, he has received word that Madara may still be alive. This revelation spurs him to relinquish everything in pursuit of the truth. He discards the leaf with a circular hole in his hand and gazes resolutely towards the Valley of the End, where the Nangi River originates. In the land of waterfalls, hidden among the mountains, lies Takigakure. After many years, Kakuzu's true form once more treads upon familiar soil. Under the series of policies enacted by his clone, the once insular village has flourished brilliantly. The village of Takien has long established connections with the outside world, with wide roads extending beyond the mountains. It boasts a school akin to that of Qilong Village, where all the children of Takien receive the finest education, abandoning the traditional ninja training system. Kakuzu imparts the philosophies gleaned from the memories of travelers, enriched by his own interpretations, to the children here. At Qilong, he refined the highly detrimental hero's water, diminishing some of its effects while eliminating all adverse side effects. Every youth who becomes a true ninja, capable of standing on their own, will possess 3 times the chakra of an ordinary individual. Disregarding innate talent, he has bestowed certain bloodline limits upon a select group of virtuous children. It is believed that in the coming decades, Takien will rival the 5 great ninja villages. Moreover, they will honor the fallen ninjas who sacrificed their lives for the village by bestowing upon them the title of heroes. A shrine has been constructed to honor their memorial tablets, with annual ceremonies held to instill the spirit of their ancestors in the children. Kakuzu pushed open the door to the leader's office, where a clone bearing the visage of the former leader awaited him. The clone poured tea and gestured for the original to take a seat. "No need," Kakuzu replied. "Is everything settled? Our time is limited." The leader's clone shook his head with a gentle smile, aware that the moment of his consciousness's return was drawing near. Gazing out the window at the flourishing village, a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. "I have announced the transfer of the leadership to a promising young generation of the village. He possesses admirable character and sharp intellect, capable of perfectly harnessing the power of the Seven Tails. I trust he will manage the village well." Kakuzu nodded, withdrawing the clone back into himself. To maintain the purity of his mental state, he eradicated the fragment of the clone's personality and retained only the spiritual energy. In the land of Earth, the retired first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, finished his last cup of tea and touched the stone that symbolized the will of stone. A heart-like creature, composed of black tendrils, surged from his chest, dissipating into the air with a plume of smoke. What remained was merely a shell devoid of a heart, showing no visible injuries from the outside. The next day, the second Tsuchikage, Mu, announced the passing of the esteemed first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, and organized a joyous funeral in his honor. In the land of lightning, at the Yunlei Gorge, the ethereal silver-haired Ginkaku sat across from Kinkaku. He had thoroughly instilled the power of the Nine Tails within Kinkaku, making him the perfect Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Observing Kinkaku's focus training, he executed all sealing techniques to completely seal his power and used a mesmerizing incense to ensure he remained unconscious for 3 days without incident. Before departing, he visited the office of the second Raikage, tossing a scroll at him. Furrowed his brow, watching the unexplanatory Ginkaku turn away. "What are you planning to do?" Ginkaku glanced back with a teasing smile. "Does this lord need to report to you when conducting business?" In the land of wind, at Qinglong village, Qinglong stood at the edge of the training ground, observing the combat training of his young disciples. The sand iron, under the control of Sarah, morphed into various forms. Engaging in both offense and defense, every movement executed flawlessly. At this moment, Saruo has mastered the manipulation of sand and iron to an extraordinary degree, exhibiting unparalleled finesse in his control. His tactical application is nothing short of brilliant, establishing him as a formidable ninja capable of standing alone. Opposing him is the crimson-haired Uzumaki Yukiji, whose presence exudes significant pressure despite Saruo's formidable strength. Melt Release, Celestial Meteor, a barrage of molten rock, searing with intense heat, shatters Saruo's meticulously crafted defenses. In response, Saruo deftly manipulates the sand and iron to fill the void before him. Explosion Release, Flame Rock Destruction. The scattered fragments of molten rock erupt violently, obliterating Saruo's defensive line entirely. Just as Yukiji revels in her triumph, the ground fractures, and spikes of sand and iron surge upward in a surprise attack. Uzumaki Yukiji finds herself ensnared in an iron cage, her garments torn, revealing a glimpse of pristine white. "Saruo, you vile rogue, I shall bring you to your end." Saruo, taken aback, hastily retracts all his jutsu. Observing the scene, Sarayu shakes his head with a smile. Confident that under their protection, Sarayu village will remain safe and sound. Without a farewell, he vanishes from sight. At this juncture, Uzumaki Yukiji has been endowed with the powerful bloodlines of Melt Release and Explosion Release by Kakuzu, earning a resounding reputation within the Akatsuki organization as Suzaku. Upon the conclusion of their battle, they discover that Sarayu has disappeared, leaving both of them in a state of bewilderment. Outside the Valley of the End in Konoha, all the clones converge, and Kakuzu prepares for the final preparations before the impending battle.